Well, good morning. I'm John Tory, and the Mayor's office carries with it the responsibility of being chair of the Executive Committee, which I am, and the clerk has confirmed this morning that we have quorum, and so I'll call the 31st meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference, and as you can see, I'm in person together with a couple of the other members of council, and particularly Deputy Mayor Thompson is here. We're in person at the council chamber, and we're happy to be able to be, at least in part, back in person here at the City Hall and to welcome you as well. As of March 21st, City Hall is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the council chamber at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically as well, however, by video conference. And this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are members of the public speaking with us and deputing with us in public in the room today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I would ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. The city clerk has provided all agenda materials via the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to participants to help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and some meeting virtually, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I have one myself, but I'll just ask the other members of the committee if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have such an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic, and we can call upon you to state what that interest might be. I'll just look at my screen here to see if any members of the committee have any interest. I see nobody indicating they do. I have one that I have to declare, and that is that I would declare a direct or pecuniary interest in the agenda item number EX 31.8. in accordance with Section 5 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I have a continuing involvement in the Rogers family entities, and the ConnectTO item today could, out of an abundance of passion, trespass into that area, and so I will absent myself. And what we will do in order to avoid disruption is consider that matter after the lunch break today, and Deputy Mayor Denzelman and Wong will take the chair. I should just note, by the way, that on that item, just so that we do it while we're at it here, I'm asking the staff that are involved with that item to have a brief presentation today for the Executive Committee, perhaps 10 minutes, just going through that report, the ConnectTO one alone. So I've declared that interest, and if there's no other interest, we can move forward. We do need a motion to confirm the minutes of the regular meeting held on January the 26th, 2022, and the special meeting held to consider the budget on February the 11th, 2022. Can I have such a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. I'll ask the question or call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The committee will hold a statutory public meeting at 9:45 this morning on item EX 31.14. This is a development charge complaint on 337 Maple Leaf Drive. If it is the will of the committee, we will also hear a brief presentation from staff on that item as part of the hearing. If we have finished the agenda rundown at or after 9:45, we will conduct that item as our first item of business this morning. I've already proposed that we consider, and I'll just get the concurrence of the committee, to hear item EX 31.8 as the first item of business after the lunch recess today. I will absent myself, and Deputy Mayor Min Wong will take the chair, and there will be a brief staff presentation. All those in favor of that timing of that item? Opposed? Carried. We have quite a few items with registered speakers today and quite a few speakers, and that's a healthy sign of an engaged democracy. But I would, just so that we can make sure that we have everything sort of organized and prepared in order to accommodate those speakers, propose the following motion or set this rule that with the exception of the statutory public hearing on item 31.14, speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. on March 30th, 2022, which is today, after which no further registration will be allowed and the speakers list will be closed. May I just ask for the concurrence of the committee on that? There's the motion in front of you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So let's proceed then with the agenda review and go through just the items that we would hold and those that would be dealt with now. Item EX 31.1, the Truth and Reconciliation for Indigenous People, is being held for speakers. Item EX 31.2, Ontario Transit Line Oriented Communities, is being held for speakers. Item EX 31.3, Toronto's bid to participate in the FIFA World Cup 2026. There are no speakers on that matter. I'm quite happy to receive a motion to proceed with the staff recommendations and to approve those. Is there such a motion? So moved by Deputy Mayor Bylaw. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item EX 31.4, strategic acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street to support city building. That is being held for speakers. Item EX 31.5, East Harbour Transit Oriented Communities proposal is being held for speakers. Item EX 31.6, renewing the city's partnership with Toronto Global. There are no speakers registered. I'm quite happy to, again, you want to hold that, Council? So moved, the staff recommendations moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. Happy to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 31.7, City of Toronto Digital Infrastructure Strategic Framework, a new principles-based approach for planning and use of technology and data in Toronto. There are speakers, so that item will be held down for the speakers. We've mentioned earlier item 31.8, the ConnectTO program update. It is being held for speakers and will be dealt with first item after lunch. And just again, in case the staff weren't on the line when I asked for this, there would be a request for a 10-minute presentation just to sort of introduce that item. EX 31.9, Metrolinx Ontario Downtown Stations, review of vulnerable road user safety, transit priority and communication to local community. It is being held down for speakers. Item 31.10, ModernTO, unlocking 8 city-owned properties. I believe there are going to be some motions and speakers on that, so I'll hold that down to somebody. I can hold it down because I know there are going to be some motions on that. Item EX 31.11, City of Toronto review of Provincial Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations is being held down for speakers. Item EX 31.12, organizational effectiveness at Leaside Memorial Community Gardens Arena. There are no speakers, and if someone would like to move the staff recommendations, moved by Councillor Pasternak, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The item EX 31.13, the removal of the Harbour lead line and the Keating rail yard. Again, there are no speakers on this item. If there are no questions of staff or speakers, I can ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendations. Moved by Councillor Pasternak.
Sorry, could I hold that, Mr.?
Yes, of course. Held by Councillor Ainsley. Item 31.14 is the item that's being held down. It's a statutory item and it'll be dealt with right away after we finish this rundown. So that's 31.14, development charges, complaint 3337 Maple Leaf Drive. Item EX 31.15, Rexdale-Casino Woodbine Community Benefits Agreement 2021 Progress Update. There are no deputations on that. It is to be received for information. Is there someone willing to move receipt of this report? Deputy Mayor Thompson. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 31.16, employment supports and programs for Black Torontonians. This is a recommendation coming from the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. At the moment, there are no speakers. Does anyone wish to hold that down, or do I have a motion to approve the recommendations coming from the Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee? So moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. I'll call the question if there are no speakers or other A recorded vote. We could have a recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk, on item 31.16.
This is a recorded vote to adopt the item. All in favor? Mayor Tory, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford. That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we move then to item EX 31.17, preserving accessibility across construction sites, and we have deputations on that matter, which came forward from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee. And then finally, we have item EX 31.18, Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Advisory Committee, SafeTO, and the Year 1 2022 Work Plan Priorities. And this is a letter with recommendations coming from the Advisory Committee, Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Advisory Committee. There are recommendations there, and I don't have any speakers on that. Paul, Councillor Ainsley, are you wishing to hold that, or?
I'd like to move it, please.
Moving the recommendations. Pardon me?
I'd like to move the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley is moving the recommendations coming from the Advisory Committee, and if there are no other representations to be made, I will call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, so then that brings us back
Sorry, Mayor Tory.
I'm sorry, yes, Councillor.
Sorry, just on I held number 13, removal of the Harbour lead line and Keating rail channel.
Yep.
I'm still trying to work out information with staff. Could I move a motion to defer that for one cycle?
That's certainly fine with me. If yes, if you wish, it's in the hands of the committee, obviously, to approve that. But I'm happy that you should make that motion if you think there's information that won't be forthcoming before the end of the meeting today. So, Councillor Ainsley's moved deferral of item EX 31.13 to the next meeting of the Executive Committee, May 4th, 2022. Is there any discussion? All right, then I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. It being, let's see what time it is here. 9:40, how about that? 9:44. So we did finish before 9:45, and we will then proceed, and I've just got to find the paperwork necessary to take us through the statutory item, which I will do here. To do the presentation, yes, that's all it is, okay. So the first, at 9:45, so we have to wait for an awkward 33 and a half seconds, in which time I'll tell a story during that period, a brief story, which is something that I took really to heart, and that is I was with 3 of my grandchildren on Sunday night. I took them to dinner, and they were telling me about their opening exercises in school nowadays, and again, I'm a long way removed from being in Bedford Park Public School, and they were telling me that each day they have a land acknowledgement in school, and then the 3 of them, ranging in age from 14 to 8, repeated word for word the land acknowledgement that they have every day. And I was just heartened by the fact that they not only saw it as part of what they did every day, but they knew the words. And then we talked a little bit, which was good too, about what it meant. But I was these are the kinds of small things that even, when you're in a job like we're in, you're sort of impressed at the fact that by doing it every day, and people sometimes would wonder, about that in school, the kids are picking up on something that I don't think we did when I was going to school. So I think that's just an important thing to acknowledge, especially on this day when we're considering the Reconciliation Action Plan. Is it 9:45, Madam Clerk? It is indeed 9:45. So the first thing we'll do then in conjunction with this item, which I'll just remind people is item 31. Let's just find it here. 4? 1-4. Okay, sorry, I'll just find it here so I can. 30.1.14, and so the public understand that when there are decisions taken with respect to development charges, it is open to complain about the decision that has been taken, and so we'll have a presentation. They have to be handled in a very particular way, and so there'll be a presentation given first by our city staff as to the background of the decision that was taken, and so we'll ask for that to be done now.
So, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. I'm Will Johnston. I'm the Chief Building Official and Executive Director of Toronto Building. Item EX 31.14 on today's executive agenda is a statutory hearing.
Sorry, Will, I'm sorry to
Council-
interrupt you, but there seems to be a little problem with the sound. I'm not sure if it's just in this room or whether people are able to hear you, but it seemed to be sort of very, very muted. Is it just in this room or is it? His mic. So you're on the mic that's just built into your laptop, Will?
That's correct.
You don't have any, you don't use earbuds at all or anything? Because that sometimes can just, it sometimes fades in and out. Well, let's give it another try, but if you could make sure it's as close to you as it can be and give it another try.
Okay. Okay, let me try again.
Yeah.
So item EX 31.14 on today's executive committee agenda is a statutory hearing under the Development Charges Act. Council has delegated authority to the executive committee to hold statutory hearings to review complaints as permitted under section 20 of the Act. The report responds to a complaint filed pursuant to section 20 of the Development Charges Act 1997 relating to a development project located at 337 Maple Leaf Drive. Hopefully you're hearing me okay.
Yes, it's fine. Now it seems to be fine. Thank you. Don't move an inch. Whatever it is you're doing, it's working.
Okay, I won't move. Under section 20 of the Act, a person required to pay a development charge or their agent may initiate a complaint on the grounds that, number one, the development charges was incorrectly calculated, or number two, a credit is applicable that would reduce the development charge, or that credit has been incorrectly determined, or number three, the development charge bylaw was applied incorrectly. A complaint under section 20 is strictly limited to this criteria. The city's development charge bylaw itself cannot be challenged at this hearing, only its application. If a complainant is not satisfied with the council's decision, they may appeal that decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within 40 days of the date of the council's decision. The complaint in question today relates to a development application for the property at 337 Maple Leaf Drive in Ward 5, York South, Weston. The application seeks to convert an existing garage into a new single-family dwelling on a newly severed lot by adding a one-story addition to the existing garage and making interior alterations. Development charges for this application have been calculated at $93,978. To date, the development charges have not been received by the city from the applicant, and therefore no building permit has been issued to date. Staff have reviewed the application and have concluded that the project meets the definition of a development under the development charges bylaw. The DC bylaw states that development charges are imposed on all land, buildings, or structures that require the issuance of a building permit under the Building Code Act. Staff are also of the opinion that the development application does not meet the requirements for an exemption from development charges because the application does not seek to enlarge an existing dwelling unit, nor to create additional dwelling units in an existing single detached dwelling. The staff report also concludes that there are no development charge credits that can be applied to this development proposal, as no demolition permit for an existing building or structure has been issued within 60 months prior to the submission of a complete building permit application. In respect of the application for 337 Maple Leaf Drive, the city has not issued a demolition permit within the prescribed time frame, and as the existing structure on the lot consists of a garage and not a dwelling unit, there are no redevelopment credits to apply if it were to be demolished. In summary, staff are of the opinion that the proposed structure constitutes a development for the purposes of the DC Act, and that development charges are applicable to the development proposal and have been correctly calculated. Staff have also concluded that no exemptions nor development charge credits under the Development Charge Act apply. The recommendations in the staff report from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer seek that Executive Committee and Council determine that the development charges bylaw has been properly applied to the development project at 337 Maple Leaf Drive, and that the complaint dated October 25, 2021 with respect to 337 Maple Leaf Drive filed pursuant to section 20 of the Development Charges Act 1997 be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will. There will be an opportunity for questions of staff in the ordinary course, as we would do with other items, but we would move next, as we would normally do as well, to speakers, and there is one speaker that is registered, and that is Frank DeGiorgio. And can we bring him into the meeting now? Or I don't, is he always here in person? There, I see him there. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think you know better than most the routine here, where you have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions for you after that.
All right, I will try and be brief. Excuse me. Essentially, I want to focus on the facts as they are and not as they appear. And so what you heard in the presentation is the facts as they appear. What's happening is that we have an official plan policy related to development charges. And under that official plan policy, the development charges, the city can issue a bylaw with respect to how they will apply development charges and when they're going to apply them. And my basic presentation will say, look, the city is not applying the policy with respect to 337 property. Why? Because the official plan policy that the city has essentially applies when there is a severance of one property into two, the charges are applied to the conveyed lot, but not the retained lot. And so if you look at this application in close detail, as it was examined on numerous occasions, the reality is, and by the way, there was a letter submitted by a lawyer, an external lawyer hired, that he essentially came to the conclusion that, by the way, the conveyed lot is a piece of undevelopable land. So if you're going to impose charges, then the charges are applicable to the undevelopable land. Now, having said that, which would be a property at the rear of 339, where a house already exists. So if you want to impose the development charges, no problem, impose them, but on the right lot. So let's go back to another element of this particular application that I'm relying on, and that is section 15C, 6C, which essentially says, can I demonstrate that in fact a valid permit was issued for 337 Maple Leaf that complied with all applicable laws, all zoning bylaws, official plan, and payment of all development charges at that particular time? Was a permit issued to build a single-family home with a garage at 337 Maple Leaf? And the answer is yes. I've submitted a copy of the building permit that was issued back in 1980. Now, this is a rather complex situation because a couple of years earlier, the city, former city of North York, deregistered an existing plan of subdivision. And 3 years later, in 1983, they registered a new plan of subdivision that recognized, in 1983, that recognized both 339 and 337 as legal lots in a plan of subdivision. Now that means a lot, because under the Planning Act, and at the heart of the Planning Act is the principle of protection of property rights. And so what did my client, not my client, but the former owner of the properties actually get in the form of property rights when they severed a single property into two legal lots? And what they got was the right to build a single family home on each of those properties. After they paid development charges on the conveyed lot, they had a right to build a single family dwelling on both of those lots. One of the lots, they went ahead and built the whole building, the whole house with a two-story garage attached. On the other lot, to secure their property rights, and again, I want to make clear that the rules at the time, and that's important, back in 1980, all they had to do to secure their property rights was not build the whole house. According to the Building Code Act, they didn't have to build the whole house. All they had to do was build something that demonstrated their intent to actually build a single-family home on a piece of property that was designed to accommodate a single-family home. So they had paid all their development charges. Now, what does that single garage actually represent in the form of property rights? Why did they bother building that? Why didn't they just leave it vacant? Because a vacant lot under a plan of subdivision entitles a person to do certain things, build in accordance with the zoning bylaw and everything else. The reason they put that garage in place, and the garage only, was because they wanted to protect their rights with respect to the laws that existed back in 1980. Because all they have to do is basically just add a single-family dwelling. They don't have to tear down the garage. All they can do is build a single-family dwelling that has the same front yard setback as the garage. And they have that right without any applicable charges, because they have a right to develop in accordance with the rules that were in place in 1980. Now, if someone submits an application, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have to.
And we'll just have to ask you to wrap up too. I'll give you till 6.
Okay, very quickly.
The former city councillor, slight flexibility on time, but we can't do much more than that, so.
Okay, so if somebody says now, okay, well, if I choose to demolish the garage, then all I have to do is get a building permit in accordance with the zoning regulations that are in place today. But it doesn't deny me the right to build a single-family home. Now, that being said, Mr. Mayor, I'm here for 2 reasons. First of all, development charges, whether you make a decision to give relief on the development charges, is not my singular motive. My more important motive, because the development charges will be dealt with, in the future, on appeal or whatever way. The most important thing is, why are we not getting a TLAB decision? It's taken 6 months at TLAB to give us a severance that was established in 1980. It's a very simple report that TLAB has to issue. The question is, why haven't they issued
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up on that.
All right, then let me leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
To decide on the timing of TLAB reports, but, so I have to ask you to stop there, because we are at 6:30 and it was 5 minutes.
Okay, let me just.
Yeah, you know the rules, okay?
Yeah, I do. I
So
just want to make sure that,
what
I
we'll
want to
do
make
is
sure
we'll-
that I'm asking for a certificate of approval to confirm that a consent was received in 1980.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeGiorgio. Are there questions of the deputy of the speaker by members of the committee? Any members of the committee on screen or in the room? Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much for your
Can I
submissions.
just make one more comment, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I think we've sort of,
Well, no, one more comment.
Very last one.
Because it's a function of the evidence that was before TLAB. We're not going to get a TLAB decision, by the way.
Right.
I was told that we'd get one by the end of March. So if I don't get it tomorrow, okay, and it's not coming. It's been 6 months. And all they have to do is say, look, you got the severance back in 1980. If somebody says, I want to sever a 100-foot lot into 2 50-foot lots, where 2 50-foot lots are a plan of subdivision, that's a rubber stamp. I don't have to go through 2 years of nonsense. I don't have to take my client through 2 years of nonsense. And by the way, the city has the right to give me that consent. In legislation, all I have to do is request it.
I will say to you that that's not in front of us here. But I will thank you for your comment. It's not in front of us here. What's in front of us here is only a development charge complaint.
Oh, yeah, but Mr. Mayor, my client has a closing next month, and if he doesn't get the consent, he can't close.
All right, Mr. Giorgio, thank you. I'll see if there's any advice I can get to the effect, but I don't think that matters in front of us today. It's just a hearing with respect to the development charges. All right, thank you very much. I'll ask you to resume your seat, and we will go to questions of staff. Are there members of the committee who have questions of staff on this matter? There aren't any? Did you have some, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just very quickly. So I'm on page 1 of the report, and so when there's a construction of a building, it is considered a development, and development charges apply. In this case, does the landowner want to construct a building? And in that case, would based on that simple premise, would development charges apply?
Actually, Councillor DeGiorgio, or Mr. DeGiorgio, we passed on from questions of you of which there weren't any, and so that's why I suggested you could resume your seat in the public gallery, but now we're on questions of staff, so the staff will answer these questions, and I think your participation for today is concluded, and we thank you for that. So if we could get a staff member as appropriate to answer the question of Councillor Pasternak.
Mr. Mayor, through you, it's city legal. Yes, building permits, when a building permit is issued, development charges are payable. That's one of the triggers for the payment of development charges. So development charges are payable upon issuance of a building permit, unless, of course, you can find, unless there is an exemption that applies in the DC bylaw to that particular building permit application.
So this 60-month period, which is like 5 years, that expired. Can you explain that for a minute? So no demolition permit was issued in between the gap of the building permit and 60 months, which therefore made any kind of redevelopment reduction redundant. It could not. It would not comply because that 60-month window was missed. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, yes, you're reading the 60-month period correctly. First of all, nothing, as far as I'm aware, nothing has happened on this property since the 1980s. I'm not sure when the garage was constructed, but there's been no demolition or other activity on the site. The 60-month period basically allows a redevelopment of a property. So where you demolish an existing building on a property and you build new construction, you get credit for what you demolished. In this case, if there was in this case, remember, it's not a single family dwelling they're proposing to demolish or convert, it's a garage. But if there was a single family dwelling on a property and they demolished it, they would have 60 months to come in and have a new building permit issued without having to pay development charges on that new permit. The basic principle is you're paying development charges for the net new units, and if you're simply replacing the old one with a new one, there's no development charge.
So
that doesn't apply in this. That really has nothing to do in this case because there's no demolition.
right. So just one last question here. So on page 3, it says that the property owner wants to convert a detached garage into a single family dwelling. So are they planning on using the existing footprint of the garage to then build up? I mean, it doesn't sound from that sentence that they're demolishing anything.
Mr. Mayor, I'll refer that question to Toronto Buildings. The drawings, the proposal isn't crystal clear to me, but I'm hoping Toronto Buildings can comment on what the permit that's been applied for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that the application for the building permit is to convert an existing garage to a single family dwelling and also add an addition to the garage as well, a 1-story addition to it.
And by converting an existing dwelling with no demolition, would they then be eligible for this to waive the development charges?
No, Mr. Mayor, the existing garage is not a dwelling. It's a garage, and it's an accessory building to, well, it's a garage that's used, I suppose, in association with the building next door. So it's not a dwelling. So there's no credit for the demolition of that garage.
Do we waive development charges when we allow people to renovate parts of their home for intergenerational living or apartments, or even converting a garage into a residential? We've made changes over the years to allow some of that stuff. Would that qualify here as in a situation where you're building extra housing from a detached garage? Would we be waiving development charges when someone goes down this road, as we do with basement apartments, granny suites?
And Mr. Mayor, first of all, I mean, City Council doesn't waive development charges. They apply the bylaw as it reads and the Development Charges Act. Councillor, I think what you are referring to is there are exemptions in the DC Act itself and repeated in our bylaw that allow you to intensify your existing property. So yes, there are exemptions for example, garden suites, for basement apartments, but those exemptions apply to an existing property, not a new dwelling on a new lot that can be sold separately. Those exemptions apply to intensification of existing dwelling units.
Right. So there are exemptions in our bylaws, but this wouldn't apply.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? I might just ask one if I could, then I'll just reset the clock here on myself. Can I confirm, whether it's through legal staff or otherwise, that I was just correct in saying, because I just want the deputant, Mr. DiGiorgio, to be clear that it is not in front of us today and may not even be possible at all, but it's certainly not in front of us today to deal in any way, shape, or form with the TLAB timing of their decision and anything like that. That's not in front of us today, and that's not something we could deal with, even if we were sympathetic to the timelines there.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. That's definitely not in front of you. And I should say that if a councillor were to contact DLAB about something like that, I think you shouldn't be doing that. So no, there's city council cannot direct TLAB to do something in a particular case.
And just a further question to that end, Mr. DiGiorgio made reference to some ability that the city, as opposed to the council, did have to. I'm trying to recall now what he talked about in terms of something that would expedite this, and I just want to go through these things to make sure, in fairness to his having brought about this hearing, that again, it's not in front of us, and I think the most important thing is that it's not in front of us, regardless of what our ability or power may be to do certain things. The matter that he raised of our ability to make some sort of decision is not in front of us today. Correct?
That's correct, sir. Mr. DiGiorgio had raised earlier with our department our ability to issue some sort of certificate. We don't know what that proposition is about. We asked him for more information about that. But again, sir, with respect, that has nothing to do. Whether the severance had been granted by the TLAB a month ago has nothing to do with whether or not development charges are applicable to this building permit.
Exactly. Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that, because I know what's in front of us, which is the statutory development charges complaint matter, and nothing more or less than that. And it's not possible for us within the constraints of the law to get into other areas. They'd have to be brought forward separately if there are some matters to be brought forward in that regard. Okay, thank you very much. I have no other questions. Any other questions? Okay, are there speakers that want to speak to this matter on the committee or otherwise? I don't see anybody. Okay, what we have in front of us here is, as is customary with these things, a recommendation from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer recommending that City Council determine that the development charges bylaw has been properly applied to the project at 337 Maple Leaf Drive, and that pursuant to that, City Council dismissed the complaint dated October 25th, 2021 with respect to 337 Maple Leaf Drive filed pursuant to Section 20 of the Development Charges Act 1997. So that is the recommendation. Can I have a mover of that recommendation? Well, it is the staff recommendation. Councillor Ainsley, I was going to say I'll move. Councillor Ainsley, thank you. I'll call the question. If there's no other comments, all those in favor? Opposed? I don't see anybody opposed, and that is carried. Thank you, Mr. DiGiorgio, and thank you very much to the staff for the presentation. So then that would bring us back to the beginning of the agenda, item 31.1, which is the actions to advance truth and justice for Indigenous people in the City of Toronto Reconciliation Action Plan 2022 to 2032. We have 5 deputants registered to speak on this item, and the first is Miguel Avila de Velarde from the Regent Park Neighborhood Association, and Mr. Velarde is with us in the room here, and so I'd ask him to come forward and make his deputation. Miguel, as always, you're welcome here, and please go ahead. You know the rules. You have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions for you.
Yeah. Oh, mic check? Okay.
Yep, we're good.
So I'm a Quechua man from Peru, and this is the flag of the Quechua people. I'm wearing the headdress of the people from the Amazons, and I'm wearing the poncho from the people from the mountains. I live in the lands of the Credit River Anishinaabe territory. I am a father of 3 beautiful kids, Michelle, Melissa, and Michael. They're truly indigenous, like his mom and his dad. I want a better future for them and for my cousins, the people of Tortoise Island. I went to Ottawa in 2015 to be present during the proclamation ceremony of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission under 92 recommendations. We are here addressing some of those 12 recommendations for municipalities. For the record, in 2021, only 13 recommendations have been adopted by the federal government. The Reconciliation Action Plan proposed and to be voted today is magnificent. I appreciate very much the work of the Office of the Indigenous Affairs Office for consulting the Anishinaabe community, friends, and allies of Takaronto. Thank you, Selena Young, for working behind the scenes, and for the Indigenous Affairs Advisory Committee as well. So I'm here to talk on recommendation number 10, Mr. Mayor, and that is pertinent to you since you are a chair of the board. So they're making some recommendations to make efforts guided by the values and principles set out by this reconciliation plan. But the problem is, to get the truth at the Police Services Board is super difficult. A good example, last month, my friend Derek Moran, who's behind me, Chris Langenfeld, they wanted to ask a question that is about truth. And he was barred from getting the truth. Ain't that right, brother? So how can an indigenous man or woman will ever get the truth from the Police Services Board, Mr. John Tory? And you want to run for third term, by the way. We have some recommendations to make. We want to rename Dundas Square to Land Back because that is the ask of the indigenous community living in Takaronto. We want you to ask the federal government to start the arrest of those people that murdered indigenous children during the time of the residential school system. Many of them are still alive and well, and they need to be held accountable for the crimes. I want to ask you to ask the Premier of Darfur to remove all the statutes of hate and genocide pertinent to the residential school system, particularly John A. McDonald. He should be removed from Queen's Park and moved into a storage room or a museum where he belongs. And that should be the norm for the rest of statues across the province of Ontario. And Toronto should be doing the lead in this particular matter. So, you want truth and reconciliation, Mr. Mayor? Don't forget what happened at Trinity Bellwoods Park. I was arrested for protecting a sacred fire and three other people. How is it possible that Toronto Police Corporate Security Office would not allow us to have ceremony for the first 250 children graves found in Kelowna, BC? We asked for 72 hours to hold a space and ceremony, and we were denied our right. That is shameful. And it has to be brought to the attention of everybody that if you really mean reconciliation, you must do some changes tangible, such as removing the culture of the Police Services Board. We need to put a reset button and change it, the current makeup of the board. Mr. John Tory, you have been there for 8 years. It's time for you to step down. It's time for somebody else to take care of that business. Please, get somebody else in. More people like Derek, like Chris, like Desmond Cole, and so many indigenous women and men that can do the job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Appreciate that. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none on the screen or in the room, I'll thank you very much for your participation today. Next is Tiffany Malley. Is Tiffany Malley on the line or in the room? On the line, I think. And Tiffany Malley, I believe you're now connected. Are you there?
Andy, good morning.
Hello, you're welcome here today.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, it's John Tory speaking here. You have 5 minutes. We welcome you to the Executive Committee. Please go ahead and make your remarks.
Andy, good morning, Executive Committee. My name is Tiffany Malley. My spirit name is Woman Who's As Beautiful as the Fire. And I'm here to talk to the motion about continuing on the reconciliation plan. Before I start, I just want to ask the Executive Committee members a couple questions. You can keep them to yourselves. I'm just wondering, have any of you executive members attended maybe the last 2 years of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee meetings? I'm wondering if any of the Executive Committee members have attended any flag raising sunrise ceremonies on June 21st for the Aboriginal Peoples Day. I'm wondering if any of the executive committees have attended any sacred fires that were held for the 215 of the residential schools. I'm wondering if any of the executive committee members have attended Six Nations, the Mohawk Institute for Residential Schools. I'm also wondering if any of the executive committee members have ever attended any traditional sharing circles with community. Have you read the Truth and Reconciliation report? Have you read the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's final report? Have you read the Royal Commission of Aboriginal Peoples report? Have you read the TARP report? These type of reports or actions that I've shared are very important. If the executive committee hasn't indulged or engaged in understanding the four mentioned reports, or what is the point of moving forward this reconciliation action plan, committee members, I'm asking you to defer the motion at this time and to just accept the reconciliation action plan as information, because I'm pretty sure we haven't really done what we need to do to ensure that as collective, as community, as city, as we're working together. Now, I have attended multiple Aboriginal Advisory Community Council meetings for more than 2 years now. I haven't seen any of the executive committee members attend. I have also made a motion. Well, it wasn't me who made a motion. I made a recommendation to ask for the Aboriginal Advisory Committee to create a community engagement advisory committee to work with the IO. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. I would like to refer back to the multiple recommendations that I have made asking for the IO, the TASAC, and the Indigenous Affairs to work together collaboratively in a community. It's been 2 years of requesting the community to develop. I'm asking the executive committee to bring to attention a special meeting held by the Aboriginal Advisory Committee on June 28th, 2021. Have any of the executive committees reviewed the meeting on June 28th, 2021? If you have not, I'd ask that you really write it down and refer back to it. There was a special meeting that took place. A committee member of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee made a motion to add myself, Miguel, and the next committee member that is here to speak to be part of the seats, because there was multiple seats that weren't being filled. On this particular day, on June 28th, that didn't happen. In actuality, it turned into a really traumatic event. The next speaker that you have is the chair that's going to be speaking to this matter. I really ask that the executive committee defer the reconciliation plan for a time to ensure that a recommendation is made, that people like myself, Miguel, Catherine Gandy, and other community members are really engaged and involved in what is happening with the reconciliation action plan. Now, we know, as there's been 94 recommendation calls Right now, it's not being addressed. The federal government is only addressing 13 of those calls. As Miguel shared, the city is only adopting a certain amount of calls. We can acknowledge that, for example, Indigenous deaths have skyrocketed over COVID. Indigenous child apprehensions have skyrocketed over COVID. We acknowledge that there's many things that are quite uncomfortable to want to see. But as a community, we feel we're not being heard. We're being rejected by a system that does not want to include us. I recall the opportunity where the mayor spoke at the media. He said nothing about us without us. He said it 2 times. Nothing about us without us means including myself in the proper consultation and to ensure that community is really being involved. I'm sorry, committee, but community is not being involved. And I'm just wondering, because there's so many things that are going on. I was surprised to view the sunshine list of employees that do work for our community. I felt it kind of suspicious that the Native Child Executive Director is getting paid more money than the mayor. The executive team at Native Child are getting paid millions of dollars and are the center of child apprehension and the unhealthy tactics that are being held in our community. But you're letting them take the lead. You're letting them guide our community.
Ms. Malley,
I feel that we need to, as a collective.
I'll have to stop you there.
Sir, you give the other speaker 7 minutes.
Well,
Why am I not important enough?
You're at 6:19, so I was just going to ask you to conclude, and then you'll have the same time as the other speaker that you're referencing had, whoever that was. So please go ahead.
What I am concluding, sir, is that I have made multiple requests to the mayor to speak to him. He's not returning my emails. I've asked to be on the committee. No one wants to give me a seat. That is a lot of red flags about my community when there's only 3 people who continue to come out, which is myself, Miguel, and Catherine, for years now. And it seems as though we're being silenced or not, as if our information isn't important, but we are valuable and we want to be included.
It is at 7 minutes, and I thank you very much. So that's a good note on which to conclude, and I thank you so much. Are there any questions of this deputy? I see none, so I'll thank you very much for your participation. We'll go to the next speaker, who is Pamela Hart, the Native Women's Resource Centre of Toronto, and also I'll note the co-chair of the Indigenous Affairs Advisory Committee, and Ms. Hart is on the line with us virtually. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pamela Hart. I am Muskrat Clan from Georgina Island. My spirit name loosely translates to she who lights the way, or the light that is endless through time. I'm joined today with Marianne Truefly, who is our traditional healer at the center, and she's here with me holding space for spirit. The Reconciliation Action Plan is yet another response to the vocal advocacy of community. This document could be very much considered colonial in nature, but today we have a choice to acknowledge that the response does not need to be. You can choose today that the City of Toronto wants to commit to reconciling with the Indigenous population of the city and do so in a good way. Hesitancy and mistrust will always remain, but I have had many conversations with various city staff that reaffirm the intent and commitment of the work required on this item. They have listened intently and genuinely, and I have heard understanding and commitments from them to remain open, accountable, and transparent. The IAO has worked to ensure voices that have required change in the document were heard and implemented. It does not mean that all voices and needs are met, but this is a starting point to continue the conversation. To be serious about the critical change that needs to occur, we must speak honestly, truthfully, and work with humility. We must be brave to completely change the narrative and the systems in which the city intersects with Indigenous community. Only with that will meaningful change come from this starting platform. It is a living document, and accountability measures and direction must come from community. To truly respond to reconciliation, those seeking to reconcile must sit with humble awareness of their placement and respectfully do the difficult work. Community must be at the forefront of every decision, and their wisdom must be heard and valued. This is every level of community, and there must be a seat at the table before it is even formed, and not as an after inclusionary invite. Some of this work is strictly the responsibility of the city, and it cannot fall into community's hands, as you are the ones doing the reconciling. Every decision made within this city will affect our community because we are connected to the land and have inherent responsibilities. If anyone is unwilling or unable to make space for these conversations, take on the work, or make space for leadership and accountability views from the Indigenous community, and do not vote in favor of this plan because we will not succeed. I would like to focus our attention to Section 12 of the RA plan, the inquiry around MMIWG, trans, two-spirited people. Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to be murdered. Indigenous women make up 4% of Canada's population, yet 50% of human trafficking survivors. Incarceration rates for Indigenous women are at an all-time high. The above stats are a direct result of first contact, systemic racism, and colonial systems. Indigenous women are forgotten. Their existence is forgotten in planning, development, and response. We are so much more than stats and words of harm. Indigenous women are mothers, aunties, grandmothers, sisters, daughters, protectors, professionals, and overall sacred. Indigenous women must lead the way and be given opportunity to flourish as directed by themselves, to work towards recalling their sacred power after it has been dimmed from generations of complex harm and genocide. The leadership of this city must make space for their voices to be heard and make space for women to lead for themselves through spirit. The RA plan, if executed in a good way, could be a first step to set direction to respond appropriately. It by no means compares to the dire need of repair, yet it is a step that can be taken to provide opportunities for community to ascend. The National Inquiry Report has called on all levels of government to respond, and all have yet to take serious action. Too much time has passed and too much talk of pretend understanding takes place. The city can be the first to take action and commit to uplifting the work of community already doing the work to reverse harm. At NWRCT, we aim to honor lost and stolen Indigenous sisters and those impacted by violence. We aim to elevate the community through wellness of women, trans, two-spirited, and non-binary people. And we need those around us to improve and do so in a profound and rapid way. You will note that the AAAC made an amendment to its motion to add the TPS and Healing Lodge work. This is essential to anything meaningful in response to MMIWG. The need to take action in reconciliation is urgent. It could offer the reimagination of our city to repave the experience of Indigenous community post-pandemic, a pandemic that impacted Indigenous women and community members in ways that you may never truly comprehend. Recovery must be innovative and rooted in culture and directed by community. Handed to you today is a starting framework and work plan. Community has already done its part, and it's your turn to take the work on that is required to respond. Are we a city who is ready to pivot and respond in a way that is informed, compassionate, and makes room for sovereignty and self-governance? A city that makes real space for community to inform, teach, and bridge awareness of our presence on this land while creating safety for Indigenous women to reclaim space? This is a significant opportunity to demonstrate responsibility to the urban Indigenous and reimagine a city where inherent landholders co-design a reality and a structure system for future generations of all of our families, my children and yours, that we can all be proud of. I hope that you will seriously consider my comments today and reflect on them and commit to the reconciliation efforts and the work ahead that is before you and our special urban landscape. Chimigwat.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hart. And may I thank you at the same time for your service as co-chair of the Indigenous Affairs Advisory Committee. This is a public service that helps us on an ongoing basis, not just with this particular item. We appreciate that very much. I didn't get a chance on the day we unveiled this report because you were otherwise engaged to be able to thank you as I did your co-chair, Brian. Okay, so we have questions of the deputant, starting with Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through your Metrolinx, Miigwech, Ms. Hart, for your presentation. I really appreciate your comments. So the report that's before us today, you said in your comments we need to take a serious first step towards reconciliation. Would you consider this report the serious first step, or do we need to be adding to it, or what would you like to see us do today?
Yes, so I think that the document is the work plan, and that is your first step. I think that we do need to add to it, amend it, and have it be redirected and created through community, through the ongoing efforts. I think that as barriers of community are are being put forward to the city, and as large awareness of the community experience continues, an increase of awareness of our existence and how we live within the city, you'll see that things will need to be amended and changed to really respond in a good way, and more community members will be inclined to be involved in making those suggestions. We think of things in a very circular perspective, and everything affects one another. So if we're working on one section of the plan, it's going to have direct impacts on another section of the plan. Women, you know, the section that I spoke about, item 12, you know, and women becoming better at taking up space will have direct impacts on the other pieces that are in the plan. But I do think that the major first step is recognizing that this is a city work plan that can be amended to answer to community, and that this is the first step of declaration that the city is serious and committed to reconciliation with the community, and that you're all ready to do the work.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Miigwech. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Wong-Tam has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And Pamela, thank you very much for your deputation. It's great to hear you speak this morning, and I was really moved by your advocacy on behalf of women and girls, two-spirited people. Can I just ask, you know, oftentimes we have been doing, you know, sizable work, and I know it's still early days, and there's still significantly more to do. But when we speak about reconciliation and the outlines of the recommendations in this report, really driving to systemic change to decolonize the programs, the services, and just the thinking of city council and government. Can you share with us other ways that we can do that work, starting with the reconciliation plan? Is there an additional mechanism or advisory body that's primarily of women and girls and non-binary people that need to be comprised to really drive home that change? So therefore, women and girls' voices are not necessarily lost from the Indigenous urban agenda.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that a very key starting point is ceremony. And what does that mean at these levels of change, and how does that impact policy and change? And then I think that aligned with that, we need spaces where we're at the table before the tables are formed. As I mentioned, Indigenous women, you know, traditionally were leaderships of the community and decision makers, and they held circles before firm decisions were made to create and set direction. And therefore, we have to sort of use that mentality and that perspective and apply it to how we currently operate. And so where can Indigenous community come in before decisions are made to set out a plan? So not just through consultation, but actually creating the consultation and determining if we need consultation. I think that there are very key community members at every level of community, leadership and not, who have a wealth of knowledge, and it's about creating safe and fair platforms for folks to share their stories and their wisdom that can then inform and guide policy changes and creation of spaces within the city that make sense to determine and direct the rest of the plan and the rest of the future for the community and its intersection with the city.
Thank you. And so I just want to quickly follow up. Do you think that we have the mechanism embedded in this? This really is, it's an outline of the plan. The plan is still to be executed, but do we have the strong enough recommendations in that plan to get to the outcome that you're talking about?
I think that you have a start, and I think that immediately, if the plan is approved and accepted, I think that immediately the IAO in the city needs to determine what are the accountability measures and have a discussion with community to then decide, is there an advisory body on there? Is there a community advisory table that, you know, creates all of the accountability measures? There is language in the report around policy and decolonizing items, and I think you can have consultations on that. The policy and changing those policies to reflect a cultural lens is a major first step and will be a very successful first step. And I know the speaker before me mentioned the AAAC table. And I think if anyone has attended those tables, we see that sometimes those mechanisms in place within the city operations, it doesn't work for our community. So how do we recreate them for community? And I think that will be a really great first step, but immediately the action that we'll need to take take place is then a plan around accountability and how community is the one holding accountability for the city.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. I see Councillor Layton is with us. Did you have questions of this deputant, Councillor Layton, or otherwise want to speak later or ask questions of staff? Thanks so much. I just wanted to check. Other questions of this deputant? Sorry, Deputy Mayor Thompson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to the deputant. The information here contains a request from your committee. It's the letter that was dated March the 8th. Does the report itself reflect the requests that the committee is asking in terms of the amendments to Action 212 and also in terms of number 3, in terms of the request of the city manager?
I don't have it in front of me. Can you tell me what they are? The recommendations of the police and the healing lodges?
Yeah, and the amendment to the Enhanced Indigenous Education and Reconciliation Action, and also implementation of the calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls.
Yeah, so that work's already being done. I know that the IAO is looking for a specific role to respond to the calls for justice, and that process is already in development, which I've been fortunate enough to be a part of. The AAAC did add the items on the policing and the other items because we felt that there needed to be a significant effort to really verbalize those points because they weren't very clear in the report for the AAAC. And so the AAAC did make those amendments and additions to highlight and recommend those changes, or additions, I should say.
Right. Can I then ask you, with respect to recommendation number 2, it talks about enhanced Indigenous education. What does that really mean to you? Because, I mean, I think that it is there's a need for a broader sense of understanding and education. Does that really reflect that in terms of the report, in terms of this recommendation? Is that what it says to you, or do we need to inquire? Do we need to sort of do more to ensure, for example, young people, young students, and the broader community understand? Because to bring about the changes requires all of us to change in terms of our understanding and to be educated. So I'm not sure it reflects that. Does that reflect that to you?
So I think that for me, it means you have to understand all portions of our community. So that means ceremony and spirit, that means the cultural piece, it means the educational awareness, and it means understanding the true history. And yes, that means for our children, it means in schools, it means for all the civilians of this city. And while the draft RA plan may not be very specific in drawing that, there's a section that will highlight that the education needs to be increased. And over the 10-year plans, and again, with the accountability and the direction from community, we will get to determine what that education looks like. And again, I have to reiterate that that really has to come from community, that we are the ones who then get to say, this is your framework. You have these overarching goals. Here is the breakdown of what needs to happen in each one as we progress forward. And the education is going to change as folks become more educated. Right now, there are folks who don't even know that there is an MMIW report out there. People did not even know about residential schools until 215 graves were recovered. And so we're really at a place where it's variable, it's per party, it's per decision, it's per individual. And so what you have before you is just the framework that says these are the broad spectrums of what needs to be discussed. Come back to community and let's iron out the details of what that looks like.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of this deputant? If not, I just have one. Which is an important one, and I've been thinking about it a lot since I've had some discussions with Brian and with others, and really sort of as you know, I talked with you in the advance of this action plan coming out, and I understood very clearly from all of those conversations, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but including the one with you, that notwithstanding the efforts that have been made, there was still a feeling that what we had here was something that was kind of coming out of the City Hall to the Indigenous communities, and wasn't something that was, and this is the way I put it, it was, in a way, it was a representation in some respects of colonialism in a modern day setting where you had a report that's coming that still had too much of the City Hall telling Indigenous communities or putting in a report what was good for them and good for reconciliation, as opposed to the ownership being by the Indigenous communities themselves. And I wanted to know, and I've stated very clearly on the day that was launched when Brian was there, and on today, in the press conference I had this morning, that I understand the imperative that is upon us to make sure that going forward this becomes a living document, where this is the first day and the report is then actually, or a report or a plan is actually implemented with the sort of full ownership of Indigenous communities. I wanted to know if you wanted to sort of talk about one thing that we could do, or one or two things that would allow us to sort of shift the initiative or shift the ownership, so that it becomes more a document that is seen as being sort of from our Indigenous communities and by the Indigenous communities, and not by the City Hall officials, well-meaning, I think, as everybody was. Do you follow? I'm sure you do the question.
I do. And I think it's okay to say, I see both sides of your comments. I think it's okay to say that this is a city work plan and that this is a city document, because as I stated earlier, it is the city doing the reconciling. The Indigenous community doesn't need to do any more work. We were a part of the development of this plan, and we did, participate, and we were a willing participant in creating some of the content in there. I do think what we can do to make the effort stronger is root this in ceremony. So it's, depending where this document lands at the end of the day and after City Council, is rooted in ceremony and rebirth it as a collective document, or as a document that belongs to ceremony after conversations are had and determines what that looks like. And I think that ceremonial piece, and maybe that language, is foreign to some of the folks at the table today, but that's significant for a community. So while it might be foreign language, it's actually the only thing that we know. And that's the only thing that really ties us and roots us to such documents like this. And I want to add that, when we do our land acknowledgements, it's actually, it's a type of prayer and a ceremony, whether you know or not, but it actually binds you to this land. And so every decision you make moving forward is related into the land every time you said a land acknowledgement. And so if we're going to take this reconciliation plan as seriously as I hope you all are, and as seriously as I am, we root it in ceremony, and we come together and we have ceremony together around this reconciliation effort. And then the other thing that I think probably that needs to happen immediately, and I sort of touched on this already, is just having that first initial conversation on what accountability looks like for the community. Is there an advisory table? Is it that we just have a report card mid-year? There might be different ways that the community wants to view this, and there may be a few measures and pathway that the community desires. And I don't speak on behalf of the community. I'm one voice with my own ideas on behalf of this agency, but I think that those are the first two big steps that need to happen to reroot this and ground it. And Mr. Mayor, I know that you are a willing participant in that. And I know there are others around the table who would join ceremony, and it could be a rebirthing of this document so that it's not just one ownership, but it's both ownerships, and it comes together in the spirit of culture and ceremony. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it helps. Just one more question that comes out of that answer, though, if I may, which is, are you suggesting, because I spoke this morning to the media on the subject of accountability, and we have, I think, some very positive lessons we've learned on our anti-Black racism action plan in terms of accountability that's built in there that we have every year, more than once a year, with the community sort of feeding back to us. I just heard you mention an advisory committee. Are you suggesting it's the right person to ask, as you're the co-chair of the city's overall Indigenous Advisory Committee? Are you suggesting there should be one specifically, a different one, as it were, for measuring and being accountable for this plan?
I can speak from firm experience of how busy the AAAC agenda gets, that we may want to consider a separate table that is rooted and dedicated to the reconciliation efforts in this city. And that's purely from, you know, a system perspective, but I also think that it's very deserving of that. And I think that there are community who would be willing and very pleased to partake and or watch, you know, that table grow and support the efforts of this document. I think that the AAAC still needs to be a body that gets updates, that still gets feedback and recommendations of the work happening, given the nature of its makeup. But I do think that the option of having another table dedicated to reconciliation, because of how large reconciliation is and the amount of work that is required, it's probably a good move.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful to me. Thank you so much. I don't see anybody else wanting to ask questions of this deputant. And so, Ms. again, thank you for being here today, but also for your service as co-chair of the advisory committee, and we appreciate that very much, and your thoughtful comments today and always. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The next deputant was Catherine Gandy, Matriarchal Circle, who is on the line. So, Catherine Gandy, hello. Good morning. Catherine Gandy, are you there?
Good morning.
There you are.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council.
Yeah, welcome to the
And
executive
Mayor,
committee. You have 5 minutes to make your remarks. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Gandy, and I am a longstanding member in the Toronto Indigenous community. Indigenous survivors need to be respected in this era of truth and reconciliation. The Reconciliation Action Plan fails to truly stand for the grassroots principle, nothing about us without us. The consultation approach lacks centering and taking lead from residential school, day school, 60 Scoop, and Millennium Scoop survivors and families to ensure survivor-led, trauma-informed, and adherence to self-determination and sovereignty rights. As a result of the erroneous steps to formulate, looking at the action steps, it is clear the approach to consultation was merely performative. The majority of calls to action are hand-selected. The City of Toronto has to take a hands-off approach, as the reality is the plan is insufficient. 3 community engagement sessions held virtually possess as a less than minimum adherence to ensure Indigenous title holders were consulted with respect to access, ongoing partnership and guidance to the IAO, AAC, and City of Toronto. Funds intended to City of Toronto departments need to be redirected to grassroots groups. On the onset of the announcement of ancestors found at Kamloops Indian Residential School, Matriarchal Circle held a healing ceremony at City Hall where over 400 Indigenous community members, allies, and settlers attended. I saw a void of attendance of city councillors and the mayor. Sol Makama and his assistant, MPP, were in attendance. City of Toronto needs to show immediate steps to show they are committed to truth and reconciliation. City councillors, I request today you defer the Indigenous Action Plan to implement a grassroots-led survivor circle to lead a way forward to ensure the true spirit of truth, reconciliation, and justice is reflective in the plan of the actions the City of Toronto and its partners must take to advance Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action, National Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry, 231 justice calls, and Ontario Native Women Association's Reconciliation with Indigenous Women report. Truth and Reconciliation and Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit commissioners identify the child welfare system as one of the root causes to the harms life givers and families face every day. As an intergenerational survivor of Kamloops Indian Residential School, I am appalled at the lack of acknowledgement within the plan in Section A for actions to restore truth, that an apology is not listed for Indigenous peoples who were taken from their families in Toronto during the 60s scoop. City of Toronto funded the Catholic Children's Aid Society of Toronto and Children's Aid Society of Toronto kidnap Native children to Caucasian foster group, residential, and adoption custody placements. The City of Toronto currently funds Native Child and Family Services of Toronto, a delegated Indigenous child welfare agency, which is continuing the residential school legacy of forcibly separating Native, Inuit, and Métis children from their families, communities, and nations to non-Indigenous foster group, residential, and adoption custody placements. The City of Toronto and all of its employees have a duty to stop complicity to the current Millennium Scoop genocide. NCFST commits oppressive, racist, and discriminatory harms to Native and Afro-Indigenous families. Instead of utilizing the substantial amounts of prevention dollars to keep families supported in a holistic, culturally rooted, and trauma-informed manner in service delivery, oftentimes families are torn apart at their homes through apprehensions by a family service worker who is accompanied by Toronto Police Services officers. What is the City of Toronto going to do to ensure Native Child and Family Services of Toronto is held accountable for harming Indigenous families? Transparency and accountability is overdue in regards to the genocide, and CFST is refusing to stop, mainly due to high salaries and benefits employees receive. Toronto Police Services owes an apology to the Indigenous community and the violent racist behavior they inflicted to Indigenous people, where they would take my people to Cherry Beach and physically attacking them. Advisory tables need to not be gatekept, but rather opportunities for community members to engage in a meaningful way. Inherent Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination is the heart of this matter. Again, I request a deferral today to amend the document and ensuring that all voices are captured. Chimigwech, Cooksjam.
Thank you very much for those comments. I'll see if there's members of the committee or members of council who wish to ask questions of this deputant. I can't see everybody on my screen as it's presently set up for whatever I see myself, Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Crawford, but I don't see some of the others, including our visiting councillors. I don't know why I'm seeing that particular. I just can't see the rest of the people, so their cameras are, oh, I see, okay. Okay, well, I'll assume there are no questions of the deputant. I'll thank you for, yes? I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the deputant, can you perhaps just review for me, please, the comment that you made around, you're asking us to defer this particular matter. You've indicated that there is a need for more community engagement, community involvement. You also talk a little bit about a leadership, whether or not it's a leadership table, circle, or advocacy component. I'm just wondering if you can expand on that a little further for me, please.
Thank you for your question. The fact of the matter is that there is gatekeeping and lateral violence that Indigenous grassroots people are continuing to be subjected to. Tiffany Malley, my friend and sister, she is the catalyst as to why there were 10 additional Aboriginal advisory community members on board. It's disheartening to know that it appears that there is no space, or there is not a willingness to create space for actual survivors who are on a grassroots level. So I believe it's imperative for an advisory circle to be open without being subjected to gatekeeping measures, both by the City of Toronto and by various partners. It's incessant, it's creating ongoing harms of discriminatory practices and human rights violations, and there needs to be an adherence to proper title holders. Each and every Indigenous First Nation person is a proper title holder. 3 meetings virtually doesn't cut it. There, we have one of the highest populations in the country. And that's why I refer to in the original statement in the beginning. It appears that this document is caregivers, grandmothers, aunties, two-spirit persons.
We're having a little bit of sound issue there. Pardon me?
And having a committee which works in partnership with the Indigenous Affairs Office, tasked and the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you. Any more questions for Catherine Gandy? Okay, thank you very much, Catherine Gandy, for your remarks. Final deputant on this item, 31.1, is Derek Moran. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I want to start off by saying that I forgive the City Hall security guards here that gently assaulted me earlier this morning before the Toronto Police showed up. And I just want to follow up on something that Miguel touched on. This is from Rhodey and the City of Halifax, 1974, where the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia said, because the council is in fact a trustee of the inhabitants of the community and a SafeTO trust, Donovan Waters would say that's an old school way of describing someone as a beneficiary, is always permitted to question the administration of the trust by the trustee. Now, I think there's a Supreme Court case out there that has said that you council members are actually trustees. So I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, and doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. I know that sounds odd considering what this item's about, but nobody explained to us that we were all born on a battlefield. So I'm just trying not to get labeled by the occupying force as a belligerent. But the Queen does hold all of this in trust for us, and the people are the beneficiaries of this trust, except we've never had this explained to us. Not to mention, you government public servant types treat us like we work for you. And that's where the colonial paternalistic part comes into play. And as you know, I've explained this a number of times at the police board, as slavery is only created under municipal law, and you've heard me explain that before, Mayor Tory, at the police board. I've cited the legal authorities for it. And let the record show that I object to the warrantless search done by undue influence here at Toronto City Hall in order to speak here today. You know, I was explaining while I was outside hanging out with Toronto Police Officers Jay Gallo and C. Hawley that in this report is mentioned justice a number of times, and I explained to them that the definition for justice in Black's Law Dictionary is actually the fair and proper administration of the laws. And I cited to them what the Supreme Court of Canada said, ironically, in the City of Toronto versus QP, Local 79 in 2003. A third respect of the rule of law is that the exercise of all public power must find its ultimate source in a legal rule. It provides a shield for individuals from arbitrary state action, like those warrantless searches going on downstairs, because arbitrary state action is not permissible. So in this report, it mentions the word truth 32 times. This is what it said in R versus L 1993. Supreme Court of Canada also said, among these are the accused's right to fair trial and to face his accuser and the criminal justice system's responsibility to seek the truth. The courts are not concerned with protecting witnesses or defendants or anyone except as something secondary to their main purpose, which is discovering the truth in order to do justice. Moreover, the court has recently sought to remove obstacles to the truth-seeking process in a genuine attempt to return to the basic goal of truth finding. So in this report, it also says, truth is essential for reconciliation. Before we can achieve the outcome set out in the plan, we must apply a critical lens to city policies, programs, bylaws, and the language used in daily work, and identify and acknowledge where colonial practices are embedded in city operations and the city's role in the oppression of Indigenous people. Uncovering and bearing these truths will involve difficult, sometimes emotional conversations. So here's a difficult truth that needs uncovering and bearing that will probably lead to an emotional conversation. Let's talk about how you paternalistic colonialists have brainwashed the public who come to speak at these meetings that you can ask questions of us, but we can't ask questions of our glorified maids and or butlers, that being you, the public servants who are paid by the public, therefore you work for us, therefore you're simply never being qualified to tell us that we can't ask questions at these meetings. If not, you've just been lying to us this whole time by doing so. because it does mention the word truth in this report, like I said, 32 times. How would anyone, Indigenous or otherwise, ever actually find out the truth from you people if you don't answer our questions, which I suppose has been the whole point of lying to us this whole time, that we can't ask questions at these meetings? And this is from Ontario versus Garay, 1997, where the Ontario Superior Court said that a trustee is a fiduciary. All of the obligations imposed by the courts of equity upon fiduciary also apply to trustees. The trustee must make full disclosure to the beneficiary of all material facts. And I just want to send a shout out to City Manager Chris Murray, and thank you for getting some of the answers that I try and get out of this place answered.
Thank you, Derek. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, seeing none, then we would go first to questions of staff. And I, again, if you don't have your camera on and you want to ask questions of staff, you have to turn it on so I can see that you're there and want to ask the questions. I'll turn first to members of council who are with us today who are not members of this committee. Earlier on, councillors Wong-Tam and Layton were here. They may still. I just want to make sure I give them a chance first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Wong-Tam. I am here.
Thank you. Do you have some questions of staff?
Turning on my video. Yes, thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, with respect to the action plan, and it's a really comprehensive and broad-reaching document, so I should probably start off by saying thank you and congratulations. I know it's going to be a very important foundational piece that we have to lay down and then to build upon. And it's the building upon that I'm very interested in. And you may have heard my comments and questions to Pamela Hart. I'm very interested in the piece around accountability and ongoing community dialogue. Can you explain to us how would you envision that take place, the manifestation of the dialogue, but also importantly, how do we not replicate the existing colonial tools and structure that can be very much unwelcoming to community members that have not been finding themselves in that space, or at least well received.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through you, Chair, Mayor, I'm happy to try and answer that. So accountability is really critical. You heard Pamela Hart talk about it. I think that the biggest piece and part of how we ensure we don't, or we create space for more Indigenous ways of being held accountable is to have conversations with community. And that's a really important part of the work once this action plan is endorsed that we'll do in 2022 to talk with community about what accountability means for them. And so that is something that will drive the work and how we determine how we stay accountable to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in the city. There has been early conversations with some community members about a separate, distinct circle that's dedicated to the Reconciliation Action Plan, as well as we have the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, right? So that committee remains important, but we are willing to explore, happy to look at something that's dedicated to the implementation of the action plan. But again, engagement with community is really, really important. And learning from other experiences as well, which our colleagues in the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and you know how that strategy has been implemented and many Black communities in Toronto are involved. While we don't have to do the same thing here, you know, it is good to see what's happening elsewhere as well.
And what would the report back mechanism look like? So obviously there's the accountability to the community. What does the report back to the community look like? The accountability to obviously the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, accountability, and of course the relationship with council. What would the report back mechanism look like?
So we intentionally haven't defined it because we want to hear what that looks like for community. We have heard from some folks, Pamela mentioned it, the idea of a report card. Maybe that's the way to go, maybe not, but we have to engage. more with community to see what matters to them, how they want to hear this information. You know, it could be through community gathering, a circle, for example. We're really trying to be open to what community is asking of us. That will also inform how we share information back to City Council. Accountability to City Council, of course, is also important, and we're proposing every other year a very formal report back to City Council. But of course, we have other mechanisms throughout the year to share information with City Council as well, as we work with the community, right?
Yeah, thank you, Selena. My final question is really about influence of this action plan, how it intersects with other city strategies, whether it's poverty reduction or housing. I think, again, I draw inspiration from Pamela's passionate deputation is, how do we ensure that those Indigenous voices and clients and residents are going to be front and centered or adequately and well considered as the city adopts strategies around equity and equity-related type of programs, but also how we roll out and implement to make sure that the outcomes, including the housing, the elimination of racism, the elimination of poverty, directly lifts the Indigenous community, and in particular, Indigenous girls and women who receive disproportionate harm and violence. How would that look, if you don't mind me asking?
Thanks very much, Councillor. Again, through the mayor. I think it's very important that, I talked about community engagement, emphasizing that. I think that it's also part of what we've tried to do with the Reconciliation Action Plan is acknowledge that some things are underway at the city, right? You named some of them. Indigenous housing. The city has made, folks here, City Council has made commitments to support Indigenous housing already. City Council has made commitments to crisis response in a different way to support, an Indigenous-led approach in the work that we're doing. So what we've tried to do with the action plan is acknowledge some of this work is underway, but we want to be better connected with this work and ensuring that reconciliation lens, thinking of how we're engaging with, ensuring that Indigenous voices are engaged early, as you heard Pamela say, engaged throughout, helping make decisions. That's part of this action plan. And then, of course, right, we're, in addition to better connecting us as a city, helping us do more, right? Pushing the limits for things that we haven't done. So we've really tried with the action plan to weave together what's current, how do we better connect as a city and better connect with community, and then how do we do more? Because we know that community is asking of us to do more, understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Other members of the City Council visiting with us? Councillor Layton was here, and I just wanted to, he may be engaged otherwise at the moment. Just wanted to make sure if there's questions of staff, we can come back to that. Members of the committee, starting with Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. Can you describe the process in which the consultation took place and how those involved were contacted, and how were they selected, I guess?
Thank you very much for your question. Through the mayor. So broadly speaking, engagement, ensuring Indigenous voices have been involved in this, that Indigenous voices were engaged, has happened in a few different ways. So there's been specific engagement related to the action plan, starting about 3.5 years ago with a high number of one-on-one conversations with Indigenous leaders, as well as community engagement sessions, circles, with First Nations and MAT in Toronto to get a sense of, what are folks looking for from the city. We've also more recently had really specific engagements on the draft action. So there was 5 different sessions in the fall, plus a lot of, again, one-on-one conversations with folks to get their specifics. So different engagements over the course of 3.5 years, specific to an action plan. There's also been, indirectly, the city is doing work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, many divisions, right? if you think of housing, if you think of poverty reduction, prosperity, economic development and culture, I mean, shelter support housing, there's just to name a few. There's ongoing work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and the city has been listening to voices, to Indigenous voices, as we do that ongoing work, and that has informed what is in the action plan. So both specific conversations around the action plan, the strategy, and also through the work that we're doing on a day-to-day basis. And two other points I'll make that are really important. Indigenous folks, we have been sharing our voices for decades in really difficult ways, sharing really hard truths and traumas that folks have experienced. Survivors, families of survivors have been sharing those truths through various reports and commissions. If you think of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, if you think of even going back further, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, or RCAP, and of course, the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. We listened to the voices shared through those processes, and that also informed what we have in the city's Reconciliation Action Plan. And we're not done, right? This is an ongoing engagement, right? We're not stopping. We're going to continue to engage First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in the city, as well as treaty and territorial partners, as we do this work. And that's really important because they need to be, as you heard before, they need to be involved in this work. And as the relationships build and the trust builds, we're going to learn more. And we're going to have an opportunity to do more as a city. So I hope that gives you a sense of that engagement and what's to come.
That's very helpful. Are you planning to prepare a primer so that folks who really need to understand this, because I mean, it's very important work, and we understand the impact with respect to the Indigenous community and so on, but we are a city that involves a lot of different people who need to understand, and I'm just wondering if that work's going to be done. And just subsequent to that, I wonder if you could explain to me what happened in 1880s with respect to the city. You're asking the mayor to apologize. I'm afraid I don't know that history. I'm just wondering if you can just give me a small snippet of that to help my understanding, please. Thank you.
Of course, Deputy Mayor Thompson, through the mayor. The primer idea is a wonderful one, and I'd be happy to talk to you more. I think that is definitely, within our ability to support folks on this journey. I think the learning and unlearning is important, and if a primer would be helpful, I'm very open to doing that. And on the Métis apology, I'm going to start by saying that I am a Métis woman, but I didn't learn this history until we were engaging about 3.5 years ago with the local Métis community in Toronto. So I'm Métis from the prairies, here in Toronto, engaging with Métis community that comes from all over Turtle Island. And they shared with us in that engagement the role that Toronto played in sending militia to fight against the Métis in the Northwest Resistance in 1885. So Toronto sent troops to fight against the Métis, and that had a huge ripple effect on Métis communities, languages, identities, how we practice our culture. And so the Métis community asked for that apology, as well as an education campaign, so that people understand this history. Part of really important part of this work is truth, right? We can't have justice and reconciliation without truth. And so it's important to share these truths and help folks understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you, Selena, for those answers to those questions. Are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Selena, in our role as councillors here at the City of Toronto, how can we further advance this work and support reconciliation?
Great question, Councillor. Thank you. Through the Mayor. A few things. I think, I encourage councillors to continue to learn and unlearn. You can, if you haven't, you heard this from a deputant, if you haven't read the Truth and Reconciliation Commission call to action, Read that, read the calls for justice that came from the national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. Engage with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities in Toronto. You know, you can develop and nurture incredible relationships with organizations and individuals, Indigenous organizations and individuals in your wards. I also think when it comes to the work that you lead in your wards as councillors, you'll consider this action plan and reconciliation when you're reviewing report, preparing motion, and considering city priorities.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. And you mentioned there is a recommendation around accountability. Could you maybe just speak and summarize to what are the plans for developing an accountability measures and reporting back on the implementation of the recommendations that are here?
Thank you. So I think that the most important next step for working on accountability is community, talking to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities in Toronto about what that looks like for them, hearing from them, you know, considering what may be working or not working in other situations, but most importantly, engaging with communities to identify the city can work in a better way, and part of that is, you know, make sure that we're monitoring, evaluating, and reporting back in the best way with community. And then we'll be happy to come back to council to share that what we've heard.
And my last question, one of the deputants mentioned the role of ceremony, and today we are adopting this and the principles here through our formal rigid process at City Hall, but what is the role of ceremony that should be played in this, and what steps should we take towards that?
Thank you very much, Councillor, through the mayor. You know, you've heard folks talk about and you've read how this is a living document. Yes, part of the living document is about it evolving over time and needing to change as we learn more, as relationships and trust is built with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. But a huge part of this being a living document is that it needs to be infused with spirit, and part of that, a huge part of that, is ceremony. And so you'll see, I think it's recommendation 11 in the report, is helping give us the ability. We have started down this path, but we very much want to birth this action plan in a good way with community. And we started by talking to community leaders and an elder about what a ceremony could look like to begin the implementation of this action plan. And then getting advice throughout the course of the 10 years about how often does this ceremony need to be involved. But it'll be really important for elders, knowledge carriers, and community to help guide us do that work.
Okay, thank you. And I assume you will keep us posted on that and what role we can play in advancing your efforts.
Of course.
Thank you.
That's all your, okay, thanks so much, Councillor McKelvey. Other questions, Councillor Ainsley?
Yep, through you, Mayor Tory. Ms. Young, could you explain a bit about within this reconciliation plan around the first action in under number 2 or 2A.2, enhancing Indigenous education, and I'm just wondering what we can do in terms of enhancing Indigenous education to promote employment within the city of Toronto for Indigenous people to apply for city jobs. Could we offer, I don't know, bursaries or scholarships? Is there an opportunity there? Or how do we, you know, make the employment within the Toronto civil service welcome, or a welcoming opportunity?
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor. I think that what you just finished on is really important. One very important way of making the city more welcoming so that when we recruit, we will be more likely to retain amazing Indigenous talent is to have substantial education, as that has been left out of the education system, right? You heard the mayor speak about it earlier. A lot of us did not learn. Like his grandkids, there weren't land acknowledgements when I was at school. I think the two are linked, and it's an important part to ensure that all Toronto public servants have education. We continue to build on that education. So yes, the foundational pieces, the awareness, the early understanding is important, but then we need over time to build on that. And that will help create the culture where Indigenous folks will want to stay, because there'll be more understanding and awareness, and empathy.
Okay. And in connection with that, in terms of economic development, is there something that we can do more to support Indigenous people that are starting businesses, or they want to be involved in the performing arts?
I am sure colleagues in economic development and culture have lots to say on this. I think there is, some of work already underway to support Indigenous artists. If you think of the public art strategy, there's a huge Indigenous component infused throughout that strategy. If you think of the work that Councillor Wong Tam has been leading, for I think over a decade, on the Indigenous Centre for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, that's going to be an incredible hub when it opens in 2023 to support Indigenous folks who have ideas, want to establish a business, or have, want to do something particular in the business world, and need some additional support. I need a space that's there for them, and their ways of knowing and being are supported. So I think, these are just some examples of work underway that will definitely support economic prosperity for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, as well as Indigenous artists and curators in the city.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Miigwech. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other members of the committee, I don't see anybody here that has any more questions, and I don't see anybody on the screen that has questions. So I just have one for you, Selena, and I'll just reset the clock, although it won't take long. I've been trying to be helpful and sort of take my own medicine here in terms of not prescribing what will be helpful or what won't, but I have actually prepared a motion while we were chatting, and I heard you talk about the work that you're doing to look at the question of accountability on this report. And the motion I've drafted simply asks you to consult Indigenous communities and to consult the committee, the advisory committee, and anybody else you want for that matter, to come back to us with in Q2, so soon, with a recommendation on what I call here a robust accountability process and whatever body, mechanism, committee, because I heard Ms. Hart, specifically when I asked her, did she suggest we set up a separate advisory committee? I mean, we called it that. She said yes, because she thought the work here was sufficient in quantity and in importance, obviously, to justify that. But I didn't want to presume on that, so I wanted to know if you'd say it would be helpful for you to have that motion on the record, as it were, so that you'd be formally asked to do that work and formally asked to report back to us with respect to a recommendation you would make on behalf of those communities and so on, as to ensure proper accountability.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to have that motion on the table and to be directed to do that important work, because it is so important and a very critical next step on this journey.
Well, it's not a direction the way I've worded it, it's a request, but nonetheless, same. I'm sure that you treat either one the same way in terms of our wish. Thanks so much, I appreciate that. So that would bring us to the end of questions of staff, and then we could move to speakers. And so I don't at the moment have a list, but I do have Councillor Wong Tam still with us, assuming you would wish to speak, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, please, you go ahead, and then we'll see if there's other. I see Councillor Fletcher. Now, Councillor Fletcher, have you arrived on the reconciliation matter or something else?
I've arrived on the reconciliation.
Okay, just so I know. So we'll have Councillor Wong Tam followed by Councillor Fletcher, and we'll go from there. And so, Councillor Wong Tam, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you to all of everyone who's been sitting here and listening to the deputations. But in particular, I really want to thank Selena Young and her remarkable team, small but mighty team. to the staff who've been working on the reconciliation plan, to everybody who came out, including community members, councillors, and city staff who've shown incredible interest, who are non-Indigenous in this work, I just want to say thank you. This is a pretty important milestone. I don't want just the occasion to sort of pass by without some serious recognition that there's a whole number of people that got involved with the action plan. But to bring it to light and put it onto paper, I think is a significant milestone. You know, we are very fortunate to have a mayor and a city councillor who I know is very deeply committed to reconciliation. I know personally that this is something that really matters to them. So I'll look forward to hearing the mayor's comment. You know, it is a very long and difficult journey, I think, for those of the Indigenous community. We can hear it, and oftentimes when they speak to us in ceremony, when we've had the privilege of being in community and listening to them in ceremony, and conversations, sometimes even through this process of deputation. It is going to be very difficult to build consensus. There's not going to be one monolithic voice for any community. This community is very diverse, like many communities, and within its hyperdiversity, there's going to be a cacophony of information and experiences. But one thing that I think we can all quite adequately and hopefully rightly point to is that, you know, significant work has to be done because significant harm has been inflicted. The story around colonization is still upon us. It's not something that is in the historical past. The effects of colonization and European white supremacy is not one that has been removed. It penetrates all orders of government, all institutions, every single sort of movement of the way of life, how we extract natural resources from the ground, how we turn that into commodities and profit. All of it has an impact. And if we were to take a look at the impact of Canada's First People and what it has done to them, I think we can all recognize that this action plan is a good first start, but it must be met with just that. That it's a strong foundational piece that we have to commit resources to build upon. And I want to thank the community members in particular, just because I know it's so difficult when we ask you to come and talk to us, to educate us, to interact with us. We're asking you in some ways to help us have a better understanding as settlers, as people who were not Indigenous, to become more sensitive and more action oriented on what reconciliation can look like. And so I know that it's very tiring work. I can hear it in the deputants' voices. And I take that it's important that we continue to push through even when it's difficult. So I want to just say to all the community members who may be listening or perhaps or not, thank you for putting your time and energy into the city. Thank you for working with our incredible city staff, led by Selena Young, and she works with a remarkable and small but mighty team. I think that the action plan at some point will probably need to have more resources above and beyond what's already been cited. I think that that is really what we're going to have to do, maybe perhaps through budget 2023. And I want to thank the members of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and other Indigenous folks who interface with the city. There is a responsibility when you step up and you're working within government. And oftentimes it means that you have to defend the positions of the community within the forces of government, which may be resistant to change. And that accountability circle goes in many different ways. So although there's pressure from the community, there's also pressure from government. So I just want to recognize how difficult holding that particular space can be. And then finally, I just want to point to the fact that I feel some sense of pride. Obviously, Pamela Hart is an executive director in an organization, Native Women's Resource Center of Toronto. They do remarkable work in Ward 13, Toronto Centre. Things I've learned from that community is that women, Indigenous women and girls are being dramatically left behind. The national inquiry on MMIW is something that we all have to read beyond the 94 calls to action through the TRC and of course the UN, the UNDRIP. So I just want to recognize that, you know, whatever we do at the city around reconciliation, we have to prioritize and center the voices of women and girls. They are the ones that have been most removed from their families. They're the ones that have actually been, you know, the glues and the keepers of of community stories, and we really have to be able to do better. And I hope that through this action plan and the subsequent reports, as well as the community advisory and accountability circles, that we will all commit ourselves to doing that hard work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Are there we do have Councillor Fletcher, of course, we discussed that earlier. So we have Councillor Fletcher, who's a member of council not on the committee, to speak, and you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I won't take much of your time, but I have been watching, listening, and I just want to say that this is a very long road, and there have been many calls to action. I'm very proud of the work that's been done to date with the community through the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and of course recognizing that Councillor Layton is the chair of that committee in getting us to this point, and having watched the meeting to have the community determine that this reconciliation action plan can come forward to council. With not perfect, but very important, that I think it's a very big milestone in the work of reconciliation out of the TRC for our city and actually for our country as the biggest city in the country. I was the former chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee when it was many years ago. Councillor Layton took that over. Just draw your attention to the fact that the original Aboriginal Affairs Committee was part of the old city of Toronto. It had that committee that had set up with one staff member, and now we have a very bigger committee. We have a bigger commitment. We have an Indigenous Affairs office, and it has really and truly morphed from being from the old city of Toronto. I want to pay tribute to the old city of Toronto for having had an Aboriginal Affairs Committee. No other legacy city did. But the new Indigenous Affairs Office, the new committee structure is very much that of the new city of Toronto. So we can never forget our history and the fact that we are, and reconciliation means we never forget our history. I also just want to thank the community for always telling us, nothing for us without us. Nothing for us without us. It's such an important credo, it's such an important tenet for all of our work. And I just want to say today about an initiative through the Film Office, which I think is very exciting, because in our work around community benefits, we have to have partners. And there's an initiative currently with Ms. Lebeek and the Film Office to bring young Indigenous Torontonians into the film industry. No experience necessary. We're going to train you. It's with NABET 700. It's actually fantastic. So I want to recognize some of these things are moving ahead, and that our Film Office, as part of our ECDEV approach, has taken this very much to heart and is implementing a economic development strategy along with Mr. Beek and the Indigenous community. So I just wanted to recognize that, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's important that we do that. There are many initiatives that are underway, and I think this is a pretty exciting one when we're talking about community benefits and making sure that equity deserving groups, those who've not had a chance, that we're really thinking clearly about ways to bring them in, but having the partnership with Ms. Beek to bring in all those youth into the industry for good paying, interesting, creative, exciting jobs, and for their approach to the industry as well. And there'll be many learnings from this cohort of students that are going through Ms. Beek NABET 700 in the city of Toronto. Thank you very much. I'll be pleased when this gets to council to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Layton, I presume you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr.
It's your
Mayor.
turn. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thanks.
Well, first of all, I think this is a very momentous occasion for executive committee, and I'll repeat some of these comments at council. But this represents another step, but I would suggest a rather significant step along our city's journey towards truth and reconciliation. I wanted to send some thanks. I'm not sure if it was recognized to this point, just the significance that our city manager has played in this. and his commitment to not only to this report, but to many aspects of Indigenous reconciliation, as well as the actions of the Indigenous Affairs Office. So to City Manager Chris Murray, you have my deepest thanks for the attention that you've given this file in your time at City Council. We've had a couple city managers in my time on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and certainly I think your dedication to this issue stands above the rest. The second is to an enormous thanks to the leadership and staff of the Indigenous Affairs Office. Selena and your team, you have a remarkable team. You are remarkable, and your contribution to moving this through and ensuring that Indigenous voices are heard at City Hall should be recognized, and certainly again you have my gratitude for that. Finally is the contribution and commitment of the mayor on this issue, and I want to give a really brief story if I could. Because the mayor tells us a certain story around Indigenous issues quite a bit, but I just wanted to give my thanks to the mayor for his continued leadership on interactions with Indigenous members of our community and our committee. I know he speaks to them regularly, and I think that that's a very, very positive thing. But it was in 2010, like we've come a long way here. In 2010, then Mayor Rob Ford decided he wasn't going to reestablish the Indigenous Affairs Committee. In fact, that it wasn't required. Many of the advisory bodies, except the Film Office, were up for being canceled, and we managed as council to take a different direction. It may have been one of the first times that we started to assert our council's will on the mayor's on that mayor's administration. And I think out of perhaps as thinking that it wasn't significant, Mayor Ford did probably what was the most fulfilling thing that for me that I've been able to do on council, and that was appoint me as the council representative on that committee. For years we didn't have clerks, but that changed over time. We then started to be clerked. And in 2014, we declared the Year of Truth and Reconciliation in the city of Toronto, which was a big event. And as cities were doing that across the country. But we still didn't have a commitment. You know, I delivered that address in Edmonton to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I did it on my own dime because the city wouldn't pay for it. We have come a long way. Under the new administration and this mayor, we have made not only symbolic changes, with the addition of Indigenous flags to the colonial flags that exist in the city, with the addition of the medicine wheel to the celebrated Toronto sign, with the recognition we give at all of our meetings, not only at Toronto City Council, but all across the corporation and our agencies. Those are great steps and symbolic steps, but we've also gone deeper in our last 8 years. We have put action to some of our calls to some of our commitments and made initially before the TRCA's recommendations came. We started the Indigenous employment program at the city. We started the teachings with the cultural competency training for senior staff, which is being embraced by division after division. We have started having better funding streams for Aboriginal partners prior to COVID, but it's got better during COVID. We've started funding, giving base funding to task so that we can have a stronger Indigenous-led social services council helping guide the city through this. Those are good steps. They demonstrate a commitment. So do those symbols. And so does this report. It gives us our path for what those next steps will look like. The challenging days will come ahead when we have to figure out how to fund it. And we should give our commitment now that we will fully fund it. But at the same time, let's take this moment to reflect back on what we've accomplished, as well as thank our Indigenous partners for giving us an opportunity to work with them, charting a path forward. Miigwech, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. All right, I don't see any other visiting members of the City Council here with us, so we could turn to members of the committee. And I see Deputy Mayor Thompson and Councillor McKelvey, so perhaps we'll start with Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking the deputants for telling their stories today. Thank the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and city staff, especially, but not limited to Selena Young, Councillor Layton for his leadership in this area, and Mayor Tory for his leadership as well. Today's report is a step towards reconciliation, recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. And I say step deliberately because we all know that reconciliation is a journey. And we all need to recognize how we can personally contribute to that journey and how we can commit to action. My great-grandmother, I've told many of you, was an Indigenous orphan. Her story is not unique in that the institution she was in had a fire. We have no records about her. But we do know that as a result of the institution she was in, my family did not have the honor of being knowledge keepers, did not have the honor of having a connection to Mother Earth, and did not have the honor of learning Indigenous languages. Because of this, I recognize that my worldview, my way of making decisions is incomplete. I am an environmental scientist by training. I use science, Western science specifically, to make decisions. And I must recognize that my worldview is incomplete until it is fully interwoven with Indigenous knowledge. And the plans that we have here today will take us another step in that direction. Today and every day, we must commit to listening, we must commit to learning, and we must commit to acting. We must all commit to a better future in relationship with Indigenous community that lives in Toronto that is based on, and I say it again, recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. These are very important principles that we must all embrace. I look forward on embarking on this important journey together with the city staff, with Indigenous residents of Toronto, and with my council colleagues today. And I'm just absolutely delighted that today we take that important step by adopting this report. Thank you, miigwech.
Thanks, Councillor McKelvey. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too want to offer my thanks and appreciation to Ms. Young, Councillor Fletcher, as well as Councillor Layton, and all the people who have come to speak to us here today on this most important issue. Mr. Mayor, I can tell you that I learned a lot about Indigenous history actually on a beach in Barbados, of all places, where there were leaders from the Seminole tribe from Florida and others from various areas in North America who had gathered in one night than I did in all my years in school, quite frankly. And so this is a big issue. And so the framework that's in front of us here today is obviously gives us some direction. I think it's important for us to recognize that all the things that are happening today really needs to have the advocacy of the city, but more importantly, it has to have the leadership of the community in general. I was listening to the news this morning with respect to the Indigenous leaders that are in Rome meeting with the Pope, and the conversation around you know, the museum showing artifacts and pieces and even, I guess, remnants of body parts and so on of Indigenous members of that have been brought to Rome, and it's being shown as a, I guess, a piece of art, and it's a museum. And these types of situations continues today, and it reflects, in my view, rather poorly on those who do not wish to change the course and the direction of history. Because if left to itself, nothing will happen. We need to have voices, and strong voices like yours, Mr. Mayor, certainly the city manager, and many others. The framework is certainly a start. I think it's, we've heard from the broader community around ensuring that their voices are heard. We've heard from Ms. Young that a lot of work has gone into this work so far. There's a lot more work to be done. It's really important for us to not take this as a static approach, but it has to be a very dynamic approach. There's so many elements that are involved in this, rights, respect, dignity, and so on. I know that there are many groups that have been affected by colonialism and so the work that I'm doing with respect to those on the committee to confronting anti-Black racism and so on, and that you have been very much, Mr. Mayor, in the forefront of, as you are here. And it's really important that this leadership not only validate the wrong of history, but really seeks to put in place actions to address going forward. I think it's really important for us, though, to ensure that the broader community has a greater sense of understanding of the history that we don't know. That will come through work, as I mentioned, the primer to Ms. Young. It's really important, and you mentioned your grandkids, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the learning that they're doing. There are other families that are saying, yeah, you know, this is really important, but it's a small start. And I think that there has to be the investment made, there has to be the continued leadership, there has to be the recognition. When we talk about our country, for example, we hear often about, you know, Indigenous communities not having drinking water, and we consider ourselves a first world, nation. And it's regrettable that those types of things are taking place in 2022. And the question is, when will the suffrage, when will the pain end? When will this all stop? Well, it will only stop if we recognize that it's our problem that we have to deal with. It is, then there's a need for us all to get together and to work with the community and ensuring that, as was said, nothing about us without us. It's just not possible for us to provide any type of leadership without ensuring that the community is fully involved. This particular framework here does not suggest that it has all the answers. It is a starting point. And I think that I will say that as a city, we should be very proud of the leadership that you're advancing, Mr. Mayor, and the work that's actually being done here. And we should ensure that our brothers and sisters are being, duly addressed in terms of their needs and the recognition to ensure that it's not just words, but in fact, the deeds will matter more in terms of what we do and how we measure the success. So I'm looking forward to working with everyone to ensure that, the recognition, the Truth and Reconciliation Action Plan becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Others, I'm just looking at the screen because I don't have anybody else in the room in the council chamber here. I think we're, because if not, I'll speak and then we can, so I'll go ahead and do that then. And I start with two motions that I have. The first is one that tries to, and I asked Selena about it, tries to deal with getting some recommendations with respect to an accountability process for this report that may be separate and apart from the advisory committee. And it's up on the screen there. And the second is one that really just puts into a motion here so that we can move forward the supplementary recommendations that came from the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee with respect to some supplements to the report in a couple of areas that refer to the Toronto Police Service. I want to begin, as others have done, by saying thank you to the city manager. He's shown great leadership and interest in this, and the city staff has as well. And I want to pay particular tribute to Selena and to the Indigenous Affairs Office. She is an excellent leader and an excellent public servant in respect of all the work that she and her team have done. And of course, they have worked very closely and well with the advisory committee that does continue to exist to this day. And I'm proud of the fact that it does and that it is doing such good work. And I want to salute Councillor Layton as well. He has been in part responsible for my own interest in this because I could see the passion and the dedication that he had to trying to move some of these issues forward and to have, as Deputy Mayor Thompson just said, some achievements on our docket as opposed to a lot of nice words, which often was the case in the past. I've often said, people have been told different, mentioned different kind of stories of their own encounters with these issues over time. In my own case, I've recounted the fact that I was a history student at the University of Toronto. And this is no disrespect to the U of T. I think it was just a sign of the times more than anything else that I studied in my undergraduate before law school Canadian history. And the amount of time we spent on Indigenous related matters was, I can't even recall any for that matter. I'm sure it came up. But, you know, if you think about it, and then if you even fast forward to today, and we spend a lot of time, and properly so, talking about justice abroad, outside of our own country. And that's sort of the Canadian way, to be empathetic and engaged with respect to issues of justice of one kind or another that exist in other countries and for other people. And, we talk with great pride about how we have successfully embraced people from all over the world to come here as newcomers and get all the support that they need to be everything they want to be in this city and in this country. And yet we haven't, over time, if you look at it, done as much and said as much and thought as much and acted as much with respect to people who were here before everybody, before all of the newcomers of today and all the newcomers who came over time. And I have been, so that's what caused me as mayor. And I didn't go officially as mayor, and I went on my own dime, to use an expression that somebody used earlier on, to visit some remote communities in the north. And I went when I was the mayor, and I went because I needed to see for myself, and you might argue that I could have seen some things equally relevant, which I have done since, here in the city of Toronto, because we have a very large Indigenous population, is the largest in the country in an urban setting. But when I went to those communities and I saw, and these were communities in the province of Ontario, one of the wealthiest jurisdictions on earth, and I saw the water that was just referred to, and the fact that there had been a new water plant put in one of the communities I went to, and it had broken down, and people were back to carrying buckets to get their water, to get their potable drinking water in that community. The same community had its school closed for, I think, 2 or 3 years because of an oil leak. If that ever happened in the city of Toronto, you wouldn't have it lasting for 2 or 3 weeks. Probably let alone 2 or 3 years. But again, that was the situation. You had a huge percentage of the population with diabetes because their ability to eat properly was not easy for them because of the fact the food that was brought in. I saw it in the stores. You'd pay $10, $12, $14 for a head of broccoli that you wouldn't buy if you were at a store in the city of Toronto. And then last, but first, not last, but least, not least, it was the survivors that I met, who told me about their experience with the residential schools. And these were older people who had had that horrific experience. And so it gave me a desire to show some leadership, together with a lot of other people, some of whom I've mentioned, to be very genuine when it came to the process of reconciliation. And I want people to know today, and I've said it a number of times in the past week or so as we've unveiled this report, my commitment is strong, and my determination is strong to go forward, whether I have the privilege of holding this office or not. To make sure that we as a community can do what we must do the right thing. And it's going to be a right thing that, yes, is going to be beneficial to our moral sense of history. It's going to be beneficial to, I hope, Indigenous communities, but it's going to be beneficial to Toronto and to the way who we are and what we are, because who we are and what we are is represented by what is in this report in part. And I am very cognizant, I want to say here again now, that I have heard the feedback that came from the fact that, yes, this report largely was derived inside of this building with a lot of consultation, but nonetheless, I think the pen was largely held by people, well-meaning, well-intentioned, genuine public servants who want to do the right thing. But it's not the same as having the report that is owned by and comes from, to a much greater extent, Indigenous communities. And I'm determined to see us make sure that we can have them comfortably own this action plan as we go forward and learn more about how it could have been and still could be better. I'm proud of the fact we have one, and I'm proud of what it is, and I've had many complimentary comments, including this morning, about the content of this action plan, but I think it's also been registered with me that we need to do better. We need to do this in a respectful way, and I hope that by asking for the advice first and foremost on an accountability mechanism, it'll be a good start on making sure that we can do that. Giving up ownership of something and letting other people, in fact, determine more of the terms of engagement and how you do things is difficult for all of us as human beings. But this is something we must do. This should be owned by both of us together, but owned principally by, and the pen should be held principally by, Indigenous communities for a whole variety of reasons I think people understand. I think we've shown more good faith in a lot of the things we've done, some of which Councillor Layton referred to, but also in the context of how we handled ourselves during the pandemic. There was more support, there was more respect, there was more self-determination, there was more engagement of Indigenous communities in supporting Indigenous residents of the City of Toronto, and I think that worked better. I mean, it's a lesson that just showed when you took people who knew and who were trusted instead of us telling them what we thought or what we knew was best for them. And so I have in my head very clearly from now going forward a phrase that is in this report and appears elsewhere, which is nothing about us without us. And I will be trying very hard, and with the help of that accountability process and my colleagues, to make sure we go forward and do what is in this plan and more that will come as we have increasing ownership of it taken up by Indigenous communities. So I'm proud of this work because it's a solid step forward. It has been described as such by Indigenous communities, but no, it's only a first step and it's a beginning. And I thank you for your indulgence on the extra time. This is a very important day. Are there any other people wishing to speak that haven't yet? Okay, well, on that note, then I think we can move to the motions, and I think there are only the two that I put forward, and I'll call the question on those. Motion A, that has to do with the getting advice with respect to accountability for this plan and its implementation. Call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Carried. Motion B, which came from the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, and has some recommendations with respect to the list of agencies and some interaction with the police in this action plan. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the item as amended. All those in favor? Recorded vote.
Can we have a recorded vote, Mayor Tory?
Yes, we're doing that, Councillor Isey. Thanks very much.
This is a recorded vote on the item as amended. All in favor? Mayor Tory, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford. That carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody involved in that, including a very thoughtful discussion this morning with members of council and staff and deputies. Okay. Let me just get back to the agenda here. And 31.2 is the Ontario Line transit-oriented communities, and we'll have. I think we can have a chance to get a solid start on that in terms of what are the 6 deputants. Probably we can get most of that done before lunch, because after lunch we're going to deal with the ConnectTO matter. And so let's move to item 31.2, EX 31.2, and move to the first deputant if we can, who is Cynthia Wilkie from the West Don Lands Committee. Cynthia Wilkie is here. Here you are. Thank you for coming to City Hall. Welcome as always, and you are familiar with the rules here. We have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions to follow.
I'm not quite sure how to do this. Anyway, thank you very much. It is a bit surreal being here, coming out of the whatever Twitterverse, and anyway, but here I am, and nice to see everyone. The West Don Lands Committee has submitted a letter confirming its support for the recommendations in the staff report before you, and we have also made additional suggestions that we hope you will consider. And I want to start, as we have in our letter, by emphasizing our appreciation for the extraordinary efforts by city staff, particularly the Transit Expansion Office, in working to advance city and community priorities in extremely challenging circumstances. And we are also very grateful to those staff for their willingness to work and engage with leaders in the community as these issues have been worked out. There are 4 areas in which we ask that additional direction be provided to inform city negotiations. The first deals with the first Parliament site itself. Recommendation number 4 deals with the future use of community space at the first Parliament TOC. Well, the planning context contemplated by the first Parliament Master Plan has changed quite significantly. Those changes have not diminished the opportunity and imperative to create a vital center of knowledge, memory, and dialogue at this site. In response to this changed context, we ask that the staff be directed to initiate a visioning process to explore how community space, parkland, and public realm can be combined to achieve the objectives of the master plan. And I think, following on the very important and enlightening discussion this morning, that visioning process must include an Indigenous component, an Indigenous engagement component. This is a site of both Indigenous and colonial significance, and the visioning needs to understand how we can use that to further our understanding and progress towards reconciliation. We also suggest that city building and heritage experts such as Waterfront Toronto and Lord cultural resources be invited to participate in this. The Waterfront Toronto is currently working on Quayside, which is the current shore of Lake Ontario, and the First Parliament site represents the former shore of Lake Ontario. We think there are important connections. Lord Cultural Resources have advised the city and are now advising Metrolinx on heritage elements of the site. We are also asking for an exploration of the feasibility of acquiring or leasing all of the ground floor retail space on the First Parliament site. It's not a huge amount of space. We think it's about 8,000 square feet, and that it can provide a strategy to enhance the site's potential as a cultural and tourism hub. Finally, we ask that no decision about the use of community space be made until this visioning and exploration process has completed. I'm turning now to affordable rental housing. We are concerned that the province has not yet committed to an affordable rental housing component for the TOC, for any of the TOCs, but the Corktown TOC. To recommendation 5, we would add 3 crucial targets for negotiations. The first is achievement of 30% of the units as affordable rental. The second is insistence on affordability in perpetuity through such mechanisms as lease or transfer of affordable units to nonprofit housing providers. The third is inclusion of units with deep affordability to ensure that the most vulnerable can benefit. I'm now turning to parkland and open space in the public realm. The First Parliament TOC development will reduce the city's zoned parkland on this block by 37%. This is a serious loss to a park-deficient community, which currently has more than 15,000 residential units in the development pipeline. We ask that opportunities to acquire additional parkland around the TOC be urgently addressed by the city and the province through these negotiations. This should include consideration of whether nearby provincially owned lands could be made available for park acquisition, and at the very least, should include any steps necessary to secure the Parliament Street Park and Trinity Square open space at Mill and Parliament, which were designated as part of the West Don Lands Precinct Plan and are currently under lease until 2033. Finally, I want to turn to the community benefits framework, the missing community benefits framework. We ask that Executive Committee direct the negotiation of a community benefits program with both Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario that is consistent with the city community benefits framework. It is imperative that the benefits of such a massive public investment extend to local youth and members of economically marginalized groups. And we are asking that this framework includes such things as access to training, apprenticeship, professional opportunities for foreign trained professionals, and to opportunities beyond the construction period, as we've seen, for instance, in the social benefits agreement at Regent Park. So those are our submissions, our asks to you, and
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much for being here to speak to us today. Are there questions of this deputy? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. Cindy, thank you for your deputation. I'm just curious with respect to the type of motions that you are interested in seeing, obviously either at the Executive Committee or perhaps the City Council, more likely the latter. I did circulate to you as a co-chair of the First Parliament Working Group a series of potential draft motions. Just could you share with the committee members whether or not you're in support of the drafts with, of course, your recent amendments?
Absolutely. I think they are entirely, the suggested motions are entirely consistent with the priorities of our community and with the items that we've laid out in our correspondence to the committee.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the relocation of the St. Lawrence Library, which was originally slated for the First Parliament site, we now know it's going across the St. Lawrence Market building. So this now opens up an opportunity here at the First Parliament site. And can you remind committee how large that space is currently?
Well, the planned space is a total of 30,000 square feet, of which 5,000 was sort of earmarked for an interpretation center, 25,000 square feet for the library. And then I've mentioned already the 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail space, which is not included in this, but which we would like to see the city explore controlling.
Mm-hmm. What would it mean to the community to be able to assemble all those commercial spaces together to create one larger city-owned facility that has cultural purpose? What would it mean to the community that's been working so hard to, I guess, bring to life the history of the First Parliament site and Indigenous contributions and history? Because obviously there's some folks who've been working on it for years, but what would it mean for the residents, the area, and maybe from a perspective of economic development and tourism?
Well, I think that we see it as an opportunity to recover the intent of the First Parliament Master Plan. The TOC development on this site has taken up much of the land that we hoped would be made available to create a significant civic facility. And we understand that the First Parliament project is about the land, about what's happened on the land over thousands of years. The pre-settlement Indigenous activity, the post-colonial development of our democratic institutions. And we know that people will approach this land on foot. And what we don't want to have happen is that behind a bunch of generic retail storefronts, you have to go through a passage to actually get to the commemorative site. As it stands, this development will partly be built on top of the foundations of the First Parliament site, which was exactly what the city did not and community did not want to see happen. But making those storefronts, those retail spaces available means that the community and visitors can approach the site, which welcomes them to a site of significant cultural heritage purpose and value to the community. So we don't know exactly how that will be used right now. That's why we've asked for a visioning process that includes the community, that includes Indigenous partners, and that includes heritage experts. But we think that there's a potential for this to be not just a civic resource for the community, but also to anchor economic development in the tourism area for a part of Toronto that is full of heritage resources, but actually needs a center to pull them all together.
Okay, thank you. I have one final question regarding parkland. Recognizing that the expropriation from the province has obviously taken the original I guess, intended use of the First Parliament site literally off track. So we've now had to pivot and work with what is now a TLC development. You had identified some provincially owned land within the vicinity. You're suggesting that that City Council or through ConnectTO or perhaps the CREM office work with the province to unlock additional parkland that's within the vicinity close by, and to sort of make the community whole again with parkland. Is that your suggestion?
That is my suggestion. There is already about an acre of land that has been, as part of the West Donlands precinct plan, was identified as parkland, but it's not clear whether that has ever been secured and what the arrangements are for transfer to the city once the lease on that land, which expires in 2033, is off the land. So this seems to be the time that at the very least that needs to be secured. There's other provincially owned land tied up in that lease that could also be considered for parkland. We understand that the province is prepared to assist the city in purchase and acquisition of parkland. With such an intense level of residential development, every piece of parkland is important. And I also point out that where the new library is being located was also designated as parkland. So that's another piece that's being lost as a result of all of this disruption caused by the Ontario line and the TOC.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you very
Wong-Tam.
much.
Now, I see Councillor Cressy's joined us. Did you have questions of this deputant? I just want to make sure before I move on. Are there members of the executive committee that have questions of the deputant? Okay, thanks so much. Oh, did I see Deputy Mayor Barlow? Yes, go
I
ahead.
do have a question. Just a quick question. So what you're saying, as well as us as a city, for everything that we're doing in there, the sites, to not think in silos as well, but also to not think of the library or the community center or the housing, but actually how we plan and get the maximum of the sites that we have in there. Is that a big thing?
That's right. I think that we're saying there needs to be a holistic look at what this community needs. The province has said they want to create a complete community. Well, there's many pieces of that complete community that still need to be addressed. And so affordable housing is one, parkland is one, other city services are all part of that picture. And I think the city really needs to push hard to ensure that short-term interest in raising revenue to pay for the Ontario line and the station does not push other priorities out of the way.
So
longer-term priorities, the ones that will make this a successful community.
So one of the moves that we just did was the library. We had to move it to a new site. Did you have a chance to look at the site where we moved the library?
I know where the site is.
Do you think we can do more than just a library in there?
Certainly possible. I think one of the tensions there is that there is one idea that maybe the parkland can be restored on the roof of the library connected with St. Lawrence Market. So that might be one strategy that is worth considering. On the other hand, it's obviously a site that could have more affordable housing and be higher. So
thank you. That was my question.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Any other questions of this deputant? Okay, again, thanks very much, as always, for your thoughtful
thank you very
comments. Diana Belshaw, Good Urban Works Neighborhood Association, who is online with us. Diana Belshaw, good day. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi,
I can hear you.
There you are, and we can see you too, which is great. Thanks for coming on. I think you know the procedures here. You have 5 minutes to make your comments, and there may be some questions. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee. I'm here on behalf of the Good Urban Works Neighborhood Association, which represents the residents in and around the Distillery Historic District. It's a community which is over 20 years old, and we are directly adjacent to the proposed Corktown First Parliament transit-oriented community. The Distillery District and the West Donlands are in the middle of the most intense development activity our community has seen since the first condominium developments were built in the late 1990s. Almost all the developments in our area in the last 5 years have been authorized by ministerial zoning orders. So we are well aware of the deleterious impact that autocratic decision-making can have if not mitigated by city oversight. We want to fully support the staff report that you have in front of you today on the Ontario Line transit-oriented communities, and we have a few comments. We want to voice as clearly as we can our gratitude for the work done by the city on our behalf. We thank city staff who've worked alongside us to protect our civic interests in an unimaginably difficult situation. We want to thank our councillors, Wong-Tam and Cressy, who have tirelessly advocated for our communities, and we thank you for supporting the motions which have recognized the importance of the First Parliament site. The GWNA believes in transit expansion and the potential economic and environmental benefits of the Ontario line. However, the Corktown First Parliament TOC adds little to our city nor to our community. It is both bad planning and bad design. In light of this, we urge you to direct city staff to rigorously negotiate a strong value allocation framework and robust community benefit agreements and ensure that they are embedded in title. We strongly support, as Cindy has mentioned earlier, the inclusion of 30% affordable rental units in perpetuity. We believe that the province has the responsibility to give adequate resource funding to the city to ensure that this highly irregular development model does not impact our city any more negatively than it already has by eating up staff time and expertise that are needed across the city for many other development proposals. Sadly, the loss of 37% of the planned parkland on the first Parliament site was approved by Toronto Parks. This was a grave miscalculation and must not be repeated. With only 10% of the city average of parkland in our community, it's vital that some of the little remaining undeveloped land in this part of the city is protected for parkland. We note that there are provincial lands close to the TOC, which Cindy has also mentioned, which have already been designated parkland in the West Don Lands Precinct Plan. And we beg the city to move rapidly to secure them for their intended purpose. We also ask the city to ensure that the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and other Indigenous peoples in the city are appropriately consulted on the disposition of the first Parliament site. This land is part of their history, and it must be recognized as such. An overdeveloped subway station is no tribute to the long history of the many peoples on this land. To that end, we ask the city to ensure that the areas for civic engagement promised by the province at the first Parliament site are actually guaranteed by the province in order to realize the heritage and cultural goals of the first Parliament master plan. We encourage the city to take possession of the entire first floor of the first Parliament block and to empower an entity such as Waterfront Toronto, for example, to undertake a complete design review and visioning that will reinvent the spirit of the master plan. The GWNA believes strongly that the first Parliament site could be a major heritage and cultural attraction that would bring major economic benefits to the Lower East Side of downtown Toronto. In conclusion, we ask for continued transparency and offer our ongoing collaboration. We're here to work with you. We are so grateful for your past support, and we look forward to fighting beside you to build a future that is worthy of this city. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Belshaw. Are there questions of this deputy, Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you. Diana, thank you for your passionate deputation. Just fantastic. I want to just ask you maybe two quick questions. You talked about the necessity, excuse me, to secure the benefits by way of easement. And I think your concern is that the province will perhaps make a verbal commitment to the community, a verbal commitment to the city, but at some point in time, they're going to turn over the lands to what will be then known as Project Co, the ultimate developer. So are you concerned that those verbal commitments will not necessarily materialize into tangible commitments?
There is a concern, I think, and because we have seen things change very quickly, and despite the fact that we spent many months as a local advisory committee to Infrastructure Ontario, for example, I'm not entirely confident that the province has actually heard the profound concern that the community has for this site. I'm not sure that they really understand that this is a cultural site. This is not just a building development site. And so perhaps I'm on, this may not be a kind thing to say, but I am concerned about how far to trust that protection of the cultural possibilities on the site.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is regarding affordable housing. Cindy Wilkie also brought that up in her remarks, and you reinforced that message. Considering this is a transit-oriented community development, we are going to see inclusionary zoning enacted in the city of Toronto for the first time come September. Was it surprising to you that the province specifically removed inclusionary zoning requirements in the TLC lands that they had expropriated? Like they said they don't want to build it. Was that surprising to you?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that seems like an absolute bottom line. If we're going to build housing in these transit-oriented communities, then the people that we need to be building for are the families and our, you know, first responders, people who need housing downtown. So it makes absolutely no sense that that should be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other questions of this deputy? Okay, well, again, thank you very much, Ms. Belshaw, for your attendance today and for your submissions. Next is Harrison Moyer, Wellington Place Neighborhood Association, who is on the line with us. And Harrison Moyer, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Thanks for joining us. And you have 5 minutes to make your remarks, and there may be some questions. We appreciate your coming.
Sure. So today I'm going to speak to you about the parkland dedication with respect to the transit-oriented community. So I'm a board member of the Wellington Place Neighborhood Association and a resident of the area. So for the context of this presentation, I'm going to speak on behalf of the neighborhood and the TOC initiative as it relates to the King and Bathurst subway. So here's a snapshot of the community for those that I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the area. It's bounded by Bathurst Street on the west, King Street on the north, Front Street on the south, and Spadina Avenue on the east. Central to that is Victoria Square Memorial Park. As you know, there's an unprecedented amount of development that has occurred in the area since 2015. Here's a layout of that and the associated density. This totals 6 developments, 13 buildings, almost 4,000 new residential units, and 1.6 million square feet of new office space. And I just at this time want to ensure that, or just clarify that I'm not here to dispute or protest the density in the area. In fact, I think it's critical, especially in light of the TOC initiative by the city. However, the resulting increase to all this density in parkland over this time consists solely of the dedication for 456 Wellington, which was dedicated by the King Toronto development to the north. All other active developments during these past 7 years have provided the cash in lieu option rather than dedication itself. This has contributed to a fund that as of 2019 has $1.03 billion in unused reserves, as well as an additional $300 million that sits in the city's Section 37 reserve as of 2019. So I can only assume that these numbers have since increased. So it's at this time that I'd like to visit, or revisit rather, the site at 49 Bathurst Street, which is contiguous with the Victoria Square Memorial Park. Right now, it currently is a surface parking lot with a historic building, heritage building at 49 Bathurst Street, and recently has been listed for sale. Now, it was only listed for sale last quarter. However, the community, along with Councillor Cressy, have long advocated for its purchase, whether that's off-market or on-market, by the city in order to increase the parkland space within this district. The current Victoria Memorial Square is vastly overused, especially given light of the developments that I just highlighted on the map. And with more to come, up to 5,000 new residential units for the rail deck park alone, just to the south. We believe that this is a critical piece of city infrastructure that needs to be looked at. Additionally, the building on the corner could be repurposed for sale to a private developer, or could be used for affordable housing in light of the Bathurst and King subway station directly to the north. So, just leaving you with this snapshot of what I just went over. If the cash in lieu fund cannot be used to purchase sites such as 49 Wellington Street, which is primed for parkland expansion, especially in light of the TOC initiative, the city needs to seriously reevaluate the efficacy of such a program, especially for communities that desperately need parkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I see Councillor Cressy with a question for the deputy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here, Harrison. So for the benefit of staff on the line and members of the committee, the perspective of the local neighborhood association around the King and Bathurst site is the desire to see parkland acquisition as the TOC community benefit, not cash in lieu. Is that correct? Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Harrison.
I'm not sure he heard you.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was supposed to be Councillor Cressy. Can you please repeat yourself?
Oh, no, that's okay. I said, so the position of the WPNA as it relates to the King and Bathurst TOC site is a desire to see parkland acquisition rather than cash in lieu for parkland in the future.
Correct. Because just history has shown over the past 7 years of this, the intense densification of the area that doesn't directly result in new parkland for the residents of the community. So it seems like cash in lieu is not an appropriate mechanism to see that occur.
And just to be clear for our collective benefit, the site you've identified a half a block away from the proposed TOC for potential parkland would expand an existing park and is a piece of property the Parks Department has long sought to purchase. That's your understanding?
That's my understanding, correct. You yourself have, the community, the neighborhood association has made you aware of this, and you've been advocating for this on our behalf as well. Whether that was previously an off-market purchase, but as I mentioned, that has recently been put on market. So this has been a discussion that has long been in the books, but has not seen any action on.
Okay. And to be clear, and this is, as you point out, this is a property that is currently for sale. The desired piece of parkland acquisition. Okay.
Currently for sale, immediately adjacent to an existing park. Correct.
You got it. Okay. Thank you very much, Harrison. Thank you for being here.
Other questions of this deputy? Thanks, Councillor Cressy. I don't see any. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Moore, very much. Appreciate your views today. Let's see now, 12:27. I think we have, look, there's two more, and then we're going to start right after lunch as agreed with the ConnectTO item, and Councillor Deputy Mayor Manon Wong will take the chair. And then we'll pick up on this and do the last two speakers and the discussion of the item after that. So we'll come back after lunch and do ConnectTO starting right away after lunch at 1:30. And then we're also going to start with a brief presentation, which was requested by members of the committee from staff, and I hope that they can acknowledge, I don't know if any of them are online as yet, that they've been asked to do that, just because I haven't talked to them directly because we were in the chair dealing with this. Is there anybody online that's going to come, Lawrence Hadhar or anybody like that, for the item on ConnectTO this afternoon? Okay, well, if we could just, Julie, if we could just make sure they know, just a short, just 10 minutes, just to sort of summarize just the ConnectTO item, then we can deal with that. And Deputy Mayor, you're okay with being on the, in the chair starting at 1:30 for that ConnectTO item, and then I'll come back whenever it's done. You're okay with that, Deputy Mayor? Okay, he's on mute, but I see him, I think, saying yes, so. Thumbs up, that's good. We can't hear you, but we can see you. Okay, perfect. We'll resume at 1:30. Thanks very much.
This is, what item is this?
We are
Number-
live.
Okay. I will call the meeting back to order. I'm chairing, my name is Denzel Minanwong. I'm chairing the meeting specifically to deal with 31.8 ConnectTO program update. We have deputants, Madam Secretary.
We do have speakers, Deputy Mayor. However, I believe that you may wish to do the staff presentation first.
Okay, great. Staff, do you want to present? Staff presentation, who's that, Lawrence or?
Lawrence, we can't hear you.
He can't hear me or?
Apologies. Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Minanwong, as well as the Executive Committee. My colleague Alice is going to put up the slide deck and staff will take the Executive Committee through the ConnectTO presentation.
Great.
Okay, thank you so much. Alice, we'll go through the next slide, please. So we wanted to start off in terms of to level set, ideally, why the access to the internet service is increasingly becoming extremely important and is being recognized by many countries and organizations in terms of the essential needs that is trying to bridge the digital divide in the participation of our democracy and in our communities. So over the past year, we in technology services have been working with various groups to come through some research identifying that after 38% of households, of the 2,500 households we surveyed, that they did not have a minimum of broadband high-speed internet speeds. And that is reflected in terms of some of the data you see in front of you right now. It also demonstrates that the speeds that are being provided have a varied nature depending on which part of the city you are residing in. And also as well as that the cost of this service from an affordability standpoint is challenging for especially some of our underserved communities. So therefore, the digital divide, I believe we would all agree, is an important aspect within a modern city of Toronto. And with that, there is a need in terms of certain actions to support that, especially as being demonstrated through the pandemic. One of the ideas of the ConnectTO program is also through unanimous council support in January 2021 in creating the ConnectTO program, has been working with the community to create more connectivity and quality of life. So the examples you see here right now actually in Thorncliffe Park, where Wi-Fi is being provided, and ensuring that through that digital access, more of the communities are able to now have a connectivity in some of the town neighborhood buildings through a digital canopy initiative we worked with the sector. And as well as that some of these initiatives have helped youth in terms of learning and workplace and the ability to ensure that they can actually participate through the Wi-Fi services that have been provided. Next slide, please. I would like to also now start to talk about the connectivity that serves the digital Toronto. There is two components of this. The first is the investment. I classified the city already makes investments in terms of providing fiber and high-speed internet services inside city services and city buildings. On the left-hand side, you can see from City Hall, Metro Hall, Etobicoke Civic Center, North York Civic Center, and Scarborough. There is tremendous investment the city is in terms of ensuring that those services are provided to inside city division. And there is an investment that the city continues to make. The need obviously is to look at centralizing and optimizing the ownership and the management of this fiber across the various different divisions so that we can leverage our collective assets. And that assets can ensure that we look at the investments and we ensure that the investments continue to meet the needs of the services. Where we are already investing is we're already investing in infrastructure within the city. And from that, we can look at aspects whereby from those underserved communities, which is the picture on the right-hand side, That asset that is already invested, fiber we already own, can be then utilized as needed in terms of augmenting needs of the underserved communities as is required. So that is what essentially the leveraging of the underserved communities. So it's not just a cost avoidance, it's also ensuring that we are already in the fiber industry and we are trying to interconnect that fiber where communities can have a benefit to augment services already provided by the private sector. We'll go to the next slide. We did conduct a small pilot, and that pilot was very much focused on looking at specific buildings in certain underserved areas. There were the buildings in those areas that were older. And the goal of this pilot was to see what the market response in the private sector would respond. And there were lessons that we could learn in terms of the partnership model, the way to actually ensure that the fiber we already have could be interconnected. Through this process, we received feedback. We did not get any bids on this particular negotiable RFP, but it did serve as providing some lessons learned. It gave us some feedback that stated with the fact that there was a need to look at the market, how we would look at a municipal broadband network that was trying to service internally what we required, but also, as I mentioned, provide options in terms of augmenting within the service. The feedback also came back in ensuring that we reviewed certain official plan requests for the need for us to invest in the middle mile, which I will talk about. The private sector is responsible for the last mile, and I will show a picture that explains the difference between the middle mile and the last mile. The pilot was also focused on all the buildings in 4 neighborhoods through the evaluation. And all the buildings certainly have a legacy in terms of infrastructure, connectivity, and it's certainly a little bit more difficult. So those older buildings did present more of a challenge. And the need also was, the feedback was that the municipal broadband network would look to increase the investment we've already made in fiber as a way to again leverage some of those areas within those communities. So there were some key lessons learned. I want to take to the next slide. Municipalities operating their own municipal broadband network is not something that's new. It is done in Canada and it's done in North America. And I want to be very, very clear. The intent here is to augment the services. And we've seen from various different cities, from Montreal, Calgary, the Peel region, Eastern Ontario municipalities, and York region, various different models in terms of leveraging city-owned assets already in the city's own to help support internal public service and as well bridge the digital divide. Montreal, for example, already having their 30 kilometers of fiber, Calgary utilizing some of the leased fiber they already own. So I just want to be very specific in terms, it's to operate in terms of fiber and environment that these municipalities are already invested, whether they're building an infrastructure to support in terms of bridging the digital divide as well as running internal city services. I will go to the next slide, please. So here is a description, certainly hoping to try to use a picture. As we can see, you can see the blue diagram shows what we refer to as the middle mile. This is a high capacity fiber network that is specified, that is built either overhead or underground, that the city would already invest in. The areas on the red is the last, that is the internet service provider's responsibility that connects to our homes. The city has no interest in being in this level of business. It is to the internet service providers who are responsible for providing. But where there's opportunities, you see the red and the blue having an interconnection to continue to utilize that middle mile that the city is now trying to interconnect. The yellow picture is the internet backbone, which is connecting to the broader internet. So this description has a way to try to show in a diagram Toronto's middle mile opportunity. And it is an opportunity through the city and agencies. We have this middle mile. The middle mile is not interconnected. So there is an opportunity, and that is what the municipal broadband network is focused on. It is not focused on a competitive approach with the private sector, but a way to create that investment and to augment. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits? One of the reports that we will see coming forward is the Digital Infrastructure Strategic Framework, and that will be talked about later on. But there are benefits that come from that about how well we run the city. We already make investments. So how can we ensure that those investments are providing a much more streamlined viewpoint of serving inside the city, as well as opportunities to serve underserved communities. So that is the well-run city of taking advantage of our network capacity to reduce risk and lower cost as is required. Equity and inclusion. It's very important that through some of the social programs that we are offering, that broadband access, regardless of whatever financial means, and the private sector do offer some great services in this area, but also ensuring that those services, whether it's through federal programs that are offered, are sustainable to those underserved communities. So the equity and inclusion is another important aspect of the municipal broadband network. And digital autonomy, ensuring that the city, working with various levels of government, continues to provide a direct voice to advocate and through the various viewpoints and organizations about continued approach in terms of affordability of broadband internet in Toronto. We'll move to the next slide, please. We continue to walk through the Deputy City Manager, Josie Scully's office, in terms of the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, working with the municipal governments in terms of a united municipal approach in advocacy, identifying provincial-owned fiber to ensure we can leverage to continue to drive that digital divide and improve, ensuring that we are sharing data and the collection of the data with these assets that we own as a municipal government, and enable the municipalities to promote, in terms of access to this infrastructure to be leveraged for the public good, and ensuring the new developments, when developments are being put, whether it's through the right of way, whether it's investment in our infrastructure, that part of that investment, which is already investment we are focused on, has a component that can be associated with trying to support in an augmented service about bridging the digital infrastructure and the digital divide, and recognizing the importance of broadband as we now move post the pandemic for economic recovery and the ability for our communities at all levels to be able to participate in the digital economy. So that concludes the presentation, and Deputy Mayor, I would like to thank the Executive Committee as well as my colleague Alice, who prepared this for the ability to make this presentation to Executive Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Etta. We will save questions for later. I think we'll go to the deputants now. And the first deputant on my list is Larry Whatmore from the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 5 minutes.
I don't know. Oh, here we go. And can you see me?
There you are. I see you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. And good afternoon, councillors. My name is Larry Whatmore, and I am the president of the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization. SCRO, as we call it, is an organization of engaged volunteers that works to connect, promote, and renew Scarborough, so Scarborough can be strong and prosperous. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the staff report. SCRO agrees with the themes of this report and the direction being proposed by staff. We would also offer the following comments. Number one, broadband internet service has become a baseline requirement for operating in today's world, and it's appropriate for the city to be participating in enabling this by filling gaps not being served by the private sector. Number two, the earlier RFP was an important first step to take, even though it didn't elicit any responses. The city can now move forward knowing that it's not replicating services and infrastructure that could instead be provided by others. Number 3, the creation of Toronto's municipal broadband network should be considered critical infrastructure that is essential for economic development, to ensure Toronto's competitive advantage for the attraction and retention of businesses, and for advancing the skill development of our workforce. Number 4, there is some urgency to this. The implementation timelines being proposed by staff are 2024 to 2030. Now, we recognize that building capacity takes time, but the earlier the better for our disadvantaged residential communities and for our employment areas in Scarborough. And number 5, we agree with staff that including broadband access in the City of Toronto official plan in land use planning and development processes will help to advance city objectives. Back in 2020, SCRO conducted an informal canvass of businesses in Scarborough, together with the Scarborough Business Association. This survey provided anecdotal evidence of poor internet connectivity in some of Scarborough's employment areas, notably in and around Malvern. It's important that we overcome this. Scarborough needs jobs. We need to keep the jobs we have, and we need to establish the infrastructure needed to create new jobs as Scarborough's population continues to grow. We want Scarborough and Toronto to have a competitive advantage by ensuring that our broadband is capable of supporting the robust e-commerce requirements of our businesses. We're pleased that staff targeted 2 Scarborough communities in the ConnectTO pilot, the Golden Mile and Malvern, and we would encourage staff to continue to prioritize these communities as implementation of the municipal broadband network unfolds. Finally, we agree with staff regarding the need for provincial and federal government involvement. Both governments have shown interest in improving broadband service in rural communities, which we understand. However, the last mile challenges that we're dealing with in urban Canada are important too, as they affect many residents and businesses. We need to overcome this limitation. We note that staff are focusing on the middle mile only. Based on the feedback that we've been receiving, the last mile will be important too, if this is going to be useful for our businesses and employment areas. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Just looking on the screen here. Speak up if you do. Okay, I'm going to say that there's none. Thank you, Mr. Watmore. Appreciate it. Our next deputy is Noor Abdallah from the Ryerson Leadership Lab.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Hi, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. In partnership with the City of Toronto, we at the Ryerson Leadership Lab explored what it would take to enhance digital equity, expand technology access, and facilitate meaningful digital inclusion for all people in Toronto. The research we conducted informed our report, which is included as attachment 5 in today's agenda, and we hope provides council with a detailed picture of where digital divides exist in Toronto. I wanted to take time today to highlight some of our key findings and recommendations. The digital divide in Toronto is more than an infrastructure problem. Equity-deserving groups continue to face barriers to accessing sufficient home internet and the devices needed to use this connection meaningfully. According to the latest data from Statistics Canada, 3% of households in Toronto still do not have a home connection to the internet, and 5% said they did not use the internet in 2020. These gaps in connectivity run along socioeconomic and demographic lines, as low-income individuals, older adults, and people with disabilities are less likely to be connected to the internet at sufficient speeds in Toronto. For example, half of Toronto households with incomes less than $30,000 report download speeds below the CRTC's 50 megabits per second target, compared to 31% of households with income above $70,000. We believe there are 5 proposed ways to expand digital equity and close these connectivity gaps in the city. First, we recommend that the city set a universal digital connectivity objective and regularly track the percentage of Toronto residents that are adequately connected to the internet and digital services. By setting a universal objective focused on measuring residents' adoption of internet service at home, the city would pioneer a new approach to presenting digital equity issues in Canada. Until today, connectivity tracking efforts have mostly narrowly focused on whether residents live where there is a digital infrastructure to physically connect to the internet. However, a universal connectivity objective adopted by the city would move more towards ensuring that individuals truly can and do use this existing infrastructure to meaningfully access digital spaces at sufficient speeds and with the right devices they need. We recommend that the city facilitate or subsidize discounted prices for home internet to all city residents below the poverty line, particularly those receiving social or housing assistance through the city. Affordability concerns is one of the leading barriers to digital access in Toronto. 75% of households without internet access and income under $30,000 cited the monthly cost as a barrier. When asked how much, if at all, they worry about being able to pay their home internet bill over the next few months, 1/3 of households in Toronto indicated they worry a lot or some, with rates up to 51% for households with incomes under $30,000. There are currently affordability initiatives provided by internet service providers that do offer discounted internet price packages. However, these programs' eligibility criteria restrict access to most low-income adults without children, leaving too many people still unable to afford internet services at sufficient speeds based on market prices. We believe the city can play a role in leveraging some of its existing service delivery infrastructure and networks to distribute internet subsidies to low-income individuals more efficiently. Third, we believe these discounted price initiatives are not enough. We believe the city should also direct infrastructure investment to the deployment of city-owned open access broadband networks that can increase public access, control, and competition. Fourth, to enhance meaningful and safe use of online spaces. Toronto residents without digital experience need more than just an ability to connect to the internet. To that end, the city should develop a cross-sectoral network of public, private, and community organizations to coordinate and strengthen initiatives focused on enhancing digital literacy and access to devices and software for underserved and vulnerable communities, and ensure all of the city's surplus technology is donated for refurbishment and reuse. Finally, the city should consider strengthening digital accessibility standards and initiatives to remove digital inclusion barriers for people with disabilities, including providing greater enforcement mechanisms of these accessibility standards. So to conclude, the message I want to leave you with today is although Toronto is home to the fastest internet in Canada, there remain substantial gaps in internet connectivity among especially low-income and older adults. We think the pandemic has highlighted the urgent need to close these gaps, and we hope these findings can help inform your new policies and programs as you try to connect all Torontonians to affordable, quality internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noor. Councillor Ainsley, you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Minimong. Through you to Ms. Abdullah. Could you, in the report, the attachment, I guess to summarize what you're saying, the first key finding, it says 98% of Toronto households have internet access. But then it goes on to say, 38% of households have below speed. But you think the biggest challenge that we have in getting internet access for our residents is poverty and affordability, and so they can pay to get that access.
Yes, I would agree. I think in terms of the numbers and the statistics, it could get a little bit murky and confusing in how we present the issue. There's the infrastructure to connect to the internet, which is pretty much almost universal in the city. Everyone can technically subscribe to an internet service if they wanted to, or at least nearly everyone. But then how many people actually use and subscribe to these services is much different in terms of their adoption level. So I would say yes, low income and affordability concerns are definitely one of the key barriers for people to actually adopt the services that are available, at least at the market price and at the sufficient speed that they would require.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're aware, I found out through my research, there was a federally mandated program, I think it's called Connecting Families 2.0, which if you're below a certain income level, you can apply for a mandated program that's direct. And Bell, TELUS, I think Beanfield, the major telecommunication companies have all been mandated that they have to follow this program. Are you aware of it?
Yeah, I am aware of the program, and actually, a lot of people who, the organizations that are managing and overseeing kind of the operations and implementation of this program are kind of in the city. Computers for Success, for instance, is an organization that can definitely be leveraged by the city, that is in touch with communities in need, that is heavily involved in the implementation of that program. And in the report, we discuss how they would also be a good resource to leverage if the city were to also facilitate and subsidize discounted internet prices with these private internet service providers as well.
Okay. And then I guess the next big problem that we have after that, and it's really outside of a municipal broadband network or the telecommunication companies, is you have internet to somebody's door, whether it's for work or education, but then they need to be able to get their hands on a tablet, a laptop. Lots of people are using their cell phone, but connectivity and affordability is one thing. The next challenge is actually being able to have something to use that connectivity, correct?
Absolutely. Very correct. And especially during the pandemic and everyone working from home, virtual school and online schooling as well, we recognize that also like household composition impacts the quality of the internet that would be needed. So it's not just having, even if you have internet at a discounted price, like $10 a month, for instance, you want to make sure that that covers sufficient speed for multiple members of the household to be able to use the internet for sophisticated tasks like work or schooling. That's one thing. They also need to have the right devices, and they need to have multiple devices as well, not just the right devices, because having one computer at home, at least during the pandemic period, has not been enough to make sure that everyone in the household is fully and digitally connected in a meaningful way that allows them to access essential services. And not having a home internet connection and those devices greatly impacts people's ability and households' ability to access critical services like banking, healthcare, education, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time today and your deputation. Deputy Mayor Minimong, those are my questions. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? I had a couple. You quoted two things in your presentation. One was 3%, the other one was 5%, I think, right at the beginning. What was that?
Yes.
You're going pretty fast there.
3% of households in Toronto still do not have a home connection to the internet. They're not, yeah. And then 5% did not use the internet in 2020.
Okay. I mean, stated otherwise, you could say 97% of the people. That's a pretty good number, right?
It is a very good number when you look at it aggregated, but when you dissect who is not connected, then you see the numbers increase a lot more for low-income households, for people with disabilities, for older adults.
You also said that older people don't use the internet as much. Is that right?
It is true, yes.
So as opposed to like having a connection, aren't there a lot of them that are digital literacy is an issue? Like they just don't. This won't solve the digital literacy problem necessarily.
Absolutely. And digital literacy and awareness is a key component of solving the digital divide, and recognizing the unique needs of every group. So for low-income individuals, affordability is the hugest concern. Yeah. But for older adults, it's not just, it's the digital literacy part, of course, but also their interestedness in accessing those digital services. Yeah. So a lot of older adults may think that they don't need the internet, and then once they become aware of how the access to digital services can impact their life in a very positive way, they suddenly become very interested in technology.
And then there are other ones that can't afford computers, that don't have computers, right?
Right. That's absolutely.
And then there's also others who are like suspicious of the internet, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that this thing that we're talking about doesn't really solve, like this arrangement that we're discussing today doesn't solve any of those problems, right?
Digital literacy components could be included as a key component in those efforts. The infrastructure itself will not solve those issues, of course, but having those initiatives side by side, that investment is definitely key. And I think during the pandemic, older adults have become a lot more aware of the necessity of the internet to do things that they would have otherwise done in an in-person setting. They were not able to do. So in that sense, everyone was kind of in the same boat in terms of like how essential access to internet and services are. So I think speaking about this issue, especially post-pandemic, is very different from in terms of older adults and their interestedness in use of technology is different from speaking about it even like pre-pandemic.
Okay, I got 3 more questions. I'm gonna ask all 3 at once. So you ready?
Go ahead. Go first.
Excellent. What's the right price? What should we be charging? What do most people use in terms of upload and down? What's the proper speed that people should get? Because my understanding is that most of the current services are like at a speed, like you don't need a lot to get a lot. And if, what do most people use and what's the proper speed that they should be getting?
Good questions. The right price, I think tailoring the price for every unique group is an important aspect. So when we talk about subsidizing or facilitating $10 a month internet for low-income individuals, making sure that that's accessible to that group, I think is a good start. Having the market price be set, but also recognizing that we need tiered prices for different communities, I think is a good way to look at it rather than setting one price for all. In terms of the speed, I think generally it's been adopted, the CRTC's target 50 megabits per second and 10 megabits per second upload and download speeds have been kind of the target and seem to be sufficient. A lot of low-income individuals or households that we've learned from who have the $10 a month internet, usually they have around 10 megabits per second speed, and they cite those sometimes as insufficient for their needs. So that's in terms of the speed. I don't know what the average speed, excuse me, sorry, I'm recovering from sickness, so if I happen to be coughing all throughout this. I don't know what the average speed is, but I definitely think that moving towards the CRTC's target is a good first step in terms of creating speeds that are sufficient to people's needs.
Would you say that a lot of families, not just in high needs areas, a lot of families don't have 50 megabytes per second?
I do think that a lot of, on general, I don't know the number at the top of my head, but most people do have access at least to 50 megabits per second. Whether the connection is consistently at 50, I think is a different question, but I think most households do have access to services that are at 50 megabits per second if they wanted that speed.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. I'm watching my clock. I'm trying to self-regulate here.
No worries.
Are there any other deputants or questions of Newer? No? All right, thanks so much for coming. Really appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Caitlin Coombs, Toronto Acorn.
Deputy Mayor, the next deputant is actually Azim
Pardon
Tabrizi.
me, Azim Tabrizi. Sorry about that, thanks. CEO Metscan Canada.
Good afternoon. I figured it was my turn when I was allowed to unmute and start my video, so thank you for that. So good afternoon, Executive Committee members, and thank you for your time today. My name is Azim Tabrizi, and I'm the CEO of Metscan Canada Limited. Our organization has been providing engineering services to City of Toronto agency for close to 2 decades. As the only immigrant woman leading a security engineering firm that is fully Canadian owned and located in Toronto, pride in our company's diversity and serving our community. That is why I wanted to take the time and be here today to provide our perspective on the ConnectTO recommendations. I would like to focus specifically on the proposed connection of city-owned facilities and assets, what they call the middle mile, to create a city-owned high-speed municipal broadband network. As approximately 12 years ago, our company Metscan executed a project that provides the proof of concept for it. It was in 2010 to meet the security needs of G20 and G8 sites. Metscan assessed the fiber assets in the downtown core for Toronto Police Services, or TPS. Based on the findings, a private fiber infrastructure spanning 650 kilometers, utilizing predominantly existing fiber assets, was designed and implemented to create TPS's private public sector fiber infrastructure. Since that time, that is 12 years ago, TPS has overlaid many services over this fiber infrastructure, including emergency management services, radio, and their digital video management system. This translated to an annual telecommunication cost savings of millions of dollars for TPS. TPS's broadband network is a proof of concept of what the proposed creation of the city municipal broadband network benefits could be when it comes to cost savings for the city and the possible overlay services, or I should say limited overlay services that would be available to the city. In addition, the company has provided consultancy services to different departments of the city over the last few years when it comes to leveraging and connecting existing fiber networks. These studies involved a variety of different neighborhoods, including Scarborough and the Jane and Finch area, and the average time for the return on investment for connecting the existing infrastructure, purely based on cost savings alone, was within 3 years. The city-owned municipal broadband network is an initiative that we have worked on for many years and advocated for, and we do hope that the executive committee will review it today favorably, given the clear benefits to our city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Azin. Any questions of the deputy? Not hearing from the committee. Thank you very much. Next, Julie, who's the next deputy?
The next,
Here we are. Caitlin Toombs.
She is not here, Deputy Mayor, so we can go to the last one on the list, Bianca Wiley, please.
Okay, great. Is Bianca here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, Bianca. Nice to see you again, or at least hear you. There you are.
Hey, likewise.
You know, you've been here once or twice.
Indeed.
You've got 5 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'm going to hone in on the procurement element of this program, just because I saw that there were no responses to the RFP. And I know that for staff or maybe for counselors, that might be interpreted as a failure. It's sort of called a failed call. And I just wanted to say that it was really nice to see this sort of innovation in the procurement here, even though no one bid. It was, I think, an example of taking public assets and seeing if there was interest in working on a different model. And so I just wanted to show up. I show up when I see things that I think are trouble with procurement, and I think in technology that's common. But in this case, I think this was an interesting approach. And I don't want something where there was no responses to be interpreted as a failure, because if we're going to try new things over the course of the next decade, and I think we need to, this might happen more often. So I really just wanted to be here on that very specific point, because I think that this is encouraging that there was a willingness to try something that wasn't standard. Other than that, just wanted to say there are so many, I was trying to think what number it would be. Would it be hundreds of thousands of people that I feel confident would be happy to see that the city is taking this approach and thinking about a long-term strategy that is going to take a while, but that's going to be so expansive. And I think sometimes the history of these kinds of projects don't show up, you know, with the number of deputants, but there's a lot of people that I think are happy that this has been attempted one way, and that what is proposed here is something that sort of carries on lots of work that people have done for a long time to try to have more public control and shaping of internet access. Last two things, there is so much interjurisdictional and organizational work, thinking about other cities, other levels of government, the CRTC. Like, there was just in this report, you can see how many people are involved and how much work that takes. And I don't want us to minimize that, because that's relationship building and that is going to take a while. And the last thing I want to say is that I read a really great book called The Next Billion Users by Payal Arora. And it talks about how the internet is so important as a social, cultural, political, you know, element of life now. And not everybody, and I think Deputy Mayor Min Wong, that, you know, the question are like, some people just don't use it, or so, like, true, right? Like, I think it's really true, and that's why we have to consider all the ways that we deliver public services and in our society. But there's also so much there to offer. So I think what this book made me think about was it's not just about closing sort of economic inequity. It's also so much more than that, and can be so much more than that as we try to figure out how to live together differently in the years ahead. So thank you. Thanks to staff for the work. Thanks for trying something new. And that's all I got for today on this one.
Thanks, Bianca. Anyone have any questions for the deputy? No, seeing none. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Julie, I think that completes our list.
That's correct. That concludes the list.
Do we have any questions of staff? Take it into committee. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wong. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, sorry, my apologies. My first question for staff, I guess, is to Lawrence. Thank you for the presentation. I'm trying to understand, you talk about middle mile in your presentation, and from the research that I've done, Bell and Rogers, for example, Bell in our pilot project area, they're in 41 of the 42 buildings. Rogers, I think, was in every building in our pilot project area that we did or undertook. So I'm trying to understand the middle mile. When you talk about the middle mile, it seems like it's a duplication of what Bell and Rogers has already done. And so for me as a city councillor trying to look after tax dollars, we're duplicating what the private sector is doing. So then we're going to duplicate costs. And I'm trying to understand, manage support and keep safe by the city, the middle mile that you're talking about, how we deal with all of that.
Through the Deputy Mayor and through the Chair, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Ainsley. So the middle mile in terms of that is to ensure that we make that availability of the interconnection. In the pilot was focused very much on specific areas or specific locations. And yes, it may be the fact that certain of the providers are accessible in terms of that location, but they may decide that based whatever on their business model, that's just not an area that they wanted to respond to at this opportunity in terms of that. So for us, the middle mile is really about ensuring that we can make that connection of fiber we already have available in terms of leverage. In terms of duplication of cost, we're already invested in there. It's actually really, in a way, looking at cost avoidance and maximizing cost in terms of there. We don't certainly see it as a duplication or a competition in terms of services with the providers, but really making that interconnection that we already own in that asset. Thank you.
And I guess so if we had our own municipal broadband network, fiber in the ground when you pave over a road is, it's pretty simple. I'm trying to understand supporting it. So with the continued investment, that's going to be bigger and more expensive for us as a municipality. We really don't have any expertise compared to Bell or Rogers. If we're looking at affordability, which I always thought was the key concern with ConnectTO, it wasn't about access. Who's going to build it up and keep it in? What's in place operational? Like, what's that going to? I haven't seen a business case at all.
Yeah, through the Deputy Mayor and through the Chair, thank you very much for the question, Councillor. The intent was to come back with a business case. So in terms of that, the idea is to come back with a business case much more broader that would look at all that and present that in terms of that component. Our intent is certainly not to put more pressure on the taxpayer, but to come back with that wider business case in terms of what the private-public sector model would look like. I would just state as well is that we generally focus on the incumbent in terms of the large three providers. There are other service providers in the industry that would be interested in terms of participating based on the right model. So our intent is to come back with a business case, and the intent of this report is certainly not to ensure that it's all done, but to come back with a business case with what the market, from a broader standpoint, not just those pilot locations, but the overall component would be willing to look at and respond. And that business case would help drive essentially the return on investment.
And sorry, Lawrence, just to follow up on your earlier comments. So Bell, I said where Bell and Rogers were connected in our pilot project area. They seem to cover, 99.9% of the residences and businesses. And you said, some might not choose to connect to Bell or Rogers, but they would connect to us. And there's also, there's a federally mandated program that if somebody wants internet in their home, for example, and they're below the poverty line or, what their income is, Bell and Rogers, they're mandated by the federal government. They have to offer a subsidized program to the customer, potential customer, to connect. And the research that I've done since that program's come into place, like Rogers, for example, they had one level or one package, and they've expanded it to 3 different packages. So I'm really having trouble trying to understand with a municipal broadband network how we're not duplicating what the private sector seems to be delivering very well and has been mandated in certain areas to deliver, and then it's up to the consumer whether or not they want to make that connection.
Thank you very much for the question through the chair. So in terms of duplicating, the private sector is focused on the last mile. We are focused on the middle mile. So if you recall from the diagram, the internet service provider, which is what the private sector is, they're focused on that. So they're delivering on that. It's their opportunity. So we are certainly not trying to compete in that last mile. We're focused on the middle mile in terms of our responsibilities in this municipal broadband network. So in terms of that component. On your next conversation regarding the programs, they are great programs. The Connected for Success is another program. And those programs are available to the clients, to the public to utilize. But I think from one of the deputations, one of the areas that was spoken with is that those programs, depending on your social, demographics, or economic standpoints, may or may not work for you depending on where you are in the spectrum financially. So that's a good program that is there, but our focus is not on providing the service directly. That's where those providers do, but focused on the middle mile and connecting that middle mile. And then internet services providers can continue providing that service directly to the consumer with any other programs that they want to utilize. And this is just having another option to ensure that we create another option for the middle mile.
So we would just be building the middle, you're talking about just building the middle mile in competition with telecommunication companies. They build the whole thing, like the beginning mile, the middle mile, the end mile, like if it was a ship, it would be from stem to stern. And I don't really understand why we would try and compete with that. Sorry, I think I'm over my time limit.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Jeez.
Answer that question, Lawrence. And then
Yes,
we'll
thank you.
go on.
Yes, thank you very much. And in some areas, I think it was mentioned in the percentage, in some areas, our intent is not to compete. In some areas, the private sector obviously have certain economic viewpoints of where they're going to focus their investments. And from the feedback we've had, there's some areas that could benefit. This is certainly not a program that is supposed to, compete or for the whole city, but to add the value where it's needed in the communities of where it's needed. So that's the focus of the middle mile.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
Any other? Sorry?
Michael.
Anything else?
Councillor Thompson, I'd like to ask a question. I know you can't see me,
Michael,
right?
Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. I know that you can't see me. Mr. Retta, I wonder if you could put the figure 2 up, please. It displays the middle mile, because I just wanted to have a greater sense of it. The blue line itself, that the industry is not providing services in that area, and in fact would only be providing the service in the red area in terms of the last mile, because I'm curious as to how the last mile is connected to the internet backbone as it relates to your diagram here.
Yeah, through the Deputy Mayor, in terms of the Speaker, the industry in some aspects do provide that middle mile component. It depends on what part of the community where their investment is provided. So there's certain parts of the community where it's not, and certain parts of the community where it's at. And also, more importantly, there are aspects with it that there's other incumbents or other providers that if the middle mile was provided in terms of the City of Toronto, they would now have an opportunity to be able to participate in terms of the market to provide the last mile. So if we already have ways to make the middle mile provided in some communities, then the option is there because we would already provide in fiber in certain services that we are offering. So it's certainly not to add it in areas that already particularly exist, but to provide it in areas where there is a gap.
Right. And so would the private sector then, and I think based on what you were just saying, they would have access to the middle mile if in fact that's what we were to provide in areas where they don't think, I guess, the investment is worthy? Is that what you're saying?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's absolutely what we're saying, and it's correct, yes.
So if we were not to act or take a position in which we would look at implementing the middle mile, that area would still be void because at this point, at I guess whatever juncture you want to look at it, the private sector would deem that not to be a feasible area to invest, and so that's part of the deficiency that exists.
Through the Speaker, yes, is correct. And of course, as a private sector, they have a business model to go where there is demand, there's certain comments, and that deficiency is where we are trying to address. And if you remember the slide that was provided, other municipalities of other models are trying to address. It doesn't mean the private sector won't get there, but what we found in the pandemic and the phone calls that I'm sure you've received and I received over the course of this pandemic, there are parts of the communities where that middle mile is not in terms of a level of speed and access that is warranted. So our intent here is to try to provide that opportunity for the private sector to leverage that middle mile. And then they can offer the services at various rates or various areas that based on their business model to be able to provide that last mile. So I hope I answered that question there.
Thank you very much for that. Sorry for the interruption. So absent of our involvement with respect to the middle mile and the, I guess, the conversation that has taken place around the cost of providing the, I guess, subsidized internet, it wouldn't matter then, no subsidy would be provided because, in fact, if you don't have the middle mile connection, you don't actually have access to the connection. Am I correct with respect to that assessment?
That is correct. You would have to make a bigger investment. Now, the bigger top three proponents, obviously, there's a lot of capital investments that they have to make to that, where they select to go in the community, and then certainly Toronto has certainly good coverage. But if you have certain other service providers who want to be able to provide a further option of a low-cost opportunity, if they don't have the middle mile and the capital investment, then essentially they are locked out and not able to utilize, or they are relying on the incumbent environment that has that middle mile, which also drives the level of option. So our viewpoint in the municipal broadband network is to create options to augment and create an environment to support what is there or what is not there, or to create avenues for other service providers that may not be as known to the certainly the top three to be able to provide options to drive that too.
I just have a few seconds left. Can you tell me, please, what is the overall cost of us implementing this connection strategy?
So through the Speaker, we don't have the numbers right now, and part of this is coming with this report is to allow us to have that central stewardship working with the various divisions and to come back and basically provide that business case.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
So,
Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, can I just comment? It's Joe, so I was trying before, my apologies. Deputy Mayor, can I comment?
I'd like to hear her answer.
I mean,
Yeah.
the deputy mayor asked you a question, asked staff a question, so you're just
Thank you.
completing that
Thank
thought.
you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to say, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and to also Councillor Ainsley who asked the question. You know, our intent here is to unlock our assets, which is, we have assets, we have fiber in the ground. We want to unlock these assets, which is an opportunity, like we've done with our citywide, with our real estate. We also want to interconnect our fiber. We do not have the connection between the city's fiber and, let's say, our other agencies and corporations. There's an opportunity there for interconnection, which will provide better service internally for us too, and also reduce our cost structure. And then obviously the middle mile that Lauren was talking about is really important because we have that ability that the other ISPs and other providers can work with us because we have this network to support the incremental requirements that are needed in some of the vulnerable areas. I just wanted to add that as part of the comments that Lauren's brought forward. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey, you had some questions?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So I just want to make sure I understand in terms of prioritization, the priority neighborhoods are coming first. And then the other question is, how do businesses fit into that in terms of priority as well? So my first part is like, how are you doing the prioritization? And then the second is, as you heard from one of the deputants, in particular, the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, you know, how can we speed this up, or how can we make this more urgent?
Thank you very much through the speaker. And I'll ask Alice, if she's on, my colleague here, to sort of speak to some of the prioritization that she's been very closely involved with. Alice, could you speak to the prioritization? And then, Councillor, we can also then answer the second component. Alice, please.
Thank you. We've taken a look at different areas and worked very closely with Scarborough, who's been wonderful in providing their expertise. We, at this point in time, as you've heard, we're looking at centralizing and unlocking the value of our assets. And that's going to take place in the existing work that the city is already looking to undertake in assets that we already have involvement in. So there we're looking at, from a previous council directive, priority neighborhoods, and where it makes sense, of course, all the other areas like the Scarborough area that has for a long time now reported to us that they have a digital disconnect or lack of adequate connectivity. So it's actually a lot of it's based on where the city is already doing its business around construction and other activities that we'd be doing anyway.
So just as a follow-up, and you can answer with the urgency on this as well. So I understand that you want to unlock city assets, and that's a good thing to make them available. But if the RFP, we had no takers on that, like at what point do we consider other technologies? Like, is there more merit in us trying to rapidly deploy more cellular towers, for example, and provide Wi-Fi hotspots? Or, you know, at what point do we say, okay, maybe, you know, there isn't, you know, interest in the hardwire anymore, but also is that technology going to be redundant? So like, can we get there faster, for example, with pushing cell phone towers, et cetera? And I'll just say that I heard on the news this morning on the way in, that apparently Drake was in Pickering, was having problems. See, you're laughing. You've heard the story. Was having problems sending one of his songs in Pickering. So he advocated to Mayor Ryan, and they've gone out and they're rapidly deploying cell towers out there now. So like, can we learn from that experience? Should we be going that route instead to be able to get this done faster?
So I can respond to that. And in terms of, yes, there is a view to accelerate. And I just wanted to add is that on the Wi-Fi hotspots, as well as some of the...
So we've just lost you. Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence, we can't hear you. You need a Wi-Fi hotspot or a cell phone tower there.
To the chair, we have resolved our connectivity issues, so we may proceed.
I think it might have been Bell or Rogers doing like a cyber attack on us. Just a joke.
So yeah, my question was
Partners,
just so I know where we left off was about deploying, cell
ahead,
phone towers instead faster.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. And so I just wanted to add is that from an engineering standpoint, it starts at fiber. So a lot of the cell phone, the Wi-Fi and those components starts with a fiber connection. That's important. If you look at some of the actual lampposts that have some Wi-Fi hotspots. So the ability to rapidly deploy some of this is the interconnection of fiber in various different areas. So that is extremely important. Once you have that, then you're looking at different technologies of 5G, you're looking at cell hotspots. It just opens up the landscape of so much. And also responding to your question about how we accelerated that. Over the pandemic, we made great partnerships with the private sector on an initiative, for example, the Digital Canopy, that was looking at providing acceleration to Wi-Fi in some of the community buildings in that respect. So there is an aggressive push. We're not waiting for the whole component of the municipal broadband network. We are walking as fast as we can, but recognizing in some of the areas of the recommendation, we're looking for the support to be able to ensure that we can centralize some of these activities and move fast across the city. So the cell phone, the cell phone towers you've given, the 5G are all acceleration, but the foundation of that is fiber optic.
Okay, and then just to say that Pickering did this in a year, and their post today says Drake's call for better internet in Pickering was answered as a result of their advocacy for broadband. Bell as pure fiber internet expansion in Pickering's rural area. So I mean, maybe we can learn from this, and if we need to get a call from the big guy, maybe we can make that happen. Thank you.
Any further questions? James, you don't look that enthusiastic. It's like, oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I guess I'm looking through this, and I have to echo some of my colleagues' comments that we're moving into private sector territory, and when it comes to customer service and internet access, if ever there was a quicksand, that is it. And I worry about taking on something that we can't service in the long run. But a few years back, all the public boulevards were dug up for fiber optics. I think it was Bell and Rogers and who else. So that infrastructure was put in by the private sector, and I guess individual households could hook up to it. How isn't it done already? But it's already done by private sector. And can we piggyback on our licensing agreements? Because they had licensing agreements to install that in the public right of way. I mean, I certainly had enough complaints of them digging up sidewalks and green space adjacent to the road. Isn't that done across the city, and can we leverage it?
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I'm actually going to have Alice to speak through because there are certain licensing components about what can occur and not occur. So Alice, if you want to speak from a licensing component, possibly in terms of alignment from a CRTC standpoint.
Sure, I'll try my best. I think, Councillor, you're talking about the municipal access agreements that were signed, and they exist, of course, today and for many of these companies. But I see Mr. Earl is on camera. Perhaps he can give a better answer. But I just want to mention that just to clarify that we are not looking to be that last mile provider. We're not looking for anyone to sign up for City of Toronto Wi-Fi. City of Toronto, I don't want to say any of the trade names, but City of Toronto fiber service on a monthly cost basis. What we're trying to do is connect our existing fiber, leverage our assets, and also give an opportunity for the public benefit. But on the MAAs, perhaps I can hand it over to legal services.
Yes, yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the municipal access agreements are fairly narrow in scope because really what they are is determining the terms of access for the company to come in and install its infrastructure, and ultimately, you know, if the company didn't like the terms that the city was demanding, they have a right of appeal to the CRTC. So they tend to focus just on you know, dealing with indemnities and an obligation on the company to follow our permit process and pay our fees for permits, that kind of thing. So they don't sort of include the ability for us to ask for fiber or piggyback in that way. They're fairly constrained.
So, okay. So when it comes to municipal infrastructure, there's below ground and there's above. When I think of buildings, I think of our 100 libraries, I think of our civic buildings and other assets. Are we already providing the public with opportunity to have high-speed, free internet services, whether they go into one of our 100 libraries or some of the municipal buildings have high-speed internet, some do not. Are we kind of there already? And it just means that if someone wants access to that to free internet, they have to make their way to one of our municipal assets, or sometimes there's some private sector assets too, such as coffee shops and restaurants and so forth. Isn't there enough out there already to kind of cover some of the things you're talking about, or it's still lacking?
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. I'll hand through the chair. I'll hand to Alice, especially with the work she's been doing with Toronto Public Library in some of these areas.
We do have a very robust library system that provides many services, including internet services. In 2019, prior to the pandemic, there were 5 million sessions, if you believe it, through the Toronto Public Libraries, but it does not replace the need for broadband home internet. There are many activities that we talked about today, like having a doctor's appointment, for example, online. You can't do that very easily, you know, in a library or in a coffee shop, which other people do rely on, which may not be secure. So from the research we've done, as you've heard, we've worked with 5 different higher learning education institutes. That what we're hearing is people, especially those who are disadvantaged economically, will definitely benefit from affordable home internet. And that, you know, that the things we're doing, supplementing, my team is leading the work on connecting our, you know, civic centers and our, rec centers with public Wi-Fi, no doubt. But from our understanding, based on the research, is not a replacement for what's crucial for day-to-day living and quality of life, which is high-speed home internet.
I'm over my 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Anybody else? No. So let's go to speakers. Councillor Ainsley, you told me that you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. I do have a motion that I would like to move if the clerks can put it on the screen. So I'm moving a deferral of this item until our May Executive Committee meeting. I want to thank I want to thank staff, in particular Lawrence and Alice, for all the work that they've done on this. Overall, there's a number of recommendations before us. It's not all about municipal broadband internet. There's a number of items around work that I've done with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in advocating for better broadband across the country. I want to thank Lawrence and Alice and all their staff for the work that they've done and the support I've been given at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, Ontario Good Roads Association, have all had discussions around the digital divide and the gaps that people experience across this country. Here in Toronto, though, I'll point to the Ryerson study that was done for the City of Toronto, where 98% of Toronto households have access to the internet. They might not use that access, they might not hook up to it, But the point is that that internet access is there. There's a federally mandated program that pretty much directs companies like Bell, Rogers, Beanfield, the Senate Communications as well, in an attachment. They're directed by the federal government that they have to provide internet access to those that are low income and can't afford the standard rates. Rogers, to further through the work that I've done and the research that I've done, when the federal government mandated what they were to do, they actually expanded the number of packages that are available to low-income families. I still have a lot of questions. I'd like to see a more comprehensive business case. I still, as I said, I have trouble, in the pilot project that we just finished, 41 out of 42 buildings had fiber internet access from Bell. Rogers covered every building. I know there's a certain amount of the population, I equate it to, they don't have any interest in internet access. For one reason or another, they don't have internet access in their homes. I've had trouble with building owners in my ward that are in no big rush to let a telecommunications company into their building to provide the internet service that everybody's looking for. I do understand, we're in the 21st century. Everybody needs internet access, but I really think at this point, I'm very unsure about moving this forward. I think what we're doing is really duplicating what's already being provided by the private sector in a much more comprehensive way, in a much more financially reasonable way. And so I'm asking for my colleagues' support so we can have some more information provided to us in a supplementary report for our next executive committee meeting. Thank you. Those are my comments, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thanks, Councillor.
Question?
I have. I'm going to speak. I've got a motion to an amendment to that, but I'll take other speakers first. Does anyone else wish to speak?
A question for the mover.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to Councillor Ainsley. So, Councillor Ainsley, you're looking for additional information in order to give us more clarity with respect to cost and I guess comparison with respect to the service offering that the other three telcos could provide, and to look to see whether or not the process that we're looking at, the staff are looking at implementing, it makes economic sense and just the feasibility of actually doing it. Is that part of the
yes.
requirement? Right.
Yes, it is. And just to quickly say, Deputy Mayor Thompson, the initial phase of this report was for $350,000. The next phase, it's in our budget for this year. It's $750,000. But we do have fiber assets there. I'm not completely sure what the fiber assets are and how they're entailed. This report wasn't very comprehensive about that, including the age. Through the research I've done, Bell Canada, for example, since 2011, they've upgraded the speeds of their internet services that they provide just in Toronto. They've upgraded since 2011 4 different times. So I'm not even sure how old our fiber assets are. We could be approving this, and then 2 years later, we could be having a whole conversation about now we need to replace our fiber assets. So I'd really like to have questions like that answered for me.
Right. There's another component part of it with respect to having internet connectivity and so on. But I mean, you need also the hardware. So for example, if you're a single mom, you have 2 or 3 children, each one of them presumably would need to have a tablet or a computer of some kind. And the question is whether or not, you'd spend the money on food or rent or on the computer, that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, so are you hoping to get information like that back as well as part of the different?
And that's another concern for me, Deputy Mayor Thompson, is, even if we decided today, let's support a municipal broadband network,
right,
and, we roll it out. I, for example, have 5 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. I know many students, for example, that go to the public libraries after school into the evenings because they don't have the device at home that they need to connect to the internet. They're going to the principal's office, the library. There's some part of one of the components in the report talks about providing Wi-Fi in our community centers. I can tell you as a board member on the Toronto Public Library that we've reached agreements with one of the telecommunication companies through our budgeting that they provided hotspots to us. But that's through a bundle that a contract we've arranged with them. That, you know, there's been a bit of give and take, like there might be advertising provided, you know, they might sponsor something else, but I think, you know, we need to be a little more creative in looking at how we're providing our public Wi-Fi, and maybe there are opportunities with one of the telecommunication companies to do something similar in our community centers, our public parks, you know, our public buildings.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Further speakers or any questions of the mover? Not hearing anyone. Further speakers? Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, I would just concur that I think this needs a real sober second look at executive before it goes any further, and I will be supporting deferral. As mentioned in my questions to staff, and has been mentioned a couple of times before, we have dozens, if not hundreds, of municipal institutions or structures that have high-speed internet, our libraries being the most obvious, some of our civic buildings. Secondly, and of course, then there's the private sector where there's hundreds of restaurants, coffee shops, and whatever that also. Now I realize you can't do a doctor's appointment in a you know, in a Starbucks. I fully recognize that. The other thing I would point out is that our household had signed up for what I thought was high-speed service at a high price, so a little more than I wanted to pay. And then I heard from my son that he's got a similar broadband for half the price. So there is a competitive market. I guess you have to shop around. And of course, I was also advised of these plug-in boosters within households, whether they work or not. I guess it's subject to further debate. But I worry about getting any further into this without really understanding what our downside is, and the costs and the liabilities and the long-term kind of commitment to it without a little closer look before it goes any further. So I will be supporting deferral, and I hope in the interim all of us take a very closer look at where this is leading us. And you know, I thank staff that they've worked very hard on this, and it comes across as a, you know, creative, innovative option. But at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to decide whether to approve it or not, and the funds attached to it. So that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? No? All right, I have a motion. It's an amendment to Councillor Ainsley's motion. He and I have been talking about this to try and coordinate our motions so they would be consistent. And so I'm asking for additional information. I could have done it when it came back, but I thought for the purposes of efficiency and using the time productively, that I wanted to do it now. And essentially, you know, the first big piece is to ask for a business plan. And I'm relieved and happy to know that Mr. Etta was planning to do a business plan, so this shouldn't be inconsistent with what staff were planning. But I think it's critical that we kind of understand what we're doing, where we're going, how we're doing it, what are our obligations financially, from a staff point of view, what type of services we're going to provide, who we're going to provide it to, and what exactly are the metrics and measurements of success. And there's also some discussion about looking at doing a comparative study between what is currently being offered and what we're offering, and understanding, are we duplicate? I think there is a concern that we're duplicating service, and that we shouldn't be doing this. So I think we need to be clear in terms of what we're trying to accomplish and how we're trying to accomplish it, and what resources are being used to satisfy ourselves. This is not a small project, and I think we have to get all our ducks in order. I think the questions were good, all good, but what it actually points to is we need more information, and we need to be better informed, and that's what I think Councillor Ainsley is trying to achieve. And my motion in terms of adding to his deferral is trying to put some specificity in terms of the asks that we're looking for. So I hope I can get your support for that. And I'll stop. Anyone else want to speak? Hearing and not seeing anybody. So we'll take my amendment first. All in favor of the amendment? I'm going to say opposed.
Deputy Mayor, we
And
need
I'll
to
say
do
that's
recorded votes on these motions.
Oh, okay. We do. Did someone ask? We can.
Because the mayor
mayor's not
declared
here.
an
Thank you very
interest,
much.
so we should
Yeah,
have
that's
it on the
perfect.
record.
All those in favor?
All those in favor, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Thompson, that carries.
Thank you very much. And on the deferral motion as amended?
All those in
All those in
favor of the deferral motion as amended, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Thompson, that carries as well.
Okay. I guess we're waiting for the mayor for the next item. What's the next item, Julie?
The next item, Deputy Mayor, is EX 31.2, so we resume with that item.
Okay. Now, where were we?
We have one speaker yet, and the chair is now in the room and will resume.
Excellent. Well, I'll pass the virtual gavel.
The Deputy
back
Mayor is
to
doing
Mayor.
such a great job, we should just continue for a minute till I get my bearings here. 31 points.
So Julie, Mr. Mayor, did you want me to carry on, or are you taking the?
I just said you were doing such a great job. We're going to 31.3?
Yes. Deputy Mayor, we can do the next speaker on this item, which is Mark Richardson.
Oh, yes, we were finishing,
Okay,
of course, yes.
Is Mr. Richardson there?
He is in the room. We are just connecting his microphone.
Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Okay, and I have
Yeah,
something on
Mr.
the screen
Richardson,
as well,
welcome.
hopefully.
Can you hear us, Mr. Richardson?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I have something on the
Excellent.
screen.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, volunteers from HousingNowTO.com, Civic Tech and Open Data Project have attended all of the virtual public meetings hosted by Infrastructure Ontario for their provincial transit-oriented community developments proposed to be constructed adjacent to the new Ontario Line stations at Exhibition, King and Bathurst, Queen and Spadina, and the Corktown First Parliament site. All of these meetings, we have requested that the province works to ensure alignment of their proposed development of 2,700 new units of condos and apartments within these core neighborhoods of Toronto with the City of Toronto's affordable housing development goal of creating 40,000 new affordable housing units by 2030. Infrastructure Ontario is now seeking approvals with the provincial government, with our volunteers expecting that these new enhanced ministerial zoning orders will be issued for all of these sites within the next 35 days. Your staff report on this item includes the following details about affordable housing in these transit-oriented community sites. Under the terms of the value allocation framework, the province has confirmed that it will contribute up to 8% of the transit-oriented community value towards affordable housing, community services, and facilities. The provincial investment will be on top of the city's community benefits charge that will fund community services and facilities in these same communities. For the first group of Ontario Line TOC proposals, the province needs to confirm the approach that will be taken with regard to the affordable housing and community services by July 2022. The inclusion of specific facilities and affordable housing in a TOC property will need to be outlined in the province's commercial offering process to find development partners for these sites. The terms still need to be confirmed related to such things as affordable rental or affordable ownership, the number of years of affordability, and things like the depth of affordability. The city's open door program could provide an opportunity for the city to increase the number or the depth of affordability of the secured affordable housing units where the city inclusionary zoning requirements are already being met. That's a pretty long list. That list above means that there are a lot of very specific details that need to be confirmed between the city and the province over the next 4 months by July 2022 in order to ensure the delivery of meaningful numbers of long-term 40-plus year affordable housing rental units within the 2,700 total units proposed to be adjacent and above these new Ontario Line sites. We would encourage the city and the province to be both as focused and as flexible as possible during these rapid negotiation cycles. We would also encourage our federal and government leaders to quickly bring new, dedicated, affordable housing funding into these provincial transit-oriented community developments in Toronto. It's time to start treating affordable housing in Toronto as urban infrastructure spending, whenever new housing is attached to high-order transit stations. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions that the committee may have on affordable housing development best practices and how to make effective use of transit-oriented lands to help alleviate Toronto's current rental housing crisis. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Oh, Councillor Ainsley has a question.
Yep. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Mr. Richardson, could some of the other deputants or other groups commented about 30% of the units need to be for affordable housing in perpetuity on the 4 Ontario Line station sites. Does Housing TO have any comment or position on that?
Who's going to pay for it and how are we going to pay for it? 30% of 2,700 units is over 800 units. Right now, an affordable housing unit in the city of Toronto costs about $460,000 a door. So realistically, that's a $380 million spend. If the feds and the province want to show up with $380 million, then you're going to get to 30%. I'm going to be here later on today talking about East Harbour. East Harbour, you're getting 5% out of the door. You get 30% on your Housing Now sites because you own the land, because you bring the open doors incentives to those lands. There's no magic money tree to make these things happen. There's now in Ottawa a Liberal and NDP agreement on maintaining the federal government for a number of years. One of the things we could ask them to do is to start showing up with the kinds of dollars that they need to show up with. Last week it was $201 million for 200 affordable housing units. If you want 800 affordable housing units, you're going to need to scale up those dollars that they're bringing to the table. And we would encourage all the parties to do that. We would love to see 30% affordable housing on all of these sites, but it only comes if somebody's paying for it. And right now, no one's offering to pay for it.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then my next question to Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Could you comment a bit about the ministerial zoning orders on these sites?
From the very beginning of the Housing Now program, we were here in January of 2019. We prefer minister's zoning orders because they bring some certainty to the process. When they get signed, they don't always get signed by the minister. We know that. But you want to deliver affordable housing at speed and at scale in the city of Toronto. We've seen minor changes like garden suites that get appealed by neighborhood groups and could be tied up for a number of years. If we don't do the minister's zoning orders, there's nothing to stop anybody with $400 to $1,000 in their pocket from appealing these kinds of sites. We have to deliver at speed and at scale, and that means shortcutting the process and bypassing the appeal process.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there any further questions?
Deputy Mayor?
No? Who's that?
Bylaw.
Oh, thanks. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, so what you're saying is that we should be identifying before going to market some of the targeted affordable housing that we have, right? That we want on the sites.
You're not going to market. Infrastructure Ontario is going to market, so it's a different process than Housing Now and ConnectTO.
Yeah, but the marketing offering should already identify that. Because there is, I mean, I appreciated how clearly you explained the money truck need to come, but there is some value that is added with the construction of the transit that we should be capturing, and we have the math. We've done the math through inclusionary zoning, so we know that there is some affordable housing that we should be getting from these sites, and we should be aiming for that, correct?
Correct. I mean, from the Ontario line station at East Harbour and from what Cadillac Fairview has submitted with regards to that, it's very clear that the province is not just looking for the development above the stations, it's looking for the developers to help pay for the stations. And they're very deep stations, like Queen and Spadina is incredibly deep station, very expensive station to build. There's only so many dollars you can extract out of a housing development to pay for other things. If they're paying for the transit station, they're not paying for the affordable housing.
That's an interesting point, and there's only so much money that we come from the land, but do you think that we need to start looking at affordable housing in these developments? You know, I usually often say, you know, you're not going to have a building without windows, so why should we have a building on top of a transit station without some affordable housing? Would you agree?
No, 100%, and we've been clear on that on all of these surplus government lands. I mean, these are essentially our government lands.
So even though we understand that some of this money is going to pay for the stations, it is important to build the kind of community that has some affordable housing in it. So it should be a priority as well, and we should be well identified in the marketing requests.
Correct, and I believe it is fairly well identified in the MOU draft that's attached to this item.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for attending, speaking, answering our questions. Our final deputy, I believe, on this item is Stuart Linton. Is Mr. Linton there?
Good afternoon. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mr. Mayor, member of the Executive Committee, councillors, city staff, and guests. My name is Stuart Linton, and I'm president of the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association. You will see that these remarks reinforce certain of the remarks made before lunch and touch in part on at least 1 or 2 of the questions that have been asked earlier. To orient you once again, the St. Lawrence neighborhood extends from Yonge to Parliament and from Queen to the rail corridor to the south. It's home to over 30,000 residents and growing, with new residential buildings under construction and approved. Both the first Parliament site and the station site to its north are very much part of our neighborhood. While the list of recommendations you're considering today is a long one, the focus of SLNA has been and continues to be the first Parliament site, particularly recommendation 4, which references the city use space on the site, as well as on those additional recommendations which affect first Parliament and other TOC sites similarly. Broadly, the community remains generally aligned with the city in its efforts to ensure that the TOC development on the first Parliament site is exceptional, a robust, workable, and respectful benchmark community, one of which we can all be proud. In particular, we are very supportive of the recommended directions to staff to continue to negotiate on our behalf to achieve the very best outcomes possible, not only at first Parliament, but across the Ontario line. I'd like to make 2 brief but important amplifying points on behalf of the community. Point 1 concerns updating the city's vision for the site itself. Recognizing where we've come from and where we are now, the most important next priority for the community is to reimagine First Parliament in the context of its new reality, that it will now be situated in the very heart of a large, dense, transit-oriented community. Cindy Wilkie referred earlier to a visioning exercise. I call it First Parliament Master Plan 2.0, which starts with the principles of version 1. There are 7 of those, but 3 are especially worth highlighting. Conserve cultural heritage, optimize value as a public asset, reveal history through every planning move. The outcome of 2.0 is a modified master plan taking advantage of what is now possible to create an equally compelling public experience. It builds on the original plan to create reimagined public interpretive and commemorative spaces which flow from the indoors through and around the POPs and into the new park. It acknowledges and supports the economic engine that is tourism, building compelling reasons for people from near and far to come to the site and to spend time there. Finally, it combines both Indigenous and post-colonial history in a respectful and celebratory way. In this context, we request that the Executive Committee expand Recommendation 4 to include not only the acquisition of the previously discussed institutional and commemorative space, but the entire available ground floor of the south site and possibly additional space above, so as to ensure the intent of the First Parliament Master Plan and more can be realized there. Further, we ask that the Executive Committee reinforce that some proceeds from the sale of the lands shall be used to help make this new vision a reality. Point 2 addresses the difficult task of adjudicating between community benefits priorities. The community acknowledges that more community benefits are desirable, then there will be funds to provide them. Beyond the need for more and better public realm, the city's 2019 Community Benefits Framework provides a useful umbrella for the city's negotiators. Nevertheless, it's important within that context that these negotiations be neighborhood specific. So when discussing recommendations 1, 2, and 5, we would ask staff to bear in mind that for the St. Lawrence neighborhood, arguably the most visible recent impact has been the extraordinary action required to provide safer spaces for the disproportionately large homeless population concentrated in the downtown core. To the extent that TOC developments can contribute to the complex solutions this problem requires, we encourage the Executive Committee to reinforce this as a priority with city staff. In summary, today's 30-second elevator speech from the St. Lawrence neighborhood is comprised of 3 points. 1, don't abandon the First Parliament Master Plan. Reimagine it and realize it in an equally spectacular way, recognizing its new reality. 2, earmark a portion of the proceeds of a land sale to ensure that this is achieved. And 3, ensure the package of community benefits secured for this neighborhood reflects both city and community priorities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Not hearing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Julie, that's the end of my list. Do you have anyone on yours?
No, that is correct. That's the end of the speakers list.
Okay, so we'll take it into committee. Are there questions from visiting councillors? I see Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I have a couple of hopefully they're quick questions to staff. I know you folks had a very long meeting. My first question regarding the TLC site and in particular First Parliament, and actually maybe this is applicable to all the TLC sites. Can you just describe to us in sort of short strokes, what is an enhanced MZO? How does that differentiate from a traditional MZO?
Through the chair, Councillor Wong Tam, it's Greg Lintern. Put it simply, an enhanced MZO incorporates the site plan approval process in a slightly different manner than we would normally proceed with site plan. It basically takes the site out of the city's jurisdiction for site plan approval, and then replaces it with a like review process, a process that's similar to site plan. However, it retains an ability for the minister to play an approval role. What is unclear and what we've outlined in the report are concerns about whether or not there's actually an application for site plan, whether the city would be able to act as it normally does with site plan and require agreements and securities and all of the different things that the city normally secures for site plan, and whether or not ultimately the proponent can go to the minister should there be a dispute with the city about a site plan matter.
Is that the only difference?
Kelly, are there any other differences with the EMZO?
The only other difference is that if they wanted to, they could impose inclusionary zoning, but that hasn't happened in this instance. And also, further to what Greg just said, the minister can amend the EMZO without any public consultation or notification. They are required to do some notification under a regular MZO.
Okay, so the site plan is removed from municipal purview. They have exempted, the province has exempted these TLC sites from any provision of affordable housing through IZ. Those are the two primary differences of the EMZO.
That's correct.
Okay. With respect to, and thank you, that's important. Considering that the qualifications for IZ, when we were discussing how to implement IZ, it had everything to do with restricting us to protected major transit stations and areas. I guess the enhanced MZO just goes in opposite direction of what the province provided to us as criteria to work with.
Well, essentially, Councillor, by deleting the IZ requirement, and what the province has indicated is they wish to pursue affordable housing outside of a zoning process, and that's why the report identifies the achievement of affordable housing through the value allocation framework that we're negotiating with the province. So they want to achieve it through other means, whether or not we get the same amount, and the features of the IZ, the affordable housing definition that IZ includes, the quantum that it includes, etc., will be subject to negotiation.
So it's literally negotiating site by site, and we don't know whether it's permanent security, permanently securing affordable housing. We don't have a clear way of calculating or evaluating what that housing would look like, where would it go. It's all to be negotiated. Is that correct?
Yes, and what council's asked us to do is work toward, in these negotiations, is to work toward an IZ-like achievement. This is market area 1, for example, many of these TOCs, so we would be looking to achieve the same kind of outcome that we would have otherwise achieved as we would have through IZ.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to securing benefits, whether it's community benefits, network type of procurement or spending or local hiring, with respect to securing cultural space or parkland, how do we secure that? There was a suggestion that we need to register something on title. There was all agreements in land in Ontario have got to be in writing. Have the province given the staff any indication that they were open to any of these potential ways of properly securing benefits? Most importantly, will they build it into the tender process when they go and secure project code? So therefore, the new developer will be bound to the same promises that the province made to the community and to the city.
Generally speaking, Councillor, you identified 2 kinds of community benefits in your question. One would be the types of community benefits that we would have otherwise secured through Section 37. That is referenced in the report as a 4% of land value for a community benefits package. You mentioned other kinds of community benefits that the city has asked for outside of Section 37, such as local labor and issues like that. that is under SDFA's community benefits framework process. And I don't believe we've gotten into that level of detail yet with the province as to whether or not we would want to be trying to secure that. But certainly these attributes the city has looked for through bidding requirements, for example, on other large public projects.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further guests of the committee wishing to ask questions? Hearing none, we'll take them into the committee.
Bailao?
Oh, sorry, who's that?
Councillor Bailao?
Oh, yeah, no, you're on the committee. I was just.
Oh, sorry.
Bailao, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we've secured some things. I'm going to be, I hope I can, if I go into things that I shouldn't be asking in public, just cut me off. We've secured certain things already in certain stations, but all the affordable housing is still not secured. And you mentioned that if we secured it, it's going to be contribution agreements. How will these work?
James, you want to speak to that question?
Certainly, through the chair. We will be negotiating and concluding an MOU with the province related to each of the TOC sites. So that will spell out the different elements that we've agreed to. And then we have been having conversations, and legal has been involved in those, about how do we then secure some of those particular elements more in a more secure way or on title, particularly when it comes to affordable housing commitments. We are still working through the exact mechanisms of how we would do that.
Because these will apply.
Also,
sorry, James, just
Yep,
one
sorry, go
thing.
ahead.
Because
Yep.
these will apply to private sites as well in the vicinity, right? In that area.
So the agreements, the MZOs are only applying to the very specific sites.
Yep.
That are the TOC sites, and our MOUs would only apply to those. They will be private developers that are.
That's what I meant.
That's the market offering process. Yes, they will go through to find a private development partner, and then they will include the obligations in their commercial offering, so that the development partner knows we will need to provide X affordable housing units defined in this way, and then when we get to that stage, we will need to conclude a development agreement with that private sector partner. This is linked into the EMZO. And I expect, but we're still working through the details, that would be where and how we would start to secure some of these matters.
Okay. And why haven't we been able to secure a number yet? I mean, there's heritage stuff that we've secured. There's all kinds of other stuff that we've secured. How come we haven't been able to secure a number on affordable housing?
So through the chair, we have certainly been putting forward a proposal to the province consistent with direction from council and consistent with what we've managed to achieve at East Harbour, that sort of IZ-like approach should apply across the board. The province to date has not agreed to that, and only recently came forward with this proposal that we've outlined in the report about how we would how they propose to negotiate affordable housing provision on a site-by-site basis.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. Any speakers? Guests of the committee? No?
Over here,
Yes.
Councillor, it's Councillor Wong Tam.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just kick it off. I think that the mayor is probably going to speak to this matter as well. I do have a motion, but I'm not going to move it here because I can't move it. I'm going to be working with the mayor to advance a motion which I believe is going to embody many of the requests that have come forward from the constituents who came out to defute on the first Parliament Corktown station. So I want to thank them for their contributions to the ongoing conversation with both Metrolinx as well as Infrastructure Ontario. I also would just want to thank and recognize everyone, including the extraordinary city staff and the members of the public who have been working with us through the first Parliament working group. We've had 10 working groups since we first got wind that the province was going to expropriate 3 acres of city-owned land to build this new transit-oriented communities. Of course, we were surprised that the expropriation really doesn't facilitate any construction of subway or high-order transit development at all as for construction. And basically, it's going to be used as sort of lay-down space for construction materials. But that doesn't mean that the province didn't already take possession and ownership of the lands. I just want to note that the city hasn't received a penny for those lands as of yet. The province has been on site digging and drilling, excavating as of last August. So our story with our TLC site, out of the many that are before us today at City Council, is very different in St. Lawrence Market, Corktown, the Distillery District. We're in a very different situation simply because the amount of massing and density that's being proposed for the first Parliament site is much heavier and much denser than the other stations, maybe with the exception of East Harbour, to be quite honest. I have learned that the enhanced ministerial zoning order is as described by our chief planner. It's literally the minister's zoning order, but even stronger. So stronger, you know that they have a lot of extraordinary powers. And now it gets even heavier, and it's stronger because they've taken out inclusionary zoning. There is this sort of vagueness about how they're planning to create value allocation to perhaps provide affordable housing somewhere else. Details missing, timelines missing, quantities missing, how deeply affordable missing. It takes away the site plan process, which is obviously very important to the city because it's how you and I as human beings, as pedestrians, as people living and working in the area, would interface with the building. A lot of time is spent on the building massing, but really where I think time should be spent, especially with our urban design staff and our public realm team, is to secure high quality public realm finishes around the first Parliament site. That is also gone. So that means that the perimeter surrounding the 3 acres, we don't have a say anymore on what that land looks like. The community has been really vocal in asking for a way for City Council to commemorate the first Parliament lands. This was obviously the seat of local government. It really laid down the foundations of the beginning of the founding of Upper Canada. Ultimately, of course, it led to Confederation. It was also the original shoreline of Lake Ontario. So Indigenous history is rich here as well as a trading route. This really means a lot, not just to this neighborhood. It really isn't a St. Lawrence asset. I really believe it's a national asset, and it's an Ontario asset, and it's a Toronto asset. And hopefully 3 orders of government will get behind the telling of the story, our own story, at some point in time. But we need the space to tell the story, which is why the community has been so energized about ensuring that any type of cultural and community space that can be secured from the province and ultimately from Project Co, the developer, we should strive to do that. And these motions that I will be moving at City Council will largely speak to that. I've submitted a letter to the Executive Committee so members of the public can understand where I'm planning to take this report through the Ward 13 Toronto Centre lens at City Council. But I want to just thank the Transit Expansion Office as well as city planning staff there. They've done a lot of work in trying to work with a really dynamic and difficult situation in the province. And despite the fact that we don't have all the information, I know that they've worked really hard to defend the city's interests, and for that, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further guests, councillors, or guests of the committee? No? Take it into committee. Do we have any speakers? Nope, seeing none.
No,
No
sorry,
motion.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I had my hand up, but maybe I'm not on the screen. May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to just say, you know, and oftentimes it seems we do this all the time, and it does not meant to diminish this sincerity. Our staff in these extraordinary negotiations, and I call them extraordinary because there's so much pressure on, you know, within the context that it's all taking place. I mean, I think we're happy the transit's being built, very happy. It's very necessary, and it's overdue, as all the transit has been for the last 10 years that has been getting built. But in these circumstances where, you know, the province has given itself legislative tools that it didn't previously have, but at the same time has agreed to sit with us and to negotiate what goes on at these transit-oriented sites, you know, it puts a lot of pressure on in a number of respects. Time pressure, but also just the pressure of knowing that, you know, we don't have the same latitude legally that we have in other circumstances. And so I just want to commend the staff, the whole group that were answering questions earlier on, because they really are doing an extraordinary thing. I have a motion, and the motion is something that's self-evident in some respect, but I think it encapsulates in a very short form some of the very thoughtful and very heartfelt and very much shared, I think, comments of us with respect to the priorities to be you know, to be adopted in the context of the continuing negotiations that this report outlines are going to be taking place with respect to these communities, because East Harbour is in a different category since there is a developer already identified there. And to look at it, it talks about the highest priorities being, and they're listed, I think, in order, certainly with the number one priority being in the right place as number one, which is affordable housing with the deepest levels of affordability, and, you know, the maximum possible number of units and tenure, meaning length of affordability that's guaranteed. And, you know, I think to use the expression that Deputy Mayor Bylaw used, I mean, I think we have to get to the stage with respect to how we conduct ourselves at these negotiating tables, knowing that, you know, we don't have the ultimate latitude to require these things in the circumstances, the legislative circumstances, where, you know, we're saying, look, we don't treat it any differently as a building being built without windows. That there's not going to be buildings there shouldn't be buildings built without a significant component of affordable housing. You know, it's very interesting that these very same provincial government we're dealing with here, and they've done some good things in the context of the $28 billion of funding for public transit. They've also done some good things in it. It was that government, you know, having initially, I think, some real hesitation about it, that allowed us to proceed with inclusionary zoning, which we did. It is a government that is saying many days, in at least rhetorical terms, yes to affordable housing. And so to me, it isn't a leap at all. It's no leap whatsoever. For them to say that there is going to be affordable housing in an acceptable quantity and acceptable tenure and acceptable different levels of affordability at these transit-oriented communities. It is not going to do us any good in terms of building the kind of community we want to build that is affordable for all people who we need and want to live and work in the city, if all that happens at these transit-oriented communities, in fact, these are the places where we should be having a significant enough component of affordable housing. And I want to acknowledge here that I have no problem with the sort of the idea or the principle that we accepted in some of the mechanisms we have, but that development should help to pay for transit. I don't have a problem with that notion. But you also have to look at the fact that the major beneficiaries of having development that will be built close to transit are going to be some of the very same people who are developing, and that we need to make sure that the community benefits from that as well. Because that transit is going in, it is being paid for principally by the other two governments, but at the end of the day, we need to have other things. So it isn't just about housing, but I'd focused on that one because it is number one. Numbers B and C on this motion are community services and facilities, which have been discussed in a number of different contexts today. And then the third, of course, which has been discussed quite a bit, is parkland. So I just hope this, if nothing else, stands on the record from us as an executive committee and through to City Council, so that if there is pushback, shall we say, at the negotiating table, that the province sees. And for my sake, and I know the Deputy Mayor will speak perhaps herself on this and others here, to say this is serious. This is not some statement of rhetoric that, you know, we're making in order to sort of, you know, make ourselves feel better. We need to have this affordable housing. We can't afford to have all this development happening in all these places proximate to the transit without being able to say, guaranteed, in a number, in an agreement, that there's going to be a certain amount and a certain tenure and a certain level of affordability to the housing. Same is true of community facilities and parkland. We are not going to be able to build the kind of city, especially when it comes to accompanying the transit that's being built, which is necessary and is good, and I commend them for it. But part of it is the housing too, and the parkland and the community services. And so I hope this stands on the record, short as it may be, as a very serious statement on our part that when we go to that table, these are of the highest priority for us, and that we will fight hard to get these things. And I'll leave the definition of the word fight and where that extends to for others to speculate on. So those are my remarks, and thank you, Speaker, or Chair.
Thank you. All right then. We have
Deputy Mayor, I would like to speak as well. I have a motion.
All right. Okay, Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you. My motion is requesting that Metrolinx have community benefit agreements. As the mayor just mentioned, there's $28 billion of investment in our city, which is fantastic, and we all should benefit not only from the transit that will get built in a few years, but immediately. And in order to make sure that everybody has access to the benefits of the construction that is happening, the jobs from, the frontline workers that will be building it to the engineers, it is important that we have these community benefits agreements. And so I'm putting forward this motion so that Metrolinx takes that in consideration. I also want to follow up on the comments that the mayor did. And I'm very thankful that the mayor is so strongly supporting affordable housing in transit-oriented communities. Just the title itself, it's about communities. And we can't have a community if we don't have mixed income communities. We need those workers that are going to be serving the coffee on the Tim Hortons right there to be able to live close to that community, or the nurse that is going to be working close to, the hospital that is up the street. And in order for that to happen, and in order to have healthy transit-oriented communities, you need to have affordable housing. And that's why I'm so stunned that we haven't been able to come to an agreement on this number. And I'm hopeful that we will. I know that our staff knows how important for this mayor and this council affordable housing is, and the concept of true complete communities and transit-oriented communities, that we're going to be able to have that. Now, I do understand that there's economics, and we do understand that there's money that needs to be taken to pay for the stations. We do understand that. But like the mayor said, and I keep using this, nobody thinks of building a building without the windows or common areas. Do we think of approving a building without common areas? So if we're talking about transit-oriented communities, if you're making all this investment, if this is also even a mobility strategy, why wouldn't we ensure that some of our workers that are going to need to live close by to serve those communities, why wouldn't we ensure that they're able to live in those communities? So I hope that when we have the final agreements, that we see this as part of it. And I know that our staff have been pushing hard, and I just wanted to make sure that today we emphasize all that they've been saying around the negotiating table. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? Going once, going twice. All right. Motions, Julie?
We have two, Deputy Mayor. We can start with motion 1 by Mayor Tory.
All right. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That carries. And the second motion?
And then we have the second motion is on the screen from Councillor Bailao.
All right. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. The report as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And the next item is EX 31.4. Julie, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Strategic acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street to support city building. And we have speakers, a number of speakers. The first speaker is Tommy Taylor, Shelter and Housing Justice Network.
Hi there, good afternoon.
Welcome, Mr. Taylor. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much. For those who don't know, the Shelter and Housing Justice Network is a network of homelessness and housing advocates, shelter providers, frontline workers, healthcare professionals, faith leaders, legal workers, and researchers in Toronto who have come together to help address the issue of homelessness, working on shelter rights, housing rights, and human rights. We know that the city's bid for 214, 230 Sherbourne was not successful. However, the city does still have the power to expropriate the property and turn it into desperately needed rent geared to income housing. An out-of-control real estate market, private profit, I mean, these things should not take precedence over the lives and safety of human beings. The property at 214, 230 Sherbourne Street sat vacant for over 10 years now, and right outside its door, the ravages of housing and homelessness crisis is decimating the community. I mean, a 30-room mansion should not be left vacant while people are freezing to death in its shadow. This land has now been sold to developers who, no doubt will try to develop it into condos that will further displace, disproportionately, Black and Indigenous people from their own neighborhood. We hear a lot about truth and reconciliation today, yet one of the most populated neighborhood where we have Indigenous folks suffering in this city, this opportunity has just sort of sat idle. Showing, sort of a lack of commitment to truth and reconciliation in one of the most affected neighborhoods. We should not be allowed to ignore this situation and turn our backs on the people who have a right to live and a right to basic shelter and a right to housing. I mean, enough is enough. Regardless of who owns the property on Sherbourne, it's in the public's best interest for the city to take action now and expropriate. City staff have been directed to explore the option of expropriation on this property since 2018. So the time to act is now. I mean, the cost of letting people to continue to suffer and die on the streets is a much higher price to pay than expropriating this property. So we're calling on the city to prioritize the lives of homeless people and take the necessary action to secure this site and start the development of social rent geared to income housing. I mean, the city expropriates multiple properties every year. We've talked about several properties that have been expropriated today. I mean, it's time to utilize that act to address this deadly crisis, to start saving lives, and atone for the rampant unaffordability in this city. In my nearly a decade working the front lines in Toronto's homelessness services, and I've worked in your respites, your shelters, your shelter hotels, your drop-ins, I've done them all. I've only seen it get worse in this city, particularly while working in the downtown east side. I mean, under your watch, Toronto has become pretty much the most unaffordable city in which to rent or own a home in the world. That is not a badge of honor. I mean, declare homelessness and housing in Toronto the crisis and emergency it is. Use the Expropriation Act to save lives. Start with 214 Sherbourne, but use your imaginations, use your hearts to see how this could lead to things, solving the shelter hotel lease problem, other spaces that could become housing. We have people dying outside and it's getting worse every year. The downtown east side is the heart of where we're looking at the homelessness epidemic in this city. This is the perfect property to start on. Thank you so much.
Questions?
Any questions of the deputy?
Yes, I have questions.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Tommy, I think that your message for here, if I'm hearing you right, is there's a need for more supportive and social housing in East Downtown. Is that it? City needs to create more units of supportive and social housing, affordable housing.
Most definitely.
Does it matter if it's this property or two down the street?
Given the numbers of people on the wait list and who are displaced, both are urgently needed. Not one is not more urgent than the other.
Yeah. But if there's a pot of money, and if I have two houses down the street and I can have 100 units down the street versus 50 by buying this property, what do you want me to do? Where do you want me to use that pot of money?
I think it's a little bit of a untrue argument. I think there is definitely the ability to do both. In terms of taking a look at expropriation.
Okay.
I mean, it's certainly, obviously, if you're asking, can we only do one? Whichever one has more units is obviously more valuable. But there is the opportunity for this place to have just as much, if not more units, if developed correctly.
Okay, so, and you do understand that when we expropriate, we still pay market value for the site?
That's
full
correct.
market value, and the site was just sold above what we had considered it was market value.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
I had one, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Just following along, Mr. Taylor, with what the Deputy Mayor was asking you. If you had an amount of money, let's pick a number. Let's say it was $10 million. And the Deputy Mayor was correct in telling you, and I think you understood this as well, that when you expropriate, you have to pay the market value. There's nothing better to determine market value than a sale process where somebody bid whatever they bid to buy the property. You would say that you would buy this particular piece of property and pay, let's pick an example, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million more for this piece of property than perhaps some other piece of property, money which could go into subsidizing and supporting the housing. You would buy this piece of property and expropriate and pay that full amount rather than perhaps trying to find some other place you could use that same money and get more housing.
I would say that taking a look, obviously, at provincial and federal help on this property. I mean, we have had a chance to meet with the Toronto Centre MP to talk about federal involvement. The line for them comes over jurisdiction. So unless the city acts first on properties, they won't. I think the long-term outcomes of expropriating this particular property and setting that particular trend could send the right message. If it needs to be paid over, then perhaps we need to really take a look at what kind of situation have we found ourselves in Toronto where things are going for 20 and 30 million over, where people can't afford homes, where we have landlords who own 30,000 homes. I think if we start taking a message and start playing hardball with these properties to address the fact that people are dying in the street, paying over on this particular property, I think would be worth it.
And just so I can be sure of something else you made allusion to, when you said maybe we could take this approach to hotels, is this, you're talking about expropriating hotels? Is that just something, I wasn't clear on what you meant by that.
If expropriation is proven to be a tool, and I believe it could be, to save lives and create new spaces, maybe some of those shelter hotels in which we are, close to losing the lease on and displacing people back into congregate settings, where if we take a look at a lot of healthcare professionals' advice right now, COVID is ramping back up, and congregate settings have never been a great solution. Having worked in some of the respites, the 100-person respites, worked many years at 69 Fraser in Liberty Village, pretty wild solution, seeing things in there that I did not see in the shelter hotels. And while shelter hotels are not perfect, a million times better than what I've seen in other services. So using the powers of expropriation to hold on to those spaces as well might be something worth looking at. Regardless, when we take a look at the numbers, a solution is urgently needed. There are going to be thousands of people displaced upon the streets without these long-term solutions. It's a pretty broken revolving door for a lot of these systems, unless it's a permanent place to live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other members of the committee? No? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, committee.
Susan Bender is next, the manager of the Toronto Drop-In Network. Susan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Tory. I'm the manager of the Toronto Drop-In Network, and some of our member drop-ins are actually located in the Dundas-Sherbourne neighborhood. I've also worked in that neighborhood and care very deeply about the community. I am not going to repeat many statistics and stories and actually the city's own documents that demonstrate both how necessary it is and how sensible it is to secure this land so there can be truly affordable housing in the Dundas-Sherbourne neighborhood. Stats like the rising number of people facing homelessness in this city and the increasing number of people who are also affected by the overdose crisis. Most, if not all of you, as part of the City Council, have already been part of the decision-making around the revitalization of the Dan Harris Community Complex. You all already agreed to explore the vision of 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street as an important feature of the revitalization of this whole neighborhood. And that a revitalization that really recognizes the history of who calls this area home, even if they are not housed. And that adds to the critical supply of affordable and supportive housing available to people in a very high needs area. Community members and community organizations have been there through this whole process, often pushing and often leading. People mobilized most recently when the land went up for sale, and in less than 36 hours, over 550 people had signed on to a letter to the vendor urging them to accept the City of Toronto bid. And most recently, 2,300 people signed a petition in support of acquisition, including expropriation of this land. People really care, and people know it's in the broader public interest. As I stated, I'm not going to try to convince you why expropriation is necessary, feasible, and the right thing to do, but I will ask you why not. Why would the city not expropriate this land that has sat vacant for 10 years while people grab sleep on mats on the floor in the local drop-in because they do not have a home? When so many people who are homeless in this neighborhood are Indigenous and Black and people of color. Why not, when so many of the supports people might want and that would help them to keep their housing and to thrive are already there in the neighborhood? That neighborhood is important for that reason. Why not, when expropriating this land as a site for good quality, safe, and supportive housing, would send such a strong message that the value of the lives of people who have lived through so much already to be living on the streets, that their value is at least as high as the cost of expropriating this land? And why not, when the city has done it before, for the same good reasons? In Parkdale, where land that sat unused for 7 years after a fire destroyed buildings was acquired to become the site for in-place nonprofit housing. And recently for the expropriation of 414 Dawes Road for the construction of a new library and community facility. Securing land in downtown neighborhoods where need is high, services already exist, and community connections are strong is only a good public service project. It's an excellent one that enables focused planning and renewal in a very challenging environment for affordable housing, as discussion during the last item further emphasized. So I really encourage, let's get this opportunity to full council and allow it to become a reality. Thank you.
Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, or not hearing anyone? Thank you very much, Ms. Bender. Our next deputy is Emily Daigle. Are you there, Emily?
I'm in position.
Hello. Emily is here with us, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in the City Council.
Great. Emily, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Megawitch. Today I sit here and I speak to you not on behalf of any group, not on behalf of any organization, but on behalf of people with disabilities. I speak to you as someone who stood by, sat by, and watched this city allow developers to get away with not building properly RGI housing, especially not building properly barrier-free, wheelchair-accessible RGI housing. I come to you as someone who's had 2 of her friends die this winter. One of them in a bus shelter, in a wheelchair, because there's no place for him in the shelter system. One of my other friends who is legally blind froze to death in this city. I come to you very frustrated. Yet again, we allow a developer to buy land. Yet again, we allow a developer to get away with not building proper RGI housing. The Toronto Affordable Housing Strategy failed me and has failed other people with disabilities. I lived in Pan Am Athletes Village. That's not RGI housing. Even though I was in an assisted living program, I lost our apartment because ODSP rent max is $769. Our rent went up to $1180. We couldn't afford it. I'm fed up with hearing developers be able to go into Section 37 funds and section whatever funds. That doesn't build housing. People complain about the cost of shelter and housing, yet when push comes to shove, we're not building housing. We're denying the very fact of people having a roof over their head. Projects like Sherbourne, it sat empty. Where were you? For 10 years, you had an option before the housing market exploded in this city. We have thousands of apartments and condos sitting empty in this city, owned by foreign investors and developers who don't care to develop because the land's so valuable. Yet what are we doing? We're allowing people to freeze to death. We're allowing people with disabilities to have to remain in extremely horrible situations, either living at home with aging parents, or forced into group homes, or forced to die on our streets. Or worse yet, forcing disabled women to live in abusive situations that they have no choice, they can't get out of, because there's nowhere to go. We don't hold regions around us accountable for pushing people into Toronto. We don't tell them, give us the money you're given to build these services because you're pushing your people to us. I wish Councillor Grimes was here because he said it best a while ago. I was forced out of Toronto quite a while, living in a city where there was no services. But worse yet, I lost all my services, everything. My husband lost his services because the city of Toronto failed people with disabilities. There's a homeless issue. You keep batting it around. Now you're closing more shelters. Where do these people go? People don't like them riding the TTC. Every night I hear reports of unhoused people being redirected. Redirected to where? To freeze on the streets. Because our city does not have the balls to go after developers to build proper housing. We let them get off with Section 37 funds. That doesn't save lives, that puts more lives in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? All right, well, thank you, Emily, for coming today. The next deputy is Mona Dye, Architecture Lobby, Toronto. Is she here?
Yes.
There, I see her square. Her mic's on, no picture.
Sorry.
Mona, would you like to speak for 5 minutes?
Yes.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Mona Dye. I'm an intern architect and volunteer with the Architecture Lobby, Toronto. And I'm also a former resident of Sherbourne Street and one of the authors of the 2019 report, a community-driven proposal for public housing at 214 to 230 Sherbourne that urged the city to expropriate the site for RGI housing. Today, in support of the Regent Park Community Health Center Advocacy Community, the Housing and Shelter Justice Network, and many other activists, I once again urge the city to move forward with expropriating the site. The site has sat empty for over a decade, and the other speakers before me have spoken to the impacts of the housing crisis on this area. Little has been done in recent years to provide decent, affordable housing in this area. Meanwhile, census data shows that the ratio of new housing units in Toronto to population growth has been increasing since 1996. And there are currently 18 active development applications within about a 5-minute walking radius of the site, comprising of thousands of new residential units. However, these projects will not contain any meaningful quantity of units that are affordable to the poor and unhoused residents of Dundas and Sherbourne. And while the ConnectTO project at 405 Sherbourne up the street will provide 133 units of much needed rentals at below market rate, and inclusionary zoning will apply to the site, this is not enough. The median household income of this area is around $22,000, as you are aware. And as noted in our report, we need rent geared to income housing along with all necessary support services to truly serve the poor people of Dundas and Sherbourne. If this property becomes market housing, it'll catalyze the complete gentrification and erasure of poor people from this neighborhood. Another condo development will not lift people up from poverty, but only displace them and further worsen the inequality that we already see etched in our city's geography. If another condo is built here, I fear that in the immediate term, my peers will be in the design industry will be made to add in more hostile architecture disguised as urban furniture that keep our most vulnerable citizens, many who are disproportionately Black and Indigenous or disabled, from our public spaces. The revitalization plan for Dundas Sherbourne can't succeed if the community loses this space to profit and speculation. The plan cannot succeed if this site becomes a catalyst for the revitalization of the neighborhood's physical spaces only, and not for the lives of its people. The city can and must act now. As others have mentioned, the city already uses expropriation as a tool to secure land for public benefit, to build libraries, community centers, and expand transit. And as noted in our 2019 report, in response to organizing by the poor people of this neighborhood in the 70s, the city moved boldly to purchase and preserve over a dozen rooming houses on Sherbourne, which still operate today, albeit beyond their capacity. The city must once again see affordable housing as a public benefit and responsibility. I understand that expropriation would come with a large capital cost, but the cost of inaction, of continuing to rely on an unsustainable and inhumane shelter system, and the cost of more preventable deaths is immeasurable. Expropriation is an opportunity to create affordable housing that will benefit the community for future generations and for the long term. In creating our initial report, we heard from many local residents who asked that we build as many RGI units at 214 to 230 Sherbourne as possible, and fill the ground level with programs that heal this community. Expropriation is the first step to making this vision happen. So we urge the city, along with support from provincial and federal levels of government, to act now to address the decades of disinvestment in housing that has produced this affordability crisis. We must expropriate the property at 214 to 230 Sherbourne now and use it for social housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much for coming today, Ms. Dye. Our next deputant is Andre Bermond. Andre there?
Yes, I am here. Can everyone hear me?
Welcome, yes. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Berman.
Yes, hello. Dear Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the executive committee. My name is Andre Bermond, and I'm a resident of the downtown east area. I've spent a lot of time over the past few years researching the past and present situation of Moss Park and its surrounding environs, which includes the Dundas Sherbourne community. While I am not a historian or an expert in any stretch of the imagination, I am happy to relay some of these findings with you all today in the hope that it may be of some use. The issue before Executive Council is the acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street. For almost 10 years, this rather obscure collection of properties have been the subject of intense lobbying efforts to bring about some form of government-supported affordable housing. In an area beset by complex challenges related to poverty, homelessness, mental health, and substance use, acquisition of unused land to help address these issues seem like the most reasonable and humane thing to do. In the wider context of the Sherbourne-Dundas neighborhood, revitalization on such a narrow scale is missing the forest for the trees. No amount of piecemeal efforts to recuperate services, as espoused in the city report activating a revitalization plan for the Dundas Sherbourne neighborhood, or in this case, an attempt to outbid private real estate buyers, will repair the damage wrought on a neighborhood that today continues to suffer from a post-war urban renewal scheme designed to isolate and contain the urban poor population of Toronto. For those on the Executive Council who are unaware of the history, beginning from the late 1940s up until the 1970s, inner city neighborhoods were subjected to an exercise of social engineering which saw whole communities torn down and replaced with modern utilitarian structures. At the time, it was hoped that these investments in government housing would alleviate poverty and bring about acceptable levels of social cohesion. As it turned out, the opposite became true. Policies to eradicate the slums and renew neighborhoods exacerbated rather than solve the housing problems of poor and working class Torontonians. What we see today around the Sherbourne and Dundas community is the legacy of those mistakes being played out day after day. If City Council truly wants to intervene and help those suffering and dying on the streets of Moss Park and the Sherbourne and Dundas community, instead of focusing so much attention and resources trying to purchase privately owned properties, what the city should be contemplating is putting together an all-encompassing, multi-phase strategic vision, leveraging what neighborhood assets the city already owns, which, by the way, is substantial, and look at the entire area holistically with a stress on affordable housing and healthy community living. There are plenty of investment models to follow, both in Toronto, the Regent Park redevelopment comes to mind, and across the Western world that can help transition a failed post-war social experiment to a neighborhood that meets the needs of the 21st century. The Moss Park, Sherbourne, Dundas neighborhood cannot continue functioning in concentrated poverty, nor ease the multitude of social ills directed by city agencies and their nonprofit partners. It's time for new and innovative thinking that begins by acknowledging the mistakes of the past to inform a better policy for tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputy?
I do have a question. Andre, I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. What you're saying is more than concentrating on one specific property, what we need to look is at the neighborhood as a whole and create a program and look at the most cost-effective way to bring as much supportive and affordable housing and services to this neighborhood. Is that the message that you wanted to deliver? Create a plan, act on it quickly, and deliver this to tackle the issues that Downtown East is facing.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, there are, like as mentioned, there are many city-owned resources in the area that could provide, I mean, once, you'd have to change how the neighborhood functions, but it can be redeveloped, something on a model like Regent Park, but that model was based on extensive long-term planning and a vision, which I think can be applicable to the Dundas and Sherbourne neighborhood as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Andre.
Great. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Berman.
Thank you.
Our next deputy is Capri Rabin, Executive Director, Street Health. Is she there?
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
All right, we'll move on to Yusuf Hussain, Progress Toronto.
Hi, my name is Yusuf Hussain, and I'm an organizer with Progress Toronto. I'm here to speak to you today on behalf of our organization and call on you to vote to expropriate 214-230 Sherbourne Street. I'm also a resident of Toronto Centre and live near the site. Growing up over the years, I have walked by this site many times, and I see the potential it has for affordable housing, to provide housing for people in our city. I'm here today to say that you cannot let this opportunity go to waste. There are many sites like this that are left in our downtown. With so many people unhoused in our city, and with so many people struggling to pay for housing, the mayor and city council have a responsibility to use this rare opportunity to build homes. Growing up in the community and living in Regent Park, a short walk from the site, I know firsthand what affordable and supportive housing can do for somebody. For my friendly neighbor, Uncle Ali, who was able to get affordable housing on a fixed monthly budget, it changed his life and allowed him to focus on his life's goals as a senior, not having to worry about choosing whether or not to eat his next meal or sacrifice food for rent. Our housing crisis is breaking apart communities. Neighborhoods are being gentrified. We are in a crisis. Many of us feel this, many of us live this. I realize that may not be the case for members of City Council who have a secure and stable housing. You don't have to worry about where you live next. Many of us do. People need housing now, and the city cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Maybe you haven't had a chance to see this site. You should. This potential means a lot to the surrounding residents who absolutely need affordable housing. Maybe to you, the site is just a number, 214, 230, Sherbourne Street. But to me, and the people here to speak to you today, this is an opportunity to save people's lives. It's an opportunity to create meaningful, affordable housing. And let me make this clear, housing is a human right. And if you don't take this opportunity, housing will be built there that we cannot afford. Gentrification like this is happening right now in my own community of Regent Park. Local residents are being pushed out as they cannot afford skyrocketing rent prices, let alone afford to buy property. Have you thought about the people in the city? Where are they supposed to go? If I want to move out of my parents' home, where do I go? Where can people go? Right now, there are a lot of people in the neighborhood who live in affordable housing. Others are not so lucky or unhoused. There are actually people that are freezing to death on Sherbourne Street. Younger people who live in affordable housing right now in Regent Park and the surrounding areas may need to move on and move out. But where do we go? If people have kids and need a bigger space, where do they go? We want to stay in our communities. We want to stay near our families and supports. But people are being pushed out of their neighborhoods and the city. People are forced to move out of Toronto and to other provinces. That is very painful, to move away from your community, from your family, from your home. It's painful. The loss of community, networks, and relationships is hard on each of us experiencing it and is a huge loss for our city too. Toronto can thrive when our community members' needs are met, when our residents are healthy and have secure, stable funding. That is why I'm asking you to vote to expropriate 214, 230 Sherbourne Street. Use these powers, use your power as the mayor, as a city councillor, to take this huge opportunity to build affordable housing, rent geared to income, and affordable and supportive housing. With the pace of gentrification in our city and the neighborhoods being torn apart, you cannot afford to let this property go. Thank you for your time today, and please do the right thing and vote to expropriate 214, 230 Sherbourne Street.
Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hussein. The next deputant is Jade McGowan, community health worker, Regent Park Community Health Center.
Hi there. Good day to the executive committee. My first time in city council. You will see more of you. Workers supporting the integrated reduction initiative, otherwise known as community. I'm a harm reduction worker and an overdose specialist, had field worker. Live
To the speaker, this is the clerk. We're having trouble with the audio in the chamber, so I'm going to ask you to hold on until we can reconnect to your audio.
Absolutely. Okay.
Chamber volume check 1, 2, 3.
This is the clerk. I'll request you to continue.
All right, where would you like me to start? Just where I was?
Yes, you can continue
Sure, go
at
ahead.
the point where you left off.
Excellent. Thank you. This expropriation began in 2018, and in 2022, we are still waiting for the city to help. The housing crisis and the overdose crisis in Toronto are firmly interlinked. Even with the opening of shelter hotels during the COVID-19 pandemic, which are nearly at capacity and have been for months, more than 1,000 people remained on the street, exposed to bitter winter and unable to socially isolate if they became sick. The situation becomes more dire when we remember that the city has already slated to start shutting down shelter hotels next year. Lack of affordable housing is as much a precursor to death by COVID-19 as it is a precursor to overdose. Sorry, I'm just getting off. There have been a great many grassroots and community organizations that have assisted in the winterizing of camps and trying to help our communities to survive, but we can't be everywhere at once. Just 1 month ago, a man passed away of exposure in a bus shelter, barely a block from 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street. A chilling recall to Drina Joubert, who did from steps from 214 to 230 Sherbourne in 1985, nearly 40 years ago. I believe it is the responsibility of those with influence over the structures that we live under to understand and internalize the drivers of homelessness, which according to the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness are structural in nature and a result of systemic failure. It is the responsibility of those who have taken the stand to power to create and implement programming that uplifts the humanity and the sovereignty of its people that it's meant to serve. And finally, it is the responsibility of our city's politicians to protect its vulnerable people. I think it's shameful that the city of Toronto could lose a bid on a mansion and surrounding lots that have sat vacant for a decade while a homelessness crisis has torn through our communities. I think it's kind of ridiculous to even say that sentence out loud. 230 Sherbourne has been a home to a great many Toronto luminaries before its decade-long vacancy, but its first role in the community was as a boarding house in the 20s, later serving as a rooming house for low-income tenants. I see no better way to honor this piece of Toronto's history and put a better step towards its future than to expropriate the home and the vacant lots surrounding and transform it to rent-geared-to-income housing. The committee has sat before many deputations to address housing and homelessness in Toronto, and it's the word of a master's student that sat before the committee in 2019 that has followed me in my work. Our apathy means death. Our apathetic approach to the downtown east, especially during the global public health crisis, is deeply shameful, and the deaths of our community members during this time have been entirely preventable. As a community member and worker, it is vital to see that the housing crisis in Toronto have a friendlier and more thoughtful, caring response, as well as its response to the overdose crisis. I am imploring that the committee move forward with the expropriation of 214 to 230 Sherbourne and use this action as a stepping stone towards a modality of government that uplifts our communities and helps to keep them safe. In my deputation, I had attached the editorial from the Star that was written about 214 to 230 Sherbourne. I would really encourage the council to read it. It's a wonderful piece. And again, thank you for having me and my colleagues today.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? No? Thank you very much for coming, Ms. McGowan.
Thank you.
Grew? Is there a Grew? As a deputy? Is that person here?
Here in the chamber, Deputy Mayor.
Ah, great. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayors, multiple of them, I believe, councillors of the committee. I've sat here in council chambers now most of the morning, and I keep hearing councillors mention nothing for the community without the community, nothing for us without us. Numerous times through the discussion about reconciliation, these words were brought up, and it's admirable to hear the words. But over and over again, we see the city say the right words without following up on those with appropriate action. On housing and homelessness, those words are housing is a human right. We've had City Council attest a commitment to that principle many times, and yet year over year, homelessness is growing at alarming rates. In front of you today, there were multiple agenda items, both this one, EX 31.4, but also .10 and 11, which I just noticed while I was here. They give opportunities for the city to provide deeply affordable housing in the neighborhoods that are most directly affected by the housing affordability crisis. Members of the committee, I'm one of those who is currently homeless in Toronto. I'm one of 10,000 Torontonians, your constituents, who cannot afford a place to live in this city. I've been relatively outspoken about that over the course of the last year. I know that a number of you have been the targets of my rants in online spaces. At the end of the day, what Toronto needs more than another luxury condo or another Starbucks at ground level is we need affordable housing, we need services for people who are currently in deep poverty, and we need those things now. There's the old saying that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Well, the best time to build affordable housing was also 20 years ago. The second best time in both those cases is today. Expropriating this property isn't going to give us affordable housing today, but it will let us build for the future. And that's a key thing that we need to be doing. We need to be building not just for today. We need to be figuring out housing for today, yes, but we also need to be figuring out, you know, in 10, 15 years, where are people going to live? Our minimum wage right now in this province is $15 an hour. And just some back of the napkin math that I was doing earlier this month suggests that means that in order for housing to be affordable, the CMHC's definition of 30% of our gross income, rent in Toronto, rent in Ontario, for a single person can't be more than $625 a month. I look around Toronto right now and I don't see anything under $1,200 a month. And so I don't understand where people who work in this city are supposed to end up renting, end up living, because I look at the areas around us as well. I look at Mississauga, I look at the rest of Peel Region, King Township, Durham, I think is to our east. Sorry, my geography is sometimes a little spotty. And I don't see $600 rents in any of those areas either. Ultimately, even if there were, the transit costs to get into the city would be prohibitively expensive on top of rent. We need to think about, though, what is the city that we want to build? Is it a city where we have vibrant spaces that are livable, or is it somewhere that people can sock money away and have it grow? Right now, what it looks like to me, again, coming from the perspective of homelessness, it looks like all you want to do is build investment properties for the rich and powerful to grow their money. Thank you for your time and consideration. I see that I'm just at my time.
Thank you. Thanks for being on time. Councillor Ainsley, you had a question?
Thank you. Through Deputy Mayor Thompson. Gru, do you have any further comments on renting your income?
Build plenty of it, build it now. What are we waiting for? It's very simple. Homelessness is at its root a simple problem to solve by providing housing for people that people can actually afford. rent gear to income is I think a very large part of that. The affordable housing of 80% of market value that we have been providing is not affordable for people who are working minimum wage jobs, or even better than minimum wage jobs. I was thinking about this earlier today. They ultimately, for a bachelor apartment in this city, you need to be making $26 an hour, and I don't know that there's all that many working class people who are making that much.
Okay, and then Gru, sorry, you're downtown, right? Living downtown right now?
I'm currently living at the Novotel hotel shelter. Yes.
Oh, okay. Which, do you have any thoughts on earlier in the week we were debating, or just the committee was discussing closing some of the hotel shelters? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I do, and I put forward some of those thoughts actually at the Economic Development Committee. By closing the shelter hotels effectively will inevitably lead to a return of the mass encampments that we saw last winter or last summer and the winter before. It's not a question of if people move back into encampments. It is a question of it will happen, and it will happen as soon as you start closing shelters, because there are no shelter spaces available for people, nor is there any housing available for people.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Guru, appreciate your comments. Deputy Mayor Minamong, those are my questions, thank you.
Thanks. Any other members have questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next on our list is Carolina Berenstein from Sherbourne Health. Julie, is that person around?
We are just checking, Deputy Mayor. I do not believe they're connected.
Okay, shall we move to the next person, Mr. Rose, Bob Rose?
Yes, he is present. You can move to him, please.
Great, let him in, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
You have 5 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you all on this important issue. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Bob Rose, and I have lived and worked in Parkdale for 40 years. And for 35 of those, I worked in various roles as an outreach worker, as a drop-in staff, as a manager, ultimately the program director of a place called Parkdale Activity Recreation Center. So the purpose of my conversation with you today is to share my experience of the actual expropriation of 154 Dowling Avenue, which took place in 2006, about that experience, the process that led to it. And I encourage you to, there are parallels here with the 230 site. Those parallels are deep because we have a very low income community in South Parkdale, and I've always considered the East End to be our sister community. So 2006, there were some things that happened before 2006. And the one thing I'm going to tell you is there was a gentleman by the name of Edmund Yu who was evicted from that very poor rooming house, badly run for profit, with an owner that would not listen to reason in terms of how he treated people, or even would not accept offers from the city to engage in a RAP program to fix his property. And ultimately, the program or the building burnt. So that took place in 1998. There was a gentleman named Edmund Yu, and he said to me, after he was thrown out of the property, a couple of days before he was shot to death on a Spadina streetcar, "There is no place in the world for me." There are lots and lots of people in the East End community who are, if not saying that out loud, are experiencing that. There is no place in the world for me. And I consider that to be one of the most serious and critical questions of our time. This issue of displacement, of homelessness, of poverty and exclusion, and feeling there is no place in the world for oneself. So in 1998, the property burned, and we responded with a rescue effort and eventually managed to rehouse many of the 55 tenants who were made homeless. 2 died in the fire. A lot of people don't know that 4 died within 2 months of that fire. That's how tired they were. That's how unwell they were. And you can see that on the city streets right now, the number of people who are dying of homelessness. So we began the fight for expropriation of that building in the early 2000s. And the delay was 7 years in the making. It wasn't just Park or myself, it was also activist organizations like TRC and OCAP in that fight. And the citizens of Parkdale were supporting us in that, but it still took 7 years. That sounds kind of similar to the 10-year wait that 230 Sherbourne has experienced. So the city has been messaging for some time that the process of expropriation is not as desirable as the purchase direction because it would take too much time. But our experience was that the property in Parkdale was expropriated in 2006. Time was taken trying to get that to take place. And by 2010, we were beginning to open our doors to a finished building, a heritage building with 29 units of supportive housing. So just to give you a sense that it can happen, and it can happen fast, and it can make a big difference, not only in individual lives, but also in the life of the community. And that's really what I want to talk to you about, is why expropriation is important. Not for the most obvious reason, which is we need housing. We need to prevent people from dying. We need that place perhaps to be called Drina Joubert, or Joubert Place, named after Drina Joubert, who froze to death on the back lot of that site. We need it to look not as a condo, and we certainly don't need to see that empty land sit there any longer than it has sat already, because when I look at it, I see a cemetery. So the purpose of expropriation is to put public interest above the desires of the owner. And in this case, you recognize that the owner of these properties made their fortunes providing shitty rooming houses and terrible boarding homes to poor people over many years. They started in the West End, then they moved into the East End, and they made a fortune. And now they're about to reap the reward. How shameful is that? So you obviously have a challenge here to make a choice. It may be an expensive choice, made more expensive by the delay, but it's an important one. I think that's been talked about. I'm just going to say, last things are that when we expropriated that property and we built the housing, it had more than the impact on the folks who got to live there. It changed Park, the place I worked. It changed the community. And so many good things came out of that experience. It brought the community of Parkdale together. We see ongoing planning taking place in Parkdale about its future based on its values. And most important, we've seen the emergence of the Parkdale Land Trust. And that has come directly from the inherited line from the conversion of that rooming house into supportive housing. And for those who do not know about the Parkdale Land Trust, well, they have their first purchase was a lot of land that was being farmed by Tibetans. Their second purchase was a 32-unit bachelorette building. Their third purchase was a 12-unit building. I'm almost done. And they now have 80 houses that belong to the city of Toronto. They are now the property of the Land Trust. So if you want to see those kind of positive outcomes, you can potentially get that by purchasing, expropriating, doing what is necessary to get control of that site.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions of the deputant? No. Seeing none, we will move on to Well, let's go back one. Julie, did Carolina Bernstein show up?
Carolina is not here, and Jerry is also not here, so we've completed the speakers on this item, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so we'll finish up with the speakers. We will go to questions of staff.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's Council Long Time. I know you may not be able to see me yet.
Yeah, go ahead. Questions of staff?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. And through you to staff, with respect to the process regarding expropriation, I know that you need to be able to identify a source of funding. Is that not correct, Abigail?
Through the chair, I believe there are some of my colleagues from real estate are also on the line as well. But yes, we do need confirmation of a source of funds in order to pursue expropriation as well as the council direction.
Oh, thank you. And I guess to ConnectTO, you were the ones who put together the letter of intent to the Collier's listing broker who was acting on behalf of the seller of the properties on Sherbourne. So therefore, I believe that you had identified a source of funding for the property. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Tim, there was a source of funding identified for the transaction if we were the selected bidder.
Okay, thank you. And that you said that means the source of funding is no longer there, or is it still there?
No, my understanding is that there was, through corporate finance, a source of funding identified. So I'm assuming that source of funding is still available.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rose provided a really interesting, I guess, encapsulated history of expropriation led by the city that took place in Parkdale. And it seemed to me that it didn't necessarily take that long if it began in 2006 and people started to move in 2010. How long do you think expropriation would take in this case here on Sherbourne?
Maybe that, Pat, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll let Allison, Pat, who manages our expropriations. Allison.
Thanks. Through the chair, Councillor, we would anticipate expropriations take anywhere from 18 months to 2 years, just based on our legislative process and the negotiated settlements with the owner.
Thank you, Allison. And does that 18-month to 2-year factor in, are you factoring in appeal from the property owner? Or is it just that it can be negotiated perhaps even in a shorter timeline?
Yeah, that does, through the chair, Councillor, that does reflect the appeal period. We typically see that early on in the process when a hearing of necessity may be requested. But once we overcome that period, we're sort of largely into an opportunity to negotiate, and we've got fairly clear timelines within which we can gain access to the site.
Okay, thank you. I understand that the city's expropriation powers are very similar to that to institutions that are public serving, such as hospitals and universities. So therefore, there is oftentimes the appeal and then the requirement to provide purpose and necessitation. So is the province or the federal government bound by the same rules where an applicant can appeal and then oftentimes go through that same 2-year process? Because we saw the Ontario line and First Parliament site disappear from the city's ownership within 8 months. So what powers do they have that perhaps we don't have?
Thanks, Councillor. I may ask if City Legal is on to follow up, but it is very clear that our powers are very different from the province and Metrolinx's specific powers, as they were granted very unique powers to facilitate quicker expropriations in connection with the transit expansion work.
Yeah, so that's what I would add, is that there's a certain streamlined process in respect to transit.
Okay, thank you, Earl. And those are new provincial powers that the province gave themselves.
Relatively recent, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And so I guess I'm really curious to know: are there any tax benefits to a potential seller or the body that's being expropriated if capital gains is deferred? There's a heritage asset known as 230 Sherbourne on the site. Are there any benefits to expropriation to the ultimate property owner that would not be material if it was a straight out transaction?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, there are certain different financial considerations in connection with expropriations, but we have not really fully dug into opportunities around tax analysis. I think it would be on a unique case-by-case basis that would require engagement with the vendor.
Like it would be the vendors to the vendor's benefit to seek independent financial legal advice on what the tax benefits were or are if expropriation was to take place.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah, that would be correct. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I had a question. How much are we spending writ large on housing? Capital and operating. What's the number?
Through the chair, we have a significant 10-year capital plan, which includes more than $400 million of investment, where we're trying to leverage the provincial and federal government. I don't have the operating dollars in front of me right now, but the city is really leading the way in terms of investment, in terms of housing right now.
$400 million, and if we leverage it, that is going to be even more. And we're leading. Yeah, in your interview, we're leading the way. That doesn't include the hundreds of millions of dollars we're spending on operating. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's in addition to the operating investment. Yes.
So this arrangement that we're not doing enough in terms of providing housing for people that need it. In terms of making investments, we're making significant investments. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, we are making significant investments, but we've always been clear our 10-year plan requires all three levels of government to come to the table. And we know to deliver on that 40,000 unit target, which we've been very clear about, we need significantly more investment than the city is able to make on its own. And so we are doing our best to use our investments to leverage the other levels of governments, as well as investment of equity from the private and nonprofit sectors as well. So we know that there is more to do and that there is a lot of community need around housing.
Right. Thank you very much.
I have questions, Councillor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we did an appraisal. So we had the what market value it was, and then we put a bid forward, correct?
Yeah, yes, that is correct.
And was it at the high end of what we have, the very high end?
There was a two-part process, and I'm just going to be careful that I don't tread on what would I think be deemed confidential. But there was a two-part process, and we bid in the first phase, which was not at the top end but close to, and then we were asked to. We were invited to the second round, which we improved our bid in the second round, closer to the higher end of the range.
Great. And if we were to proceed with expropriation, would it be fair to say that the new market value for this is actually the winning bid? What they would they would come to us with, so we would have to.
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, through you, Chair, Deputy Mayor Bylaw, I would, you never know what the result will be in an expropriation. It's a bit of a game of chance, but you certainly are going to be paying at the highest end of the market. And if a property was just sold, then certainly establishes what the market value is. And then there's other costs that we're also obligated to pay.
Okay. Do we own other properties in the area, and are we doing other developments in East Downtown?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly are. I think there's other reports that are going to be coming forward, from through the Housing Secretariat as well as ConnectTO. There's a number of other sites that we are looking at, throughout the downtown. I think there are, just sort of off the top of my head, are there other sites there is a plan we own, through the Community Housing Corporation, a number of sites that need further investigation. There's a report coming on the future of Dan Harrison. So there are other city sites that we are currently exploring in terms of feasibility for affordable housing and other city building uses.
And there was a plan, and I think you touched on this, so maybe to the Housing Secretariat, there's a plan for the East Downtown that is coming forward soon. Are you going to be looking at all the opportunities to create supportive and affordable housing as part of that plan?
Through the chair, yes, we were asked to do a report back on the Sherbourne revitalization plan, which includes a number of sites in the area. And yes, we're aiming to bring that forward in the next cycle.
Have we been doing projects in the area? Have we opened supportive housing in the area?
Through the chair, we are investing in the area. We received Rapid Housing Initiative money for, I believe, at least one new investment of supportive housing in the area. And we've been continually looking through all of the phases of that investment to see if there are other opportunities to either buy existing buildings and also for sites for modular housing. So we do have one site at 292 Parliament, which we've invested money in, and also looking for other opportunities as well.
Okay, so and that plan that is coming forward is going to identify opportunities, going to basically tell us where. Because I think I'm just trying to, there was some deputation that said, we do need more supportive and affordable housing in this neighborhood, but you need an overreaching plan on how to do that in the most cost-effective way. Is that what we can expect from you?
Through the chair, yes. We have a Housing Now site at 405 Sherbourne. We also have investment going into the George Street revitalization. And so we'll be outlining the city's investments in a more comprehensive way for that revitalization, and potentially bringing forward some for consideration some other sites that we haven't previously discussed. You can expect to see that in the next report.
Maybe we can put some
forward.
housing on that new library that we just approved. Maybe, just saying. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, any further questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Yes, Councillor Wong-Tam, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the deputies who came out to speak today. I don't sit on the committee, so I'm not going to be able to move a motion, and I don't think there is a member on the committee right now who is going to be moving a motion. So I just wanted to speak very specifically to the staff report, to the ConnectTO team, and to the folks at CREM. Thank you very much for submitting that letter of intent. I thought that was important as a gesture, especially if we're going to be a serious buyer on the market, then you've got to put it on paper. Everything pertaining to transactions in Ontario has to be in writing, especially as it relates to real estate. It's unfortunate that this report is here sort of sitting alone, because really what the conversation should be is how do you actually uplift the neighborhood? And so let me just try to dial back a bit, because I think it might help the members of the committee to understand Sherbourne and Dundas a little bit better. Many of you will recognize that it's a neighborhood that is extremely low income. We have a high volume of vulnerable residents, many of them who actually live in TCHC housing, who would probably not be scoring very well on the rent SafeTO program, unfortunately. We just at the just at the corner of Sherbourne and Dundas on the north east side, there's a building called Dan Harrison Community Complex, 251 Sherbourne. And interestingly enough, even though we have a housing crisis in the city, it is in some ways quite emblematic of what's happening with the aging and decaying housing stock that's owned by TCHC. Unlike the story of Regent Park, Alexander Park, or Lawrence Heights, this is not a story of revitalization, and not yet. And the reason being is because out of the 431 residents that live in that building, we have about 376 units. At any given time, that building sits at 50% occupancy. So we have vacant units that are sitting there because people don't want to live in the building. Now, why would people choose not to move into an empty apartment, especially if their choices are living on the street or in the tent? It's because it's not safe. It's because the premises are not well kept. And even though there may be a working toilet, they would rather not live there because the building is not secure, and we have a lot of really challenging conditions that leave seniors vulnerable, families vulnerable, and others who desperately want housing, but it's just not happening. And because the City of Toronto is a 100% shareholder of TCHC, it makes us bad landlords. We are all entirely complicit in this. So how do we unlock Dan Harrison, 251 Sherbourne, which is comprised of 17 rooming houses, 2 6-story buildings, and there's probably about 30 different ways that you can enter this complex. It is entirely unsecured. I've met with TCHC as well as SDFA on several occasions asking, what do we do around community safety and community health and well-being? And how do I take better care of vulnerable residents who are living in properties such as Dan Harrison? And what was told to me is that, this is not as straightforward as a revitalization as one would anticipate, just because there's just so many vulnerable residents. So the best thing for us to do is just try to acquire as much land as possible, or use the city assets we have to unlock the potential to build new affordable and supportive and rent geared to income housing within the vicinity, because people need to stay close to where their services are. So recognizing that work was initiated by my office in 2019, we have a report that's coming that's going to lay out the plans for revitalization, and yet we have a site that is on the market available for sale, and we can't access it. And this is not a small site, it's a site large enough to probably build about 400 units of housing just at a quick glance. I'm going to take you back to 2018. 2018, I specifically asked City Council and this committee whether or not we can move to expropriate. If we had done that 4 years ago, we'd be paying 50% less than what is the property is being sold for today. And whatever time that has materialized and passed by, we would have already had the site and probably under construction. All that being said is that for us to be able to unlock the value of Sherbourne and Dundas, to build safer communities through TCHC revitalization and the other existing assets that we have, we need to have space to decant. And right now there isn't. This is the last chance for us to pick up this parcel right at Sherbourne and Dundas. And it's something that City Council as a whole should seriously consider on April the 6th. Thank you very much.
Report. Did I hear someone wanting to speak, or is that just a?
Yeah, I would like to speak, Councillor.
Okay, I didn't see you there. Councillor Vilo?
Yes. It's very disappointing that we didn't win the bid. I think that every opportunity that we have to buy a site, I think that we've been putting bids, we've been successful in some with the support of the federal government. We've been supporting nonprofits to buy, we've been buying our own, and we always, it's always, when it's the good opportunity, the right opportunity, I think we need to jump on it. I think, however, there are opportunities that sometimes the financial just don't work. And we always have to be careful with that. As we all know in this council chamber, there's a very finite amount of money to go around. And I always think that we need to be smart on how we invest our affordable housing dollars and to always get the most affordable, most amount of affordable housing and the deepest affordable housing that we can get. What I'm hearing is that there are properties in that area that we are looking at. There is a plan that needs to happen. I really appreciated some of the deputants that said we need a vision for that neighborhood. And I know that the local councillor has really been working hard on it. And I really think that's the way that we need to look at it. It's how, I think she was right. It's how do we bring back this neighborhood? It clearly needs more supportive housing. It clearly needs more affordable housing. This council needs to commit to do that in this neighborhood. But it also needs to do it in the most cost-effective way and as fast as possible. There's probably other projects happening, to be honest with you, that if we were to add a couple of floors just of density, you would get units much, much cheaper in that neighborhood. So what is the most cost-effective and efficient way to bring these units online? I think that should be a priority as we assess this. And so like I said, I'm all for acquisitions, but it needs to be acquisitions that make sense, that brings up the neighborhood, but that also makes our dollars go further. And I think that's what we need to do with this council. This is a file that needs billions and billions and billions of dollars. And if we're just not going to be careful the way that we spend that money, I think we lose credibility. And I think we're not going to get as much as we want and as much as we need.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else?
Can you see me, Deputy Mayor?
I can hear you.
Okay.
That'll do.
I just, it's through you, Deputy Mayor, I just want to concur in the remarks of Deputy Mayor Bilo. You can't imagine the frustration that we face, and she and I sit in these meetings month after month about the vacant units that were referred to earlier on in Dan Harrison. And we understand, why that happens, and we have in the last number of days talked with him about having to change the way in which we approach this, because just to assume that what's the definition of insanity, to engage in the same behavior over and over again and expect a different result. But it's so frustrating when we are sitting, seized with responsibility, shared responsibility, but nonetheless we have our share of addressing this housing problem, this urgent housing problem, that there are units in that building and other buildings, but there are units in particular in that building. But I asked the question quite deliberately earlier on to one of the deputants of saying, would you actually pay 20 or 30 or some number of millions of dollars more than what our appraisal thought that building, the Sherbourne property was worth, just to be able to say you expropriated that? Because that is what we would pay. We would have to pay what the ultimate purchaser paid. Whether they were right or wrong or paid too much or too little, doesn't matter. That's the new market value. And if you gave me a choice between that and potentially other options, and I'm saying potentially, it's really the comments Deputy Mayor Bilo made, to say we might be able to take that same $20 or $30 million and do something else, that have that money go to actually housing units for people. Because all, of course, the expropriation would do is buy us the land. And then you have to go after that to decide. And then the other thing I think that people should take into account, so it's why I get a bit frustrated with what I will actually call a simplistic approach taken, saying just expropriate it. There were people who were honest enough to say in the course of the deputations, we'll just do it because it's like a symbol. But we can't operate that way. We have to operate on the basis of being responsible and getting the most housing we can for the money that the taxpayers have provided to us. And if you think about it as well in terms of time, I mean, the expropriation, you heard Ms. Falacia say that it would take 2 years to do that. I think that's what she said, including the appeal period. Then you have the challenge of once you have the land, of actually deciding what's going to go on that land. Then you have to build it. And surely, I think almost surely, if you combine the two things, one is the 10, 20, 30 million dollars, whatever the numbers turn out to be, that you'd have to pay beyond what we thought the land and were told the land was worth by our own professional advisors, and then go through the expropriation, and then go through the process of putting something on that piece of land to house people. And I am absolutely convinced that with the same amounts of money, we could do more faster somewhere else. But it's our obligation, including, by the way, some repurposing or renewal of Dan Harrison, because that is something that that we're getting a report on, and the Toronto Community Housing, I can assure you, is very much seized of. Because I think the new CEO over there, who's doing an excellent job, is as frustrated by the vacancies that exist in that building as we are, and they know that the reason that was given for that by Councillor Wong-Tam is correct. So let's fix that. But in any event, I just want to concur really in the principles of what Deputy Mayor Bilo said, because we have to be as ambitious as we can be in resolving what is a serious problem. We've all acknowledged that, and we've actually, frankly, while there's much more to be done a lot more in terms of the output of supportive housing and other things that we're doing than has been the case for many previous councils going back a long way before I got here. But we still have to be careful, with the resources we have and get the most we can. And that's why that's why the discussion of the transit-oriented communities is so important. Because, have an opportunity there that is heaven sent in terms of where those are and what they are, to make sure that we get out of that, absolutely insist that we get out of that, some affordable housing. I know we're talking here more about supportive housing, but nonetheless, it all adds to addressing what is undoubtedly, one of the biggest challenges we face as a city. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, we'll vote on staff recommendations. We don't have any motions, do we, Julie? I didn't.
That's correct. We do not have motions.
Okay, all those in favor of staff recommendations? Opposed? That carries. Did we do East Harbour? What's the next item, Julie?
That is the next item, the East Harbour transit-oriented.
East Harbour?
Yes.
One deputant there?
Yes,
Mark
that's
Richardson?
correct, and he is in the council chamber.
Excellent. Mr. Richardson, welcome.
Can you hear me okay now? Okay, thank you.
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Councillors, here today to talk about the East Harbour transit-oriented communities proposal, and particularly to talk about putting the affordable housing numbers at East Harbour into context. Our volunteers at housingnowto.com come from a variety of different organizations. We all donate our time on a pro bono basis to try and ensure the best outcomes for affordable housing and transit-oriented development in the City of Toronto. We partner with the Board of Trade, the U of T School of Cities, Ryerson University, and the Urban Land Institute Twilliger Center for Housing in Washington, D.C. We're trying to bring the best practice examples from around North America into the Toronto example. Our housingnowto.com map has just celebrated its 3rd anniversary at the end of January, and we've had over 90,000 people visit our map. In fact, we know that a lot of our traffic comes from inside City Hall and inside ConnectTO, so we're glad that you guys find it useful too. And our focus is really about being public and open, about being clear with our information, about a transparency of process, and about tracking against targets. We've already talked to you earlier today about the Ontario line sites. There were 4 that we talked about earlier, and this is really the 5th one that's part of this first round of enhanced MZOs. We are expecting that the MZOs are going to be signed in the next 35 days, so there's not a lot of time for discussion or negotiation about these sites. Ontario Line East Harbour site is Infrastructure Ontario and Metrolinx, working with the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan and Cadillac Fairview, who are the private landowners next to the site. We've been involved in the Community Advisory Council for East Harbour and really trying to push to get meaningful amounts of affordable housing. There are going to be 4,300 units of new residential housing at East Harbour. But as it stands right now, only 215 units of affordable rental. Now that's Good in a way, because it's 99 years of rental. So you're getting permanent affordable rental. This is really an inclusionary zoning deal. It's a 5% deal. We also estimate the value of 215 affordable housing units to be $100 million. So it's not nothing, right? This is real math. These are the actual numbers that are being brought to the table here. But when we compare the 215 units at East Harbour to what you have been able to deliver on your own Housing Now sites, the comparison is pretty jarring. In Councillor Crawford's ward at 777 Victoria Park, a very small TTC parking lot, you're delivering 508 total units and 254 affordable housing units. So you're delivering more there than at the whole East Harbour site. In Deputy Mayor Min Wong's site at the Science Centre, there are 1,255 units there with 418 as affordable rental, plus you're putting a new TDSB school into one of the podiums. In Deputy Mayor Thompson's ward, 645 units with 215 affordable next to the Science Centre, next to Scarborough Town Centre. And in Councillor Cressy's ward in City Place, we took a 9-story proposal in that location from 2016. It's now 29 stories. You increase the density on the building. You created 141 affordable rental units there out of 282 total units. We really want you to focus on these key ideas. This is really a minimum number. East Harbour, Cadillac Fairview, Infrastructure Ontario, 215, 5% is what you've agreed to right now. It says in the MOU it's a minimum number. That's at a starting point. You're going to have to work to get above and beyond that number. And you need to work cooperatively to do that. In some cases, there's not been a lot of cooperation from local councillors with Infrastructure Ontario and Metrolinx when they're talking about delivering affordable housing on these sites or any housing on these sites. We really want you to try to front load the requirement for affordable housing. These 215 units should be in phase 1 or phase 2 at the latest. We don't want to wait 20 years to get these affordable housing units in phase 5. We would also like to encourage you to work with them on providing additional ways to encourage affordable housing, like the open door supports, which you do at the Housing Now sites in order to create more affordable housing at East Harbour. Ask the folks at Cadillac Fairview and the Teachers Pension Plan to focus on how many first-year TDSB teachers could afford to live at East Harbour when these buildings are built. You can't just be in the pension business, you've got to be in the future teacher business as well.
Can I ask you to finish up, please?
Yeah, I got 2 points and then we're done. Work with the provincial, federal government and CMHC to deliver affordable housing at East Harbour, additional units of affordable housing. There's an opportunity there. Focus your limited resources on lands that you already own through the Housing Now and the ModernTO program to deliver affordable housing, because we see how much better that is than trying to force private sector developers to do it. And finally, this yellow box on the map right there is the Booth Avenue City Yard. And we'd encourage you to start to assess it for inclusion into the Housing Now program in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Councillor Fletcher, guest.
Yes, thank you so much for coming today, Mark, and giving us your thoughts. And I hope I can get a copy of that.
The clerk has it.
The last slide that you have, the colored slide. I think that's your suggestions are really important. And how, since it's a provincial MZO and the province and IO are really driving it, Cadillac Fairview, is that one of the, would you think that that should be something the province should really take more into account, the need for affordable or even housing on this site?
It's pretty clear from the way the province is using these Ontario line sites that they're expecting Cadillac Fairview to pay for a good chunk of the station in this location. And there's a number of other things in the city's MOU, a couple of daycares, a community center, I think 30 million in other benefits that are in the MOU as well. So lots of people are asking Cadillac Fairview to pay a fair bit into this, including 100 million in affordable housing is our estimate of what the affordable housing is worth. Would I like the province to do more? Yeah. Do I expect Doug Ford to be particularly brave on this stuff? Not really. So, this is where we need to sort of play the cards that we're dealt. And this is probably where the federal government can come to the table. And if the federal government comes to the table along with the city, it's easier for you to strong arm the province into doing the same.
So looking at the notion, since it is the teacher's pension fund, and ensuring some affordable housing for first-time teachers,
100%.
That's a great idea. And since it probably can't move into the condos that would be built, or I don't know how affordable the rental will be, but the notion that given what a site it is, it's not just an Ontario line site, it's also a GO Smart Track site and also a TTC site. So there's no location, would you agree with me, there's no location anywhere along any of the transit nodes that has those three elements there. It's quite spectacular.
It's a spectacular site. It's probably equivalent to the site that Councillor Thompson and Councillor Crawford have at Kennedy Station, where the LRT meets the GO, meets the Eglinton Crosstown, meets the subway extension.
Yes.
These are
complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, these are transit nodes, and we need to exploit them appropriately.
And so in that, it's not quite the same transit node as one of the other simple Ontario line station or one that doesn't have that connectivity with the Ontario line.
Yeah,
so
this is a multimodal site,
yeah.
Correct.
Multimodal site, and I'd say across Lakeshore, we're going to have Villiers Island with 30% affordable housing, and this site would be at 5%. So
You own Villiers Island, you don't own this site.
Yes, but permissions are required, and we're putting money into many things. There's
Correct.
many permissions required to build the Broadview extension, to take the TTC through it, to put the Smart Track station in. Some of our land is going in. It requires a real contribution from the city. Plus, there's floodproofing that has to happen here prior to anything can happen, the north of the line floodproofing. So it's a pretty big city works project, I'll put it like that, almost like the Waterfront Toronto site, correct?
Correct.
And on Waterfront Toronto, when they have a private developer, it's 20% affordable housing, is it not, on a large site?
At least, I think you've even gone a little bit higher on the Housing Now site that you've just added on Queens Quay.
But once we don't own. So for East Bayfront with Menkes and all of the other developers, I believe when it's a large site, it's 20%.
Correct.
So it would seem like it should be 20% here. I know you'd like 30, but at least using some of the city's policies, and perhaps we shouldn't just be using IZ, we should be using our large site policy and the fact there's such a large contribution all around from all levels of government.
Yeah,
agree?
and we've encouraged you to take the land in the large site policy in the past at Christie and at other locations. I don't think that's an option on the table right now in the current MOU or with the enhanced MZO that's coming.
Right. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, did you have questions?
No, I'm okay. Councillor Fletcher actually asked the same thing I was going to ask. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other members of the committee?
Thank you, Councillor, for going to ask those questions.
Okay, seeing no more questions, do we have speakers? Oh, I'm sorry, wait a second. Yeah, he was the only speaker, that's right. Do we have, questions of staff? I got twisted up here. Do we have any questions of staff? All right, we don't have any questions of staff. We'll go to speakers.
I just have a couple of remarks.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want to thank Mr. Richardson for coming down and always for their very thoughtfulness around the affordable housing piece. I have to say I was a little bit surprised that at the end of the day, with such a strong push from the provincial government and through IO and an MZO, that the number is only 5% affordable, 215. I say it's a tale of two cities, across the street and here in East Harbour. So I really think that I'm glad to see it's only a minimum, saying a minimum of 215, And I think we need to use all the levers possible. I think Mr. Richard has a really interesting idea. It's a teacher's pension plan, and yes, just like OMERS, the teachers, we can't tell OMERS what to do, the teachers can't tell Cadillac Fairview what to do, but really and truly, as far as public policy is concerned, affordability for those who are essential workers in the city is something that's so important. And I think that's a brilliant idea that he's had today. Also note that this is a site that isn't just a regular stop on any of the transit stops. It's really a big transit node. We have planned the Broadview extension for the TTC to get it into the Portlands, but big stop there. We have a smart track station, that's the city station, paying for that station for the GO expansion and the GO line to meet there. And we also have the Ontario line station, and they'll all meet there. So to me, the goals that we have, and I know we all have them, and there's some restrictions because we're dealing with IO, we're dealing with CatView, we're dealing with provincial government, but I'm very disappointed that they haven't, what I'm going to say, stepped up to realize the importance of this site. If they're going to put an MZO, they're going to rezone it, then I think it's really incumbent upon them to find ways to maximize the amount of affordable housing on the site. And there will be, I think there's time to continue discussing that, but I don't think that given the amount of time and energy that everybody puts into this site, planning staff, transit office, mayor's office, councillor's office, that we're getting the bang for our buck in what we know is the most important thing we can possibly ask for and possibly do. We know how important transit is, but we know that affordable housing is the apple of our eye, and I just don't think this meets the test of the city at this point. Thank you.
All right. Anyone from committee? Seeing none, we have committee, the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I can't see. Julia, do we have?
To the
Do you have enough
deputy mayor, I
people?
believe a few members need to turn their camera on.
Right. So,
Yeah,
members of committee, are you there?
yeah.
Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Ainsley was just there a minute ago, and Councillor Crawford, but there's Councillor Crawford.
You have quorum, deputy mayor.
All right, all in favor of staff committee recommendations? Not committee, the recommendations in the report. All those in favor, opposed? That's carried. The next item is the, let's see here, Metrolinx.
31.7, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, thank you. 31.7, City of Toronto Digital Infrastructure Strategic Framework. It was held by the mayor. We have two deputies, Bianca Wiley and Beth Coleman. Is Bianca still here? I see her there.
Yeah, so, again,
Welcome back, Bianca.
thank you.
You're on.
Wonderful. So hello, everyone. Nice to be here. I think it's pretty exhausting. I don't think we've mentioned today how exhausting this pandemic is, and I just think we should all keep that alive as we have these long days. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about this framework, which has been the product of the last few years. And I want to thank Alice Xu and her team for working so much with the community on this framework. It's really helpful to have it. I think it would have been great to have something like this 20 years ago. And that would have helped us start to shape sort of the direction of the technology that's really impacting our lives so much. But this is something that we can use in the next 10 years, I think, really productively. And I think we're going to have to really focus on the one principle that was added through the course of the public consultation, which is around the city having control and autonomy over its digital infrastructure. This framework doesn't guarantee anything. What I want to say, or really change anything, to be honest, but the reason it's great is it gives us language and some scaffolding to talk about how we can engage with our digital infrastructure in a political way, which is not something that we've been doing for very long. So this is really helpful from a democratic and public engagement perspective. Having said that, I'm just going to talk about a couple examples. There's no hard lines in this. And if we think about 4 particular examples, when I say hard lines, I mean, this framework is something to help us think about making decisions. It doesn't actually change much. So if we wanted to keep on doing what we've been doing for the last 20 years, we could do that within this framework. We could also take the public technology we have and have invested as a city in a totally different direction. So I want to be really clear about that. But if we look at this and imagine this framework with 4 examples in front of us, one of them being Leaside, one being Pay It, one being the Parks and Recreation program sign up, and another one being ConnectTO, I think having this framework would have helped us all have much better conversations, much more coherent conversations. Leaside is continuing along now, but let's talk a little bit about Pay It, Parks and Recreation program sign up, and ConnectTO, which I was speaking on a little bit earlier today. I'm not going to start there. I'll start with Pay It. Fundamentally, Pay It is a conversation about a very large fixed guaranteed revenue stream, the tax base. We didn't really talk about Pay It like that. We didn't talk about it as a major asset of the city, which is what it is. We talked about it as sort of a improvement in customer experience or a step toward modernization. And I think that's a good example of something that this framework wouldn't have stopped, even though it talks about the principle of control and autonomy. This is important because the Pay It deal is really about money. It's not about technology. It's about control and autonomy over our revenues. And that deal really sees a vendor literally siphoning tens and potentially hundreds of millions of dollars away from the public. I think it would be smart for anyone who's up for it next year, next term, to revisit that contract in light of this new framework and just ask, does it stand up? Are all the principles upheld? And the one thing is particularly I want to talk about on that one, because I feel it's necessary to say here, said it before, I'm going to say it again. I'm deeply uncomfortable as a resident of the city that the city of Toronto is fundamentally it is now going to seek to have, and has a financial incentive to have this model used in other cities across Canada. I just am not sure that many residents understood what happened or that they would be in agreement with this model. Never mind here, but spreading it elsewhere. The other 2 I want to touch on really quickly, Parks and Rec sign up. I think so many people in the city are excited to see what's going to happen next with that program. So let's use that as one, again, to potentially consider how does this framework apply to that. And lastly, ConnectTO, I just want to say really quickly, I didn't think I had to say this. We had no responses to the RFP on ConnectTO. That's because it's a market failure situation, and that's where the government's supposed to invest in public infrastructure. So those are some examples. Excited to use this framework together next year. We're going to have to activate it as for all of you as elected officials, us as the public. And again, thank you to staff for giving us a tool to help have these conversations better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bianca. Any questions of the deputy? Being none, we'll go to our next deputy, which is Beth Coleman.
To the chair, that speaker is not connected, so we have completed the speakers.
Okay, we will then go to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, we will go to speakers. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wong. I do have a motion on this item that I would like to move.
Okay.
And it's that City Council requests the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to include the Registration and Booking Transformation Project Award report, which is due at the General Government and Licensing Committee in the third quarter of 2022 on how the digital infrastructure strategic framework principles were applied throughout the procurement. City Council requests the Deputy City Manager, Corporate Services and Chief Technology Officer, Technology Services to report back to the appropriate committee before the implementation of this project. And so what I am referring to is a booking system that we currently, if you live in Scarborough, for example, you have to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning and get on a computer or phone in to get your child booked into a recreation program. So staff have been doing a lot of work on this. It's been quite a journey. I've been advocating since the beginning of this journey that the journey take place. And it's important, I think, to make sure, as here we are in 2022, that we have the most up-to-date and viable recreation system, registration system. And that's what I would like to see the digital infrastructure plan used as its first pilot project. So I'm asking for support on that. In terms of the digital infrastructure plan that's before us today, it represents the evolution in the city's perspective regarding the role and governance of data and technology. Historically, information technology departments and municipal government have been focused on back office functions, such as ensuring staff and council have access to technology to carry out their work. This remains a core function of the City of Toronto's Technology Service Division, which plays a crucial role in ensuring the city was able to pivot quickly during the first wave of the pandemic, and it ensured over 11,000 of our staff were able to work remotely during the pandemic. Virtual meetings like this one have been enabled by the same Technology Service Division. Over the last few years, we've witnessed greater digital transformation emergence of new types of technology in public space and increased public expectations and concerns about the use of data and technology. As more city services shift to digital service delivery models, the role of the Technology Service Division has grown more relevant than ever, and we need it more than ever. Initiatives such as the Sidewalk Labs, which was on the Toronto waterfront, the federal government's Smart City Challenge have led council asking staff to prepare the city-wide policy framework for digital infrastructure and data governance. The City of Toronto, we recognize technology can help meet our city objectives, but it also poses a number of risks. Alongside years of internal work and then public consultations following council direction, the digital infrastructure plan before us responds by providing a framework to ensure digital infrastructure and its use considers and advances digital equity and also inclusion, contributes to a well-run city, leads to social, economic, and environmental benefits, and avoids harm, protects privacy and security. It's transparent and governed democratically and builds the digital autonomy that we require. It's been written to help residents and businesses understand the use of digital infrastructure at the city and how they can engage. Also to help our city staff consider the public interest and make decisions regarding digital infrastructure initiatives. I'm asking all of my colleagues to wholeheartedly support the digital infrastructure plan before us as a whole, and also my amendment on the recreation registration plan. And I would also finally, I'd like to thank staff in our Technology Services Division and the senior leadership team of the City of Toronto for the work that they've done on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any further speakers? No? Okay, so we have Councillor Ainsley's amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I have as the next item 31.9 Metrolinx on Ontario Line Downtown Stations review of vulnerable road user safety transit priority and communication to local community. That was held by the mayor. I do not, oh, I have one speaker, John Wilson. Is Mr. Wilson here?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Great, welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, Mayor, council members, committee members, and guests. John Wilson here, the co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee. And you have in front of you our letter relating to vulnerable road user safety, transit priority, and communication to the local communities. So I don't want to belabor my points, but simply to add emphasis and context. We certainly thank staff for their work to address vulnerable users' needs, transit priority, and community consultation. We understand their hard work to work with their partners in the province and their consultants. So I want to, at this point, address in reverse order the points that I put into my letter for reasons I think will become obvious. The third recommendation that I put, the one I'd like to speak to first, is that during the construction of the Ontario line and the transit-oriented communities projects, that accessible online maps of changing pedestrian and cycling closures and redirections, identifying universally accessible alternate routes when they be provided, and that they be updated as close to real time as possible. I believe that this is so obvious that I don't need to belabor it, and I trust that it is something that would be in any vulnerable road user safety plan that we can find when there are road closures, where there are sidewalk closures, when there are transit changes, that are vulnerable road users, whether they be in wheelchairs, whether they be on active transportation and so on, that they be able to identify quickly and effectively how their best route might be changed on a sort of a day-to-day basis. The community and the West Don Lands Committee asked for this assurance, and I think it's something that we should be able to expect. So I'd like it's something that this committee takes seriously, that staff takes seriously as they move forward with the transit-oriented communities and Ontario line construction projects. It's important, I think, that we be seized with just how disruptive this whole project will become. And so the consideration I would like to make next is toward transit priority in the vicinity of the Porktown Station and First Parliament site construction. This is going to be a place where both a station is being constructed, a transit-oriented community is built, and also where staging is going to take place for the tunneling from Yonge Street to the east to the Don River. So it's a very intense construction at that site. It strikes me and us that the King Street transit priority configuration, which is very successful farther to the west of this site, be extended through to this site so that the transit and other users might be, vulnerable users might be able to negotiate the area between Parliament Street and Berkeley Street with greater ease. It's understood from the report that sidewalk in that area will be closed, and it's our view that that the remaining space on that street should be reserved for priority for vulnerable users and for transit in as much as possible. And further, that the block, just one block south of that, also be given very close consideration. That is the area between Parliament and Berkeley on Front Street, where there is currently demolition of existing buildings going on, where there's hoardings around those buildings, where there will be transit-oriented building going on, and where the specific staging of the tunneling for the or Ontario line east of Yonge Street will be going on. So there will be staging vehicles moving in and out of that site, which will be very challenging for vulnerable users when there is also construction on the north side. So that is an area that we think should be given particular consideration. But finally, I want to speak to the meaningful consultation and the necessity that that be very early addressed. We've had some very significant bad examples of construction happening where we weren't able to look at the requirements under the contract with the contractors before we were able to begin the construction, and that meant that baked-in conditions in those contracts meant mitigated for noise, dust, overnight work, disruption of sleep, and really basically an impossible situation for many of our residents in the West Don Lands area.
Can I ask you to finish up, please, sir?
Yes, certainly. So I just really do ask that at a very early stage, that the community be brought in prior to the letting of the contracts, which I understand will be happening in the fall, to review and to comment and to strengthen the contractual obligations of constructing entities as they are building the Transgender community and the Ontario line. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We'll take it into committee. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Sorry, I apologize. My hand went up too quickly. I don't have questions of staff, just to quickly speak on the matter.
Any other, does anyone have questions of staff? Seeing none, we will take it into committee for speaking. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you. I recognize that it's getting late in the evening and all the members have had a long day. I've been with you almost since 9:30, so for sure I can imagine that everyone is feeling it. I just want to thank John Wilson for his deputation and also for his written submission. John raised a number of really great points that I know that the community is going to be gripped with. And of course, the residents of the West Don Lands around the Corktown station is going to be, I mean, they've been quite gripped with the fact that major road disruptions are coming, and it's going to be happening right across the downtown core. It's going to start from Ontario Science Center, and it's just going to be very, very messy. It's multi-year, of course, but we know that many times in the downtown, people are not driving, they're walking. They are cycling, they are participating and moving through the city through means of active transportation, which means that they end up being vulnerable road users. So the reason why everything we do is always about public safety is because it really makes a difference when a vehicle strikes a person, a human being, as opposed to striking another vehicle. We don't want anybody to be striking anybody. But this is why we have this sense of heightened awareness that things can and will most likely will go wrong if we don't plan ahead. I did submit a letter to the executive committee just because I was hoping that we were going to get to move it today, but I think I'm going to end up moving it at City Council, and it's to specifically try to address some of the concerns that John Wilson had raised in his comments about making sure that there's an active type of map that was going to be current. So therefore, if routes are going to be diverted and bike lanes stopped, people should be able to know very quickly by way of signage as well as technology apps on where they can be diverted. And it's not just for those who are cycling and walking; it's also for people who are driving. Everybody needs to know where else they can go. And because we're already seeing so much construction in the downtown, and we're already feeling, to be quite honest, a number of the roads pinching. But I also know that with condominium developers, they're oftentimes off the road in 3 to 4 years. So we're really bracing ourselves for that decade-long construction. The other thing that would be great is that, if people didn't have to necessarily get onto an app to find out what's going on, but rather just clear signage. It may seem strange that I'm bringing this up, because should Metrolinx just take care of these things? I would love to say yes, that Metrolinx would have a line of sight on this. But from our experience so far is that the city staff have got to be really actively engaged in the conversations with Metrolinx, working with the local community to make sure that everything we can possibly need from them to ensure that the safe flow of goods and service and people through our city is going to be in place, which is why our communities continue to come out to talk about road safety. And then finally, I had already moved a series of motions, my goodness, Metrolinx and the Ontario line has kept our office very busy for the past 16 months. I've already moved a series of motions that really try to address how do we get them to the table in a collaborative, forward-facing manner, as opposed to being told later on, we'll let you know what our plans are. We'll keep you up to speed. Thanks for your question. They'll file it away, and then we find out later that we have to raise the same question in a different forum to a different group of staff, but we're still not getting the answers. So really, everything that has transpired so far with respect to motions here and motions through the Planning and Housing Committee, motions at City Council, the reason why we're so busy trying to get all this on the table is because we've asked these questions to Metrolinx. Just I want the committee members to understand, it's not like we have not been proactively trying to get in front of Metrolinx to say, we need a bit more information. If you can come out early and engage with our community, we'd like to establish these working groups. We are spending a lot of time chasing them for what we believe is just very basic information, so businesses as well as residents can plan. And unfortunately, we're constantly being told you'll have it later. So this is why we're going to continue to apply the pressure where we can, just because community safety is so important. And hopefully at City Council, we'll have the support of this committee on what I believe are fairly straightforward motions that go further to protect community and public safety and road safety in Vision Zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Take it into committee. Do we have any other speakers? Seeing none, staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are now on to the next item, which I believe is 3110, ModernTO unlocking 8 city-owned properties. I don't think, do we have any depths on that, Julie? I don't see any on my list.
That's correct. We do not have any deputants on this item.
I held that
All right,
down,
any
Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor, for 2 motions that I have. So just to put that on the record, I will want to speak, but I don't have any questions of staff and there are no deputations.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I just have a couple of questions. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And through you to staff, with respect to the process that staff have outlined with respect to the management of these properties, how did you come to the conclusion of the prioritization? You've created them, you've grouped them into tranches. How did that come about? What was your evaluation matrix?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Wong-Tam, we, essentially we wanted to try to advance these sites as quickly as possible to take advantage of, the city building opportunities that are there. And really it's a function of, in some of the cases, there's other infrastructure projects that are affecting those sites, those areas. And so that as a result of that, 3 of the sites are part of the second tranche. And then, 2 of the sites are, 3 of the sites are part of the second tranche, and 1 of the sites we're actually hanging on to. And then I think there's sort of 3 sites that we want to advance up front because those sites are ready to be mobilized. And there's a sense that, these sites can be catalysts for other opportunities within the area. And that would be sort of 277 Victoria, the 610, 130 site in particular.
Thank you so much for that answer. Would you agree that the site at 277 Victoria, which is attached to 3840 Dundas, that perhaps right at the heart of the city, where you have probably the maximum number of media impressions because it's Yonge Dundas Square, you've got the greatest number of eyeballs that are looking at that site, and yet the building at 38 to 40 Dundas has been sitting vacant for I believe, about 6 years now, maybe 7. Would it be possible to peel that off, and would you support this? And I think the mayor is going to be supportive as well, to sort of peel off that piece, so therefore that becomes the first priority of land that's going to be disposed and sold and then repurposed for city building initiative. So what I'm asking is, can we unlock 277 plus 3840 Dundas and deal with that property first, as opposed to grouping 3 properties together?
Yeah, we would be certainly open to that through you, Chair, Councillor. I would just add that there are, there are obviously a couple of other pieces that need to be factored into that. The relocation of the staff in that building at the Toronto Public Health. So we'll work closely with our colleagues at the Office Modernization Office, and then there's the relocation, of course, of the works location, which is something that we're working on quite aggressively, but we would be very open to that.
Okay, thank you. And because the Imperial Pub has an application on it, I forget the address, but it's sort of across the laneway from 38 and 40 Dundas and 277 Victoria. There's already an application to rebuild that entire block. And so, with respect to laneway access, public realm unlocking, coordination of tower placement, if that's what's going to be there, then prioritizing the disposition of 277 and 38 Victoria would help us unlock the entire parcel of land that's there, including the site where the Imperial Pub is. And so there has a significant city building potential that's even bigger than just the sale of 277 Victoria. So would you agree that we should be working with the adjacent property owners, whether it's Ryerson University or the group that's purchased the Imperial Pub block, to try to unlock that entire quadrant, that patch of land?
Yeah, through you, Chair, I would agree that I think any opportunity that we have to work cooperatively and in coordination with other adjacent landowners to create better public realm opportunities and a more synergistic development, that we should absolutely look at those opportunities. And I'll just quickly add that we think it's important to also incorporate this development in concert with the work that other divisions are doing on the Young Tomorrow plan as well, and ensure that we are in consideration of those pieces as well, because again, we see this as a real catalyst to creating some real opportunities in that area.
Okay, thank you so much, Vic. Music to my ears. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, take it into committee. Any questions of members of the committee? No?
Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley, questions? Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. I guess to Mr. Gupta, I did hear Councillor Wong Tam ask about the Victoria Street location. I missed all of her questioning. I didn't know if she asked in a similar vein about the Bay Street location, and if there have been any discussions with Ryerson about that site.
There have not been discussions with anyone in particular about that site, any post-secondary institutions about that site. The proposal through you, Chair, Councillor Ainsley, for that site is actually, we see that again as a real, almost a unique and almost iconic site for us, in the sense that it has a heritage component. It fronts onto Bay Street. It's a fairly large site. It has lots of density, and it's located at a part of the city where there are currently, sort of medical and institutional type uses and office uses. And we think that, we're excited to see what the not-for-profit, the medical, the sort of university, the hospital row can offer in terms of a proposal to that site. So we're not, our plan for that site is not to pre-zone it and bring it forward sort of with through the zoning process ourselves, but to actually do a 2-part proposal. So the first would be a expression of interest to see what kind of ideas and innovative proposals we can get from the not-for-profit and private sector, and then come back with a more formal RFP process that will be reporting to council in between that process.
Okay, I just wanted to raise that I heard the questions, the end of the questions from my colleague, Councillor Wong Tam, and I just thought, the Ted Rogers School of Business is across the street at Bay and Dundas, so I didn't know if there's also an opportunity for Ryerson. I know they are looking for more student housing and staff housing as well, so right across the street from their business school. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Speakers, I think. Yes. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. As many can tell through the line of questioning, is very keen to see the revitalization of Dundas and Yonge, not just through my work through Yonge tomorrow, which I was very pleased with as an outcome, but also in terms of making sure that this civic square, Yonge and Dundas, and all the vicinity is going to be a beautiful space that can make all Torontonians proud. Interestingly enough, the history of Yonge Dundas Square, I'm just going to speak to it very briefly because I think it's important and material to the conversation around 3840 Dundas and 277 Victoria, is that when the square was originally built in 2002, it really was to launch the face of the downtown again. And that's why you have the billboards. That's why you have a square that has a separate board of management. That's why you have so much investment going into this portion of the city, is because it was supposed to always be this flourishing space for commerce, flourishing space for culture, as well as for higher learning. And it was supposed to be a place of gathering. I don't think that the folks who worked on Yonge Dundas Square, and I don't think any of us were here at that time, ever felt that their work was finished. And what I've learned as the councillor for the area is that there was always an intention to unlock the perimeter surrounding the square as well, which is why 277 Victoria, as well as 3840 Dundas, are so critically important. Not only is it part of the expanding campus of Ryerson University, one of the top universities in Canada, with a population of students that they anticipate to grow in 2030 by 60,000 people. It's also a place of high visibility, which means that every time there is a mention of Toronto and there's a tourist or visitor coming to our city, they're going to come here. And that building at 3840 Dundas in particular, although it's attached to the public health office, has been sitting vacant, for 6 years plus. And we had offered through the BIA to take over a lease. We offered to refurbish the building. We talked about building a museum of music there, a neon museum there. We talked about, animating that sort of area, surface parking lot. And what we got from the city staff at that time, nobody was here who's making decisions today, but what we got was a bit of resistance. No, you can't do it. You can't touch it. We're not going to let you go in there. We won't lease it to you, even though we put millions of dollars on the table. It was always, we're just going to wait. That time has passed. And when I was advised by ConnectTO that they were going to come and unlock some city assets, a few of those assets were in Ward 13 Toronto Centre, the first thing I said to them, and they would concur, was that nothing else mattered as much as this site at 40 Dundas and 277 Victoria, because it was the completion of Yonge Dundas Square and the completion of the revitalization of the downtown. And so, although the other sites are important, and I'm really glad it's being done from the bus terminal to the Green Tea Parking Arcade on Queen Street, this was the site that generated the most interest for myself as a local councillor, and as well as for the business community, as well as for Ryerson. Everybody wanted to make a move on it because it was going to complete the story of the downtown. So I know that the mayor's going to be putting forth a motion about prioritizing the work to be done here. Obviously, the works will find a new home, and we support their relocation, but they've also outgrown the site. They need 10,000 square feet by Dr. Davila's account, and I know that that has to be a purpose-built space now because obviously we want to provide high-quality health-related care, harm reduction services to the clients, and it's not going to work when people are crammed inside or perhaps queuing in long lines outside. we can find a better way to house the workers at the Toronto Public Health. And I think that it should be done as quickly as possible, especially through the modernization efforts. But Young Dundas Square, Young Tomorrow, and all the efforts that are there, including the Imperial Pub that is already under the rezoning application, we have to catch up. Everybody is going to take off and do their work without us, and we would get a much better result if we can tie it together and work with Ryerson to unlock that as soon as possible. So thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, are you ready to go?
Yes, before I offer my remarks on this matter, if I may, Deputy Mayor, I would move that the meeting be extended past the scheduled dinner recess to complete the agenda. I think we're getting there and doing quite well at that. I hope the committee members will concur in that. So moved.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Thank you. As Deputy Chair and Chair, I would like to associate myself with the remarks that Councillor Wong-Tam just made, and my motions are two in number. The first is one that deals with trying to expedite the process as it relates to 277 Victoria Street, and I'll come back to that. And the second is one that deals really, I'll call it housekeeping, in that there's a need for, in order to kind of complete all the deals that go back and forth between the TTC and the city and create TO with respect to the 610 Bay and 130 Elizabeth Street properties, that some things be done with respect to sorting out some responsibilities of the city, including an outstanding mortgage that needs to be addressed. So it's really housekeeping, and I think it's self-explanatory when you read it. The part I want to associate myself with and speak to most in my time is to talk about the importance of an acceleration of the consideration as it relates to 277 Victoria Street. I think there is a sense of urgency to this. All of this is important for us to move forward in the context, and I spoke about this to the media and to the public this morning. There are many things that are contingent upon this entire plan, including opportunities for affordable housing on a number of sites, including the opportunity for us to make more efficient city space in terms of how it's used, including the opportunity for us to have greater efficiency in government by basically collapsing dozens of leases we have with outside landowners so that we can use our own space to house our own members of our own team, our employees. And this will also facilitate, quite frankly, the movement of some jobs to parts of the city that haven't necessarily had their fair share of city jobs over time, including Scarborough and Etobicoke and North York. So there are all those reasons, but then there are reasons right in that precinct, and this is what Councillor Wong-Tam spoke to. And it isn't all about Ryerson, but Ryerson is an important consideration. I mean, Ryerson is a source of great pride for our city. I can tell you, as one who's had the privilege of traveling on behalf of the city to sell the city around the world, there is no educational institution, save and except perhaps for U of T, which has the same name as the city, that is as well known and is respected and has forged so many relationships. And that's one of 100 reasons I could offer as to why Ryerson's important. But this building, of course, sits right in the middle of the Ryerson campus. And as a result, as they go about trying to plan their own future and plan for the kind of expansion that Councillor Wong-Tam referenced, this building is important to them, just in terms of what happens with it, how it gets dealt with one way or the other. The BIA is one that has faced its share of challenges. This is the heart of the downtown of a big city, and that is a challenging area to manage and a challenging area in which to do business. And so they have an interest in what happens with this piece of property. The Young Tomorrow Plan, which relates to all of the above, is something that, again, has some interrelationship with this property. There are other pieces of land that Councillor Wong-Tam referred to that are not unrelated to what happens with 277. And then there's one that Councillor Wong-Tam talked about in a slightly different way than I would. I believe we're in need of a real relook, a re-examination of Yonge Dundas Square. And it may be for the reasons she stated, in that it was unfinished in terms of other pieces of land or other things that were supposed to happen in the general vicinity. But I do think that there's been great unrealized potential there with that space. I don't think it is serving the purpose it was intended to serve when somebody had the vision to set that piece of land aside for a public purpose like that. And I think there are opportunities. Again, there's an opportunity presented by the fact that it is adjacent to the Ryerson campus to do more with it, to have it become more of a place that people will come for many different reasons from around the city. So for all of those reasons, I just want to commend to members of the committee the need to accelerate, and my motion tries to capture that. And it's been done in discussion with ConnectTO because I wanted them to know how serious I was, and I know how serious the councillor is about it too, and everybody else involved, the BIA, Ryerson, you name it, everybody's serious about wanting us to get on with this. One last thing I will just mention, because it was mentioned by Councillor Wong-Tam, it's mentioned in the motion, and I mentioned it to the media and the public this morning, and that is that all of this obviously is predicated on the successful relocation of city services. There will be no interruption of services, including in particular from 277 from the works at 277 Victoria. That is a facility that is saving lives in our city. There is no question about that, many lives. And there are discussions happening with respect to a relocation of the works, but that we will be sensitive to the clientele and to their needs as some of the most vulnerable people in our city in going about dealing with all this. But there's no reason we can't get on with the real estate part of this and all the work that has to be done and all the different things that Councillor Wong-Tam referred to with adjacent properties and so on, and get a plan pulled together and deal with it. And that's what this motion is meant to achieve, and I commend this to my colleagues. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Great. If there are no further speakers, we'll take the mayor's
I
motion.
also have a motion, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, Anna, our Councillor Bylaw, I didn't see you there. Go ahead.
I'm here. Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I also have a motion that I would like to put forward. I actually placed this same motion at the ConnectTO board, and I thought it would be good to put it here as well, just to emphasize the importance of the work that I believe that needs to happen on the affordable housing, but also on the potential of the 610 Bay Street and 130 Elizabeth. And I'll speak to about this in a short second. I think that we started this work well before the pandemic. And I think if there was one thing we were definitely right, it was this work, because I think now more than ever, it is important to rethink our space, the way that we work, where people work. I don't think anybody is going to go back to the way that it was before. There was already changes happening. People work in a more collaborative way, in a more open space, and that's why we had started the ModernTO. And I think that's just going to be happening even more. And so I think it makes so much sense that we're having this this work being done and working with our staff to create the environment where they can do their work, and we can do it in a most cost-effective way as well. With regards to the surplus properties, we have great opportunities not only to use them effectively, but in some ways contribute to the communities where they are. And I think that both the mayor and Councillor Wong-Tam spoke about 277 Victoria. I think that was, I concur with everything that was said. I think it's a great opportunity. And I think the other one that is a really, really good opportunity is 610 Bay. I know that the mayor truly believes about this. We spoke about this, and I think that we're all very excited about the opportunity that can come from this. I think our ConnectTO CEO explained the process, that this is not going to be a regular process. It's going to be a two-stage process within our RUI first, because we see the potential of partnerships that can come from this. It is so close to so many hospitals. There's YWCA close by. There's a lot of other supportive housing. So we could have a real interesting, great project in here. And so I'm really hoping that we're not the only ones that are excited about that, as people see this out there, and especially people that are interested in partnering with us start coming our way and have the conversations to create a very iconic project that could be created at 610 Bay. So my motions are in relation to that, to leave the door open and to really express to everyone that we would really like to see something special in there, and to have our partners starting to put pen to paper and how we can partner to create something really fantastic in terms of affordable housing on that site.
Okay, any questions of the deputy or of Councillor Bylaw? No. Any further speakers? Okay. We'll take the motions. Julie, do you take the mayor's motion first?
That is correct. We will put it up on the screen.
Excellent. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. And then Councillor Bylaw's motion. All those
Sorry,
in
we
favor?
still have one more for Mayor Tory. He had an A and a B.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay, there's the second one from the mayor. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And can we do Councillor Bylaws now? There we are. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Julie, can I say that we have one more item left? Can I say that?
You have 2 more items left.
A few more items left.
You
Oh
have
my gosh.
2 more items. 11 and 17.
What are you trying to do? Didn't we already do the affordability? Oh, no, we didn't do that. Okay, let's do that now then. Do we have deputants on that, Julie?
We do.
Okay. I don't have that list here in front of me, so you're gonna have to help me out.
Okay, the first deputant is Rocky Petcove, and he is on the line.
Great. Okay, Mr. Petco, are you there? Rocky? Is Rocky there? Who's the second one? Let's go there. Oh, is that you, Rocky?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. I won't take up that much time because I'm going to begin just by saying this deputation, like as I wrote it, it's already out of date. Things have been moving so fast on this file today. I was going to stand before y'all here today and make the case that what we need is strong provincial action. That we need strong provincial action to rationalize and liberalize our zoning laws and make it so that we can build housing in cities across the province. And I was going to stand here and speak and express my disappointment that the City of Toronto seemed to be indicating or going in a direction of indicating that you don't want this to be something that the province would do. But we see today that the legislation came out that that's not the direction the province is going to go in. Instead of deep systemic reforms, it would open up land so we can build family-oriented communities all across this city. We got a little bit of red tape reduced, and the real impact of it is, well, we got a fast lane straight into a brick wall. So I'm going to use my deputation here today to say that while provincial action might not be happening on this issue, it is my hope that we see strong municipal action. One of the refrains of the city in this document was that, we agree with these things in principle. We agree that we need to have greater density, that we need to build transit-oriented communities in principle. But we want to be the ones in the driver's seat to actually make sure that the policy is going to work for the city and not just be, something said at Queen's Park that has no respect for any of the particularities of what's needed in cities across the province. So if you want to be the ones to make this legislation, congratulations, you're still in the driver's seat to do this. And if you want to show that you have the ability to lead, that you have the ability to make the difficult systemic changes that are going to be necessary to have any hope in heck of fixing sky-high housing prices in the city, well, here you go. This is your chance. Cities already adopted policies that recognize housing as a human right, that recognize the primacy of affordable housing. But I go to development meetings where regularly the needs of affordable housing and the desires of existing residents to not have shadows, the desires of existing residents to not have some big building in their backyard, when those two things are put up against each other, currently it's the desires of those existing residents that wins out. So I don't really care what happens with this item. I think it's kind of a moot point. But I challenge you. Your opposition was give us a chance to fix this problem. Well, here's your chance. Go out and fix it. We don't have much time left. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you, Rocky. Our second deputant, Julie.
Our next deputant is Bilal Akhtar, and they are present and connected.
Great. Bilal, thank you for waiting. You have 5 minutes. Are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak, especially because it is nearing dinner time, and thanks for extending your recess for dinner. My name is Bilal. I'm 25 years old, and I've cared deeply about Toronto for a long time, but I've never voted in a Toronto municipal election, and this was not by choice. I now live in Toronto, but until late 2020, I lived in Peel region, first in Brampton and then in Mississauga. Places that used to be, and to some extent still are, relatively more affordable than Toronto. Most of my friends would like to live in Toronto, but they live in places like Mississauga, like Brampton, Hamilton, even Cambridge, Kitchener-Waterloo, for longer than they'd like, because living in Toronto is so expensive. Who should they complain to stand up for them other than the province? Who else would listen to them when they say that divvying up city land into so-called stable residential neighborhoods and small pockets of high-rise filled growth areas is creating a city of division and extremes? Who should they talk to when North America's fastest growing city still thinks towers should be designed to reduce shadows than to increase usable floor size for large family-sized units? The slab-style apartment tower that I grew up in Kitchener would not be legal to build in Toronto today because the floor plate is too large. Towers aren't just for looking at, they're also for living in. The housing affordability crisis is regional, provincial, even countrywide. And this housing affordability task force report, which I'll just refer to as the report, was the first time a lot of us genuinely felt optimistic that our promise recognized the scale and urgency of this crisis, and optimistic that the suggested reforms were direct, broad, and ambitious. Optimistic that someone was finally speaking to them and not just to well-housed people who think growth is something they can control and opt into and say no when it's not in their interest. Now, I know you all will say that like the city is trying its best. We have expanding housing options in neighborhoods, which is a great initiative, garden suites, etc. Let's look at how that is going and how far it's going and how long it's taking. Garden suites are being appealed to the land tribunal as we speak by some homeowner associations. Who knows how long that'll take to get resolved. Multiplexes are now only being studied. I look forward to participating in those consultations. And the city could not even legalize multi-tenant rooming houses citywide to protect our vulnerable tenants. That's a bare minimum, and yet we couldn't even do that. I'm sorry, but that's fairly shameful. But I look at that and I go, something must be done. This city, but especially other cities around us, have not recognized the urgency and depth of this crisis. Either that or they lack the tools to effectively deal with it. I'm not a Ford supporter, and the bill that was announced today was actually a very big letdown. But the city has a lot of tools, and the city should use those tools and also, on top of that, support strong provincial rules and the roadmap laid down by the task force to ensure that all the municipalities around us also do their parts. I co-authored a response from more neighbors that's part of the written submissions for this item. So I won't get into the weeds of the line-by-line response, but I'll say this. If Toronto does EHON and allows 4 plexes as of right tomorrow, that might not be enough. We need EHONs in Mississauga, Vaughan, Aurora, and all of these as well. Toronto should lean in and encourage the region to come along instead of thinking its own initiatives are enough to solve a regional problem, because they're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilal. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much for coming. That's our last deputant, I believe.
No, Deputy Mayor.
No,
we
there's
have
another?
3 more.
3 more. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Go
Our
ahead.
next deputant is Ramsey, but he's not connected. So then the next one is Jacob Dawang, and he is connected.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 5 minutes, Jacob.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors. So my name is Jacob Dawang, and I'm a member and advocate with More Neighbours Toronto. And like Bilal, I'm here to speak in favor of the key recommendations of the task force report. We also submitted a letter to committee with our full position and detailed comments that I encourage you all to read. In summary, we urge you to reconsider your response to support the following key recommendations of the task force. Number 1, legalizing fourplexes and 4 stories across the province as of right. Number 2, legalizing mid-rise development along key transit routes across the province as of right. Number 3, setting provincial standards for aesthetic design guidelines that make housing construction unviable or effectively illegal, even if it is technically allowed. And number 4, removing language that prioritizes preserving the physical character of neighborhoods at the expense of providing housing for people to live in. So as you all know, there's a housing crisis in Toronto, and it's now spread throughout Ontario. For me personally, I am 25 years old, a renter, and I earn a good salary by any measure. The housing crisis for me means that I cannot picture a long-term future for me in Toronto. And that's not just me, that's the reality most of my friends face too, many of whom have moved out to places like Ajax, Niagara Falls, or have even just given up on Ontario completely and gone to Alberta to be able to afford a home and potentially raise a family. So we know there's a problem, and we also know that the fundamental reason for the housing crisis is a lack of supply. Compared to the G7, Ontario would need to build 1.2 million homes overnight just to be an average country in the G7, not the top, just the average. And when you compare Toronto internationally, or even to Montreal, we're not a dense city at all, and there's lots of room for density and growth. We also know that the municipal planning process is one of the, if not the largest barrier to building new homes in the numbers we need. In the OECD, Canada ranks second last of all countries in the approval process. And in Canada, survey of 23 Canadian cities, Toronto ranks 17th in terms of time to approval. So that's the context for the task force report. I believe you all know what's in it already. And as Bilal said, Rocky said, it's a bit out of date already, but I do want to focus on one aspect of the city's proposed response. And while the city's response broadly endorses the outcomes of the task force report, we're really disappointed that it opposes the mechanisms required to achieve those goals, which include the 4 key recommendations I mentioned at the beginning. And the main reason cited for not supporting these mechanisms is local control and local decision making. But in our view, local control has failed to address the housing crisis in the past and is itself a contributor to it. It's one thing to say the amount of local control cities have now is good in theory, but we cannot ignore the outcomes, which have been severely negative. And here's just some examples of the outcomes that I want to highlight. Do you want to live in the bridle path? Good luck, because the local context zoning literally only permits $10 million plus mansions to be built, effectively limiting this neighborhood for the 0.1%. Local context zoning dictates that 60% of residential land in Toronto is reserved for single-family detached homes, which is now attainable to only the 0.3% of families. I have come to terms with the fact that a single-family home in Toronto will never be attainable for the middle class of my generation ever again. Yet that's what local context policies reserves most of the land for. At a community consultation meeting for 200 Queens Quay a few weeks ago, I watched as local context policies cut 480 homes from a development proposal, including 26 affordable homes, in the name of shadowing and views. Every day, Toronto's local context policies make these trade-offs: views, shadows, aesthetics, and mansion-only zoning over homes for people. So in a nutshell, that's why we support provincial action and provincial standards as the task force suggests. The key recommendations of the task force are not undemocratic, nor are they one size fits all. They are a local context backstop. They lay out bare minimum standards for local policy to start to cure the many injustices caused by the housing crisis. Right now, no municipality in Ontario is meeting the bare minimum. So once again, I urge you to read our full letter to committee and try to find a way to support these key recommendations.
Any questions of the deputy? No? All right. Thank you, Jacob. Who's next, Julie?
The last deputant is John.
Okay. Is John Bossons?
Yes, John Bossons.
Great. John, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to start off by saying that, many of the issues that More Neighbors Toronto has raised are real. New houses are being priced out of the market for home ownership. And there's issues in the rental market too. I want to talk about this, the context first, and then talk about the task force report. Turning to home ownership. Toronto's home ownership prices, median house price, has gone up 28% in the last year, according to standard numbers. That's not just a Toronto problem, it's worldwide. Sydney, Australia went up by 32% last year. Phoenix, Arizona went up by 32%. Toronto over the past 2 years has gone up 52%. I mean, that's an incredible number. And the problem is not just that we can do this somehow by changing zoning. The problem is that we have to look not only at supply, but also at demand. Let me take a couple of minutes to talk about the supply, though. Is it truly inadequate, as the task force suggests? You got the answer in the pipeline report that city planning provided to you last June. Growth in housing units has matched population growth. There's enough unbuilt approvals to meet population growth to 2030. The applications in the approval process that are not yet approved, if you add that, that's enough to satisfy expected population growth according to the growth plan to 2050. The biggest blockage is not city policies. It's really the Ontario Land Tribunal. One of the key problems is that provincial rules regarding approval timelines encourage many developers to take advantage of them to go directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal instead of working with the city and residents. Developers interested in solutions work with city planners, and they end up getting their applications approved faster that way than by waiting for the hearing at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Turning to demand, we're in the middle of a housing bubble. We have interest rates that are lower than the rate of inflation. This is remarkable. Immigration to Toronto we have one of the fastest growing large cities in North America. And with the bubble psychology that's been happening, with what's been happening with price increases over the last 2 years, there's a rush to buy as pushing up prices even faster. This is classic bubble, irrational exuberance, driving prices up fast. And like any bubble, it's going to collapse. My guess is that probably we'll see the end of this bubble in the next 18 months. But when that happens is going to depend on how quickly interest rates rise. I want to emphasize that it's not just the market for owner-occupied housing. The rental market is actually, in my view, an even more serious issue. We're going to face a real housing crisis in the future when the current housing bubble crashes. Purpose-built rental housing, built by developers, looking to manage rental housing, that's currently at current land values is not profitable, except where there's no land costs, like, for example, where a new tower is added to a Towers in the Park project. The rental supply that's coming on the market is predominantly rented condos, and that rental, that supply is not profitable on a cash flow basis. The only thing that makes that profitable and worth investing in is speculation that the housing prices are going to go up. So what's going to happen to that when the bubble ends? New rental supply from condos is not going to be there. And there's going to be, the only solution that I see on the rental side is rent geared to income social housing programs. Turning to the report. I'm sorry, I'm starting to run out of time, but let me just say that I agree with the previous speakers that the work the city's doing in its EHON proposals are all good. There are, I believe, I agree with the More Toronto people, More Neighbors people that zoning on the avenues, there should be, as of right, zoning on the avenues that is at a higher level than what's currently permitted. There's some process changes that are recommended in the report that are good. But what's bad is that a lot of it is simply a developer wish list. Province-wide standards, elimination of residents' right of participation, override of neighborhood OP guidelines, automatic approval if municipal approvals don't come within stated timelines that are too quick. The city planning evaluation is that this is provincial overreach, and we agree.
We need you to finish. We need you to finish up, Mr. Bosens.
Yeah, okay, I'll be very quick. We've added detailed comments in our submission and what we've attached. So let me just conclude. I agree, our aim should be more housing. Yes, we need it, but we need housing in complete communities, communities that get planned. And we need housing well served by public services. So we need what city planning is doing. And we don't need just faster approvals of development rights that are saleable for substantial increases in land values.
Thank you very much, sir.
Our recommendation is that you approve the staff recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie, was that our last?
Yes, that is the last speaker on this item.
Thanks. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, we will go into committee. Do we have any questions of staff? No questions of staff. We'll go to speakers. Councillor Bilo, did you?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I do have a motion because as one of the deputants, I think it was the first one actually, said we're all a little bit trying to play catch up, and our report is a bit out of date. So the province moved the legislation, and I actually have a motion to refer this back to staff so they can actually report on the legislation to the committee. And we can have a more focused discussion and actually discuss the legislation that is in front of us instead of discussing something that it's not moving forward. So that is my motion. I don't think I need to make any further comments. I know that we all want to get home and get to dinner, so hopefully I can get your support for the motion.
Any questions of the deputant? Not the deputant, Councillor Bilo. Any further speakers? We will take the referral motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That disposes of that item. What's next, Julie?
The last item, Deputy Mayor, is item EX 31.17, preserving accessibility across construction sites.
I have two deputants. How many do you have?
I also have two deputants, and the first one is
Excellent.
in the room.
Excellent, even better. And now I'm guessing that's Emily, right?
Yes, that is Emily.
Excellent. Emily, you have 5 minutes. Thanks for staying so long.
No worries. Unlike you guys, I got to go to the soup kitchen for dinner, so I've had something to eat. Thank you, God. I want to just say hello to everybody, and the big thing I want to say here, and I'll be as quick as I can. Construction sites are an absolute safety risk for people with disabilities. I cannot tell you the number of times I've been screamed at by workers, I've fallen off the side of sidewalks because there's no curb cuts. I've had to literally damage my chair to get off sidewalks or that thereof. But the biggest issue is for people, I come from this from a legally blind point of view. I'm legally blind. And a lot of these construction sites have no one at the gate. Wide open gate, 60 feet long in some cases, as long as one of our long buses. With no one there to guide you, no markers to guide you across, trucks coming in and out. There's one on Church Street right now, which is scary. It is bad. They have hoarding and everything, but it's so narrow and it's so bumpy and there's no curb cuts. It's dangerous. I ride on the road to avoid it. There's been some on Yonge Street between Dundas and College. There's been some north of College with the same issues. There's one right now north of Wellesley and south of, another one south of Wellesley that are the same issue. Either the hoarding is too small, there's bars sticking in that you can't see because they're gray on gray, and you're smacking into them or smacking into people and it's very narrow. I'm 25 inches wide in this chair. I barely fit through some of them. some of those hoarding things. I just want to see someone these construction sites be held accountable, and I think Mayor Tory and Kristen Wong-Tam with their advocacy for people with disabilities, I ask you both to take carriage of this, and anyone who can, because it's really dangerous. I'm surprised no one's been killed in a wheelchair or who's blind or with a guide dog. It's especially traumatic to people using service dogs and guide dogs. And the construction staff are, excuse my language, they're useless. And I don't mean to inflame or do anything like that, but they're not trained. They don't get what it is to be disabled. They don't have the training with AODA. And there's got to be something done. And there was parts along the Danforth for a long time, and there's parts along Lakeshore for a while. And I just need these people to be held accountable. We're supposed to have standards, transportation services. Miss Gray would know this, and I just ask her and her team and you guys to please, and our city managers, please hold these people accountable. And to our city manager, Chris Murray, I appreciate you, and you'll know what I mean, because Hamilton had this issue for many years, and someone in a wheelchair was killed, as was somebody who was blind. They were killed by trucks coming out, and they veered into a construction area. The blind person was one of my close friends growing up. Husky-wee. But that's about it. Sorry for taking a while.
Thank you. Emily, any questions?
It's okay, y'all are tired.
Okay. Thanks, Emily. We'll move on to the next deputant, which is Sherry Clark. Is Sherry here?
She is connected, Deputy Mayor.
Excellent. Yes, Ms. Clark, thanks for coming.
Hello, and thank you very much for listening. Emily covered quite a few points already, so I'm just going to tag on the end of hers and reiterate the accountability aspect. I think what the most difficult thing for me over the last 30 years with the construction in my neighborhood, Ward 13, has been that there's no accountability, nobody to contact. The person that I'm supposed to contact from the city, for example, for Toronto construction, is never available, and in fact has promised me for 3 days to contact me. So I'm kind of wondering if it's possible for us to have one person that deals specifically with disability issues on construction sites, that would be a spokesperson for us or for people who need it, who could at least follow up for us or communicate to the construction site on the ground. The other one that I'd like to put forward is that we have some kind of education for on-site workers, or we have an on-site representative who's willing to speak to the workers on our behalf about the difficulties with the site. I don't believe that workers know anything about people with disabilities, and like Emily, I've been screamed at and told that it's too bad I live in Toronto and to go to a different street. It's really difficult to maneuver a wheelchair in the neighborhood. It's very dangerous. I've fallen over a few times. I do think that we need to somehow make the system accountable. We do need to have a person we can talk to other than just the city, because the city can't always be there immediately to help us. And when I have spoken to workers to help me, they don't know what a ramp is. They don't know who to talk to. They don't have a manager on site that I could speak to. And again, I've got to tell you, I've been trying to do this for 20 years, and I have yet to find anybody that I can speak to directly. You can ask Ms. Wong-Tam. I've complained to her office many times. I feel that it's very unsafe for people like us, very difficult to get around. It asks quite a bit of us to use up our physical energy to try and deal with this issue. I'm already disabled. I don't really want to educate everyone every time I come to an inaccessible space. So I'm asking the council to consider, I have written an addendum addition here that I've added, But I think the most important thing is just to have somebody who could help be direct, who could tell us, yes, we'll speak to the manager, or yes, we'll make them accountable, or yes, they will be fined, or yes, you will have a ramp when you get back from your shopping. Something that would help. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. Councillor Ainsley has some questions for you.
Thank you, through Deputy Mayor Minimum. Ms. Clark, could you explain a bit about, I think you said at the beginning of your presentation, there's a staffer that's been, you got hold of or contacted, and you've been waiting for 3 days for them to call you back. How did you manage to find a staffer?
Well, it says on the handout from the City of Toronto, for example, that they're going to start doing more road work again on Jarvis. And for the disability contact, that's Paul Martin. Paul Martin has a full mailbox. I can't leave a message with him. I have emailed him a few times and he's promised to get back to me. He never did. He knew I was actually coming to this meeting.
Oh,
so there.
Sherry,
sorry, yes.
Just on that, what I'm going to suggest is I think that we have a number of staff here and they have your contact information.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just, with regard to your own personal circumstances, not any callbacks, I think we should ask staff to follow up for you and then we can deal with that problem directly. Would you be satisfied with that? Just dealing with your own thing.
Yes, I appreciate the one-on-one, but I do want it to people to understand that it is more of a global issue. And
No, I understand that. You go ahead. I mean, you talked about that. I just, instead of dealing with your the individual, I'd rather have staff follow up with you directly. Are you okay with that?
That's fine, as long as you take into consideration that maybe the city could put out one person.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more interested, I guess. I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, you have that situation, but I was just trying to figure out how you ultimately found a staffer. Like, I walk by construction sites all the time, walk through them, and I've never really noticed, if you have a problem, call this number or email this person.
No, this is the City of Toronto has put it out, for example, for their Jarvis work. It's a flyer that comes through our door that says your roadway will be worked on.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Any further?
I don't know if you have my contact information, but I can forward it to Ms. Wong Tam. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think Julie, do you have the information?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. And this is for road work, right, Sherry?
It's for road work and for construction sites.
Okay, so so I'm just sending I'm texting or sending a message to staff to ask for them to follow up as we continue on. So any further questions of the deputy? Seeing none, we will.
Somebody had their hand up, sorry.
No, Councillor Ainsley did, but he already finished. I think, Councillor Ainsley, we were going to go to questions of staff. I think that's why you might have had your hand
Yes.
up.
Yeah, that's where I
go
thought
ahead.
you were going.
Go ahead.
Sorry, and I just want to ask staff, how do you figure out if there's a problem? For example, I know the last deputy said that she received her flyer at her home. I guess she lives near Jarvis Street and there's construction on Jarvis, so she has she gets a notice. But often I walk around the city or around my ward, and once in a while I laugh because I'll walk up on a construction site and the sidewalk will be blocked and there'll be a sign there that says use the sidewalk on the other side of the street. And I can think of instances of it's 4 lanes of traffic, 2 lanes each way, so I'm not jaywalking to get to the other side, or there is no sidewalk on the other side, or it's got cars parked on it. So I'm trying to understand what the mechanism is for the average person, the public, if they have an issue around a construction site, how they deal with it. And then, do we have standards in place that, around, like, who reviews the construction sites? Is there a standard in place if you decide to shut a sidewalk down? Does somebody inspect the construction site to say, okay, the sidewalk's been shut down according to plan, but there is no sidewalk on the other side of the street? Like, how does that all work? Thank you.
Through the chair, it's Michael DeAndre here from Engineering Construction Services. Councillor, to your question, when it's a city-led construction project, we typically work with our colleagues in transportation. So if we're needing to redirect pedestrians from one side of the street to the other, then we'll do that. We'll have signage in advance of the redirection of traffic. For the most part, our objective is to make the work area safe for pedestrians. More often than not, there is passage across the work zone on the sidewalks, but there is the rare occurrence where we're having to redirect because the work takes us onto the sidewalk, and for the safety of pedestrians, we redirect.
And so, Michael, what do you do if, like this, when you get a plan set up, or a construction company sets up a plan for closing a sidewalk, and does an inspector get sent out from the city to say, yeah, this is all legit and it works and people are safe? Do we send an inspector out?
Yeah, so we have, through the chair, councillor, so we have full-time inspectors on our jobs. So when the contractor has set up his work zone, our inspectors make sure that the work is done. And so certainly in terms of a redirection of pedestrian flow through the work zone, across the work zone, it's done in accordance to our requirements. So our ultimate objective is to make sure that the work is conducted in a safe manner and that pedestrians are protected. So our inspectors do oversee that.
And if it isn't, Michael, is it a 311 call or a 311 email? Because I can think of numerous times, as I said, I'm out for my daily walk, or, I'm downtown, wherever it happens to be, and I come up on a construction site, and either it says, so I end up walking on the road. So is that a 311 call? And then I'm a little concerned, I'm fairly physically fit. My eyesight's not bad for somebody of my age. But as the deputants were saying, if you're physically handicapped or legally blind, that's a whole different scenario that we need to deal with.
So through the chair, I can comment on the fact that when it's a city-led construction project, our signage is pretty clear from the standpoint that we do have the contract number. And so we direct 311 so that the contract number reflects who is actually leading that construction project. So within Engineering Construction Services and our division, the nomenclature used on the contract actually directs you right through to the actual group that is delivering the project. And so we will take that up with our project managers and then our inspectors. If it's more generically, I defer to Barbara, who I see is on this call as well, but 311 would direct the call to the party that is actually overseeing that work.
Okay, so that's city-led, but what do we do for, Ainsley Development that's putting a condo up on Kingston Road in Scarborough, and, I decide to throw a sign up that says, use the other sidewalk, and the other sidewalks are across 3 lanes of traffic, or, I have dump trucks coming and going out a driveway, and I don't have a flag person, watching for people coming up and down the sidewalk.
So through the chair to Councillor Ainsley, it's a great question actually, and we have a number of things that we do both on the standard side, so working with Ontario Book 7 to make sure that the standards are actually adequate for the setups for construction, not only for pedestrian access, but also for other modes to get through. We also review those plans in advance and provide feedback and comments to the applicant about what is consistent with standard and how we would further navigate that differently if necessary. We then have to audit those sites and go out and send our inspection teams and our work zone coordination teams out to address situations that tend to happen Construction certainly is not static, so there's lots of things that happen on sites that need to be managed on site. Craig Cripps is here if you have specific questions about that from my team, but our Work Zone Coordination team does provide that level of engagement and oversight. With the construction hubs that we're about to launch in downtown, Councillor, noting that there's going to be lots of construction that happens in a small area that's both public construction, like Michael's projects that he described, as well as the private construction, we really need a single point of contact. And so we've identified and hired a senior PM who's going to be that single point of contact for the community. And so I think that will be a very different experience for the people who live in those areas where the construction is so significant.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Seeing none, we will go to speakers. Anyone wish to speak? Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry, Deputy Mayor Minawong. It's not so much to speak. I will move the recommendations in this report. It was more, I just wanted to ask on the recommendation. It asks the city manager and the relevant city divisions to report back to the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee. Could we have that report sent here as well? I think we might end up in a circle where the report goes to the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee and then they send it here, as they've done with this letter. I'm just wondering if that report can go to both here and the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
I'll ask the clerk. Julie?
Through the chair, yes, it can. It could go to both locations, but it would likely take the same path of first reporting to the Accessibility Advisory Committee and then ultimately coming to executive if we left it the way the recommendation is. But we can change, you could propose that it comes to the two locations.
Okay. I would like to propose that it go to both locations. If I could, Julie could draft that up for me, please.
Yes, Councillor Ainsley, we are drafting it right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, any further speakers on this item? Julie, it's going to take you a while to do that. Can we just assume that we could wait for you to write it, or the committee can just assume that you'll write the motion? So is that sufficient? I'll just say on Councillor Ainsley's motion, just make sure that it gets back to the executive committee. Is that where you wanted to go, Paul? All those in favor of that motion? Opposed that amendment? All those opposed? That's carried. Oh, there you go. Look, she's fast.
Thank you, Julie.
And then the recommendations, all those amended recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Is that the balance? Have we covered it, Julie?
Yes, that is correct. We have completed the agenda.
And a splendid job well done by the Deputy Mayor. I was just sitting here in absolute adulation and amazement. Thank you very much for chairing the balance of the meeting.
It's tough when you don't have all that stuff in you out telling you who's speaking next. And I'm just here with my lights and my computer fumbling around with all sorts of paper. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everybody.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah. We don't need one, but
okay.
We'll see you later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you to the staff, too, very much, including Julie. Thank you.
Thanks to the staff.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks to IT. Thanks to the clerks.